emocionado con competir equipos como DRX, me gusta el equipo, el equipo coreano lo encuentro muy fuerte, hemos aprendido mucho de ellos.
일단 저희가 조금 그렇게 막 좋은 성적을 보여주진 않았지만 저희는 항상 여기 매번 마스터즈에 진출했던 팀이었고
3 out of 3 international masters they have pushed through that winners bracket.
그리고 이제 모든 팀이 뭘 잘해도 저희가 다 받아칠 준비가 되어
Controlar tus emociones, también la frustración. Y yo creo que va por ahí. Que estén preparados para lo que viene. El Leviatán viene más fuerte que nunca. No le tenemos miedo a los dioses de la VCT.
Oh yeah, baby! It's time! It's time! It's time! I love that. That was awesome.
Unspoken riz there. I just got seduced by a video.
Did it go up by like 5 degrees in this building all of a sudden? I was like, what is that video?
Yeah. Moisture under the
Yes.
pits. Oh boy, well, I'm excited, man. I'm just looking forward to this game. DRX and Leviatán. These are, DRX. They're in this kind of like this arc where they're really just trying to prove themselves that they are the team that everyone should be fearing. And then Leviatán has this great chance just to shock the world right here and now.
Well, they also get to automatically be the kings of LATAM just based off how Masters has gone thus far and what they were able to do in their region. But there's also one missing step outside of course, qualifying for champions. It's that if they do win games, they can actually compare themselves to Crew as being the team that can be the kings of LATAM. I don't think you can call yourself it yet because they're unproven internationally. You might disagree.
No, I don't disagree. Honestly, I think you're right there. You need to get the results in the big games when it matters. And that's the same for both of these teams. That's what they're both trying to do, is get big, important wins. And DRX, even if they win this game, people are still going to keep asking the question.
They need to make top 3.
Yeah, I mean, something like that is the expectation for this team, somewhere around the 4th, the 3rd place kind of level. They've never had a podium before. Now Leviatán, one of the teams that stand in their way.
Do you think it's unfair? Do you think it's
put those level of expectations on them?
Do you think it's unfair how like people have kind of set up DRX to be like...
No, they did it themselves.
Maybe.
They did it themselves. They did. You can't keep coming to every international event looking as good as you do in your own region. I hate to say it, and this sounds bad, they smash the Korean region. They massacre it.
Oh, they didn't lose a map.
They massacre it every single time. If you come out of your region, I said this last time, I said it's like biting into a cookie expecting chocolate chips and you get raisins. That's something I always
like
think.
Raisins.
I mean, yeah, outside of you, Josh.
I like raisins as well. Oatmeal cookie slabs, baby.
The chocolate chips better. And I've said that before because I've said this about teams that have smashed their own region time and time again. They've come into international play and they've played poorly. You can't do that. You must convert. It's something DRX does to a mediocre level, but we expect more this far along down the track for them.
This is also the reason that those expectations are there for DRX. They are old gods in the literal sense. They've been around forever. The 3 core players of the team, Stax, RB, and Zest, been around since 2020, and they've been dominant. So of course we expect them to win big games.
Okay, well, the time for talk is past us here. Hold on a second, got my button. All right, it's time to start the game because the map picks and bans are about to start. So let's go ahead and check them out.
Hello， 大家好。首先，这里第一场是LATAM的 Leviatán 打韩国的 DRX。先来 ban map 先。
All right, let's see where we're going to be squaring off here for the #1 team in Latin America versus the #1 team.
这里是双方的第一次交手，所以就是讲真的资料不是很多啊。首先 ban 掉一个 fracture， 因为他们知道 DRX 的 fracture 真的是太强了。这里是 DRX 是 ban 掉一个 split。
Yeah, split goes out as well. And if you think about DRX,
选什么 Ascent？ 对，应该是选 Ascent， 应该会选 Attacking for DRX。
No.
Yeah, picking Ascent into DRX is not quite at the bottom of their map pool. Might be at the very top.
Is this right? Like,
但是 DRX
production has
的
been
Ascent 也是蛮
flawless
强。
this event. But are we sure that Leviatán
再选一个 Breeze， 我们可以看到他应该是选一个 Defend
No,
Breeze。
that's even,
Unwavering
okay. There's two ends of the spectrum here. You're either the brilliant minds of countering, and you're at one end of the spectrum, or you are idiots.
接下来会 ban 什么呢 ？Ice
That's
Box。
it.
The overconfidence, perhaps,
Yes.
a little bit. But DRX are also really fun to
这个
watch.
是 Heaven 的一个
It's gonna be a
Decider map。
nice dichotomy away from the more defense-sided Ascent, or at least it's going to be a little defense-sided, I think.
Yep.
Things ending on Haven, which has always been
然后再
an
选一
awesome
个
map to
Attack the
watch
side。
DRX perform on these
yeah.
international tournaments too.
Defense side 啊，
I just can't get over this
为
Ascent.
什么 team 不
I
选
mean, look,
Defense side 在
there's
这
been times
里
in
啊？
my career, I don't know if you've ever done a GB.
不过他们
where
可能有
I've
自
sat
己
there
的
and I'm
想法
like,
吧
we can。
我们
counter
看
this
看他
thing.
们
Like,
第
I
一
think
场
their
怎么
set
打。
plays
第一场是
and their
Ascent，
strategy book is so obvious, and I've got enough VOD of them that I can turn around and everything they could possibly have up their sleeve, I'll have a counter ready for it. That's the only thing I can give a little bit of.
But DRX are playing multiple compositions on Ascent as well.
Sure, but maybe you've prepped that. You didn't
Yeah,
play
that's
the
even
groups.
harder.
You didn't play the groups. Maybe you sat there for the
Who
week and
knows?
was like, we can do this.
They've
If we
got to come
expect
out
them-
with fire, though. They have.
Yeah.
If you're picking Ascent into DRX, Leviatán have got to come out strong, straight out of the gates.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right, listen, I know everyone wants
All
to
right,
keep talking.
okay, all
We
right,
talk about this
okay.
for a while now. All right, but for right now, we're going to take a quick break. All right, because after the break, we're going to meet the players, pick some agents, kick off our first map of the day. It's going to be exciting. You don't want to go anywhere. This is VCT Copenhagen.
Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it.
什么机？
Welcome back, everyone. It's now time to meet the players from DRX and Leviatán. They get ready to take the stage.
你不是有个旧的吗？我借你一个旧的啦。等一下。哦，就在这里面。啊、
好用没有的，我拿来打球哦。
好用。好用。发一声。
works. Oh, man. All right. Well, the teams are getting ready to take their stations as we jump into this clash of regions. The #1 seeded DRX from Korea versus the #1 seeded Leviatán from Latin America. And
wow.
I mean, for a moment, though, this really is going to be a missing presence for the Leviatán team.
Yeah.
Owner's timeouts have been elite. He's one of the best mental coaches that we have in the game, and he's one of the big driving factors that has pushed Leviatán to be the #1 team in ladder. So now the players have to go out there and do it without him. And it's like, you know, you've been pushed out of the nest. You've got to fly on your own now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, but they might hit the ground pretty quickly. they're going into a
I mean, they picked a sense.
It started off really nice and
you can see the wings spread out, and then all of a sudden,
the bird just crashes.
Hey, who knows? Maybe they set off and fly and pick DRX to pieces with their beaks.
To be fair, I am a big fan of teams that have the correct counter for their opponents. I am a big fan of counterplay, big brain plays, very cerebral types of strategy that you want to put in the server. If this is what we suspect it to be, or what I suspect it to be, of being a big counterplay, they've seen him play the last time before they came here to Masters. They've picked the same composition. They have 2 VODs to work off of. That's not, you know, meager by any means.
Look, Jess, I just get really worried about this because Ascent has been such a great map for DRX that they have not lost an Ascent since C9 in Champions 2021.
That's a long time.
Do you want to know how many that is, though?
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, 15
That's
in a row.
a lot.
15 in a row is quite a lot in a row.
That's
big.
So like it really is like a head scratcher, but I think
it's either
that
elite. It's either an elite big brain decision, as we said, or it's not going to be good, or it could be close and we could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I want the game to be fantastic. That's all I care about. Just give me some good Valorant, baby. It's now time for the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and both of these teams run Sideshow pretty, if I'm correct, they run pretty similar No, actually, they do run the Astra. I think Leviatán runs the Astra on here, which they are going to be committing to again.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, actually, though, because the Leviatán are going to lock in the triple initiator comp that DRX came up with in the first place on Ascent. And DRX go for their more usual, more recent, let's say, Jet Killjoy approach. So they know how this triple initiator comp works, and Leviatán are going to try and beat them with it. That's bold.
This is great as well, because Marco is playing the Omen.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you were expecting an Omen, and you were big brain power play counter plays, well, you've got a new thing to take on board now, and I don't know how much that goes into the strategy or the counter strategy. You would just sort of concoct it before you jumped into this game.
Yeah, I don't think it'll shift things around too much, but Mako has been playing vast majority Omen. But he's just such a good controller player. He's good. He's going to immediately go back to the Astra and be fantastic with it.
Yeah, he's going to just flow with it right away. I mean, honestly, I'm just looking forward to this. It's time. It is time. I believe our casters should be ready to go. So, you know, if you want S-tier commentary, well, you are about to get it, folks, because our 2 casters are standing by. We got Pansy and Hypoc. I believe we're going to be sending it over to them. Not ready. Never mind. I think Hypoc had something in his teeth. So we'll go ahead and get that sorted out real fast. I see it on the screen in the side here. He's got this whole...
He's been eating mangoes.
Yeah, he's a lot of mangoes.
Mangoes, they get stuck in teeth. Very fibrous fruits.
Yes.
I like that. Yeah, I'll just
drop commentary, well, you are about...
it's very legit.
Very legit. He just says
like
things, and he says it with so much conviction, Jess, that I just believe him. But he steered me wrong in so many ways in the past.
Let us not sort of remind everyone that Leviatán starts on the defense here. So I truly think we will know in which way this match is headed by halftime when it comes back to us on the desk. I think that's a fair assessment to make.
I think that's pretty reasonable. And also, one of the big duels that's going to happen is RB on attack with a Jet versus Takalia defending on Chamber.
Okay, so this is the time where I get to finally do my throw, but I'm just going to go ahead and wing it. So it's time to send it over to 2 people who will just bring you some God-tier commentary. It's going to be Hypoc and Pansy on the call. Have fun with this one, team.
Thank you so much, GB. My dad just had to put on his fishing jacket before he took me to the Billie Eilish concert. So yeah, we're super excited to be here. And we actually have quite the game to kind of mull over, right? And I think the desk was starting where we probably are going to go to.
Yeah,
the
pretty
veto,
quickly.
Mike.
Yeah.
The veto's got me a little worried now.
one of the most, well, potentially one of the most alpha moves we've seen in a veto, to be honest with you.
Sure, that's one way to put it.
It's fairly absurd, I gotta say. Again, and the concern comes from having regional losses on this map, right? And DRX being flawless and actually bring that across. I mean, Northampton did make DRX sweat a little bit, but it was more attributed to a slow start for DRX.
Yeah, and even then, you go into, I guess, the prep question of, okay, well, there's plenty of tape.
OK， 这里是第一场。
But does it really work out? Regardless, I like this proactive play from Leviatán. That's not bad at all. Going to make DRX have to consider a couple
我们看一下这里，里维丹已经是拿到了 B 的一个外面了。哦呦，里维丹这里 one shot， 他还想要再拉，还想要再拉，杀掉2个，杀掉3个，左边还有一个，没有人知道。哦，还是被换掉了。哇，里维丹这里打得好夸张啊！他们好 aggressive 啊，在 defense side map，defense side 的一个时候这么 aggressive。Testing
the strength of this default, so this is a good indicator here in the pistol round. A little bit of aggression outside B main, but it's fully invested. They follow through 100% with it.
Now, I do want to then segue that slightly into the question of stylistic matchup, because again, to me,
毕竟 DRX 也是一个比较 aggressive 的一个 team， 但是这一次还遇到了比他更 aggressive 的一个 Leviatán。
is easy to apply against DRX, right?
No, I don't think
这里就有一个 technical post.
It's very difficult to execute this and then actually continues to do so, right? DRX are a very, very good team at showing actually a wide variety to this default, right? Being versatile, and the one thing is once they feel this pressure on one side.
这种情况下肯定是因为他们知道 DRX 一定是打算打一个 mid push。DRX 打的习惯就是打这个 map 嘛 ，attacker side 一定是 push mid 的。
Especially on the defensive half, it is a real positive.
No, it's a huge tick in the box, but again, forgive us for taking a little bit of copium in the fact we're seeing a nice start from a team like Leviatán. First time we get to really see them, and it's really just to set the tone for the rest of the game. They've had experience in their own region, but coming out to a stage like this, the environment like this, the different teams, as said, you can do all the prep in the world, but the actual practical application of that is where it gets a little bit trickier. And I kind of want to take the conversation bigger picture, right? As of course we're in a tech pause.
We got time.
Thank you, everyone, for this. It is now in my contract.
这里暂停的原因就是因为Leviatán这里有一个人的 mic 是有问题啊，他们是在 fix 着 technical post， 他们应该在 test 着 mic。Hello, mic test， 你听到吗 ？mic test。
They pass the eye test. But then, where do you think they should be?
反而这个 technical pause 啊，是给到了那个 DRX 一个冷静的时间。
I mean, Josh kind of echoed it perfectly. I said this at the start of game 1 when we actually cast it versus Northampton, and it's always if DRX can come in, hit the ground running, RB be informed because that's been a regular conversation topic. But here, honestly,
好的，我们的 technical pause 已经结束了。 第二场开始，我们看一下这里。DRX 还是想要打一个 mid， 他们的战术 for 现在就是一直打 mid 的。看这里抢中，把 shot 给smoke 掉，然后 RB 这里已经 push 到去 mid 了。 不知道会不会 check B 在这里，应该是会双拉一起 check。哦呦，这里全部直接双杀拿下了他们2个人，然后手外一起补上第3个人头。现在是一个4打2的一个场面。打到 Spectre 前拉。 Easy for Leviatán， 这一场对面是 equal round。
Ultimately look towards the first buy round, but here on the bonus, if Leviatán actually do want to get aggressive, try and make use of these specters.
我们来到了第3场，这里是我们看一下 replay， 这里没有人看到那个皮照点，给他拿了一个双杀。 Nice， 这里打得不错，其实这是我第一次看这个 Leviatán 的一个比赛。 毕竟他们之前还没有跟 DRX 打过正面交手过。我们来到第3场，那 Leviatán 还是想要 push 吗 ？Chamber 跟 H2 2个人已经放了一个单向眼，然后直接 push， 哦，差一点打到 Marco 的一个背身。这里配合闪现，哎呦，直接 TP 回来先，地面也跟着一起防守。
I know that sounds stupid to say, but to see it done against someone like DRX, it's really quite refreshing.
我们看一下 DRX 这里的一个，还是想要拿一点 info 先打 B， 拿 info 然后打 B 的一个战术，因为 A 刚刚已经被背身打了，现在已经没有 control 了。KO 这里还是要 check 每个 angle 啊 ，KO 跟那个 Extra。他们决定打一个时间差，还是 rotate 回来 A 这里啊？这里是4个人已经集合，由 Qjoy 做一点声音，最好是拿到一个人头，然后 beat 了对面，他们 A 这里就开始 commit A side。现在狗来 check 一个后面，然后这里 Jet 应该是要直接 dash inside 了的，配合 Extra 的一个 smoke， 哦 ，Jet 这里被 Jet 打了一个爆头，这里全部1个局2个局，剩下。现在2个人不敢动啊，15秒，这一场应该是会去保强啊，没有办法。还有8秒，这里保强之后，李维丹是可以拿到了3把 Vendor， 3把 Phantom， 不是 Vendor。这里这个他过这里这个 Taco 啊，打到真的是很好，他的全部的 mid headshot 都是很关键，已经8个人头了。Leviatán need one match win in this to secure champion。也就是讲，如果他在这里赢下这场比赛的话呢，他就可以直接进入全边的一个 qualifier。还是一个 technical pause，maybe Leviatán 的一个麦还没有 fix 好。不知道，我们看一下他们的另外一个视角。
Okay, who's our first game? Who do we get? Maybe a nice opponent. It's DRX. Right. But from what we're seeing, so I know that a lot of people are talking about Taco, right, as this guy who can be a big instigator to creating room, space, a little bit of that flair to it, and his operator work is exceptional. So we're already starting to see glimpses of that very early on here, sitting at 8-1. Bear in mind, the combined total of DRX's impact so far is 3. So this man already has been just running rampant around this map.
I think he's just explaining exactly how.
Boom boom，
no, I like
爸
that.
爸
That was very technical. Thank you.
这里这个等一个 pause 不知道是谁呀？
It couldn't have been better for him. Yeah. Because actually, I mean, ultimately, the opportunity with the dash on the side, create a little bit of space there, but the gravity well slows that entire thing down.
前3局我们可以看到，李维丹这个 team 不是讲完全不是吃素，他们已经做过大量的一个研究，大量的复盘，他们知道 DRX 的一个弱点在哪里，并且他们前期建立了一个很好的一个优势。3-0这一场 DRX 是需要1call 的。
I very much expected this to be. It could have been the same scoreline, but not in this fashion. I think is what's caught me off guard here. The DRX coming in a little quiet. It's the first 3 rounds, but again, just the look as to how responsive, reactive Leviatán are really looking like they're in this game.
这里还是他的麦啊，他的麦还是有问题耶。
That's a big question mark.
You look towards this on Leviatán's defense really to make something work and have a lot of impact here. Whether or not DRX are going to be able to adapt to that. Again, notoriously good at that, but at the minute it seems a little off pace for DRX.
Yeah, and just had an update from our lovely production team. Just a bit of a keyboard problem. Hopefully that gets fixed up nice and soon. Don't want to have any of that leading into this game. Want to keep everyone focused, so do bear with us while we kind of chew through the fat of all of this, because it's still kind of hard to quantify and break down with so little to really look at coming into this. And for DRX, I'm curious how their prep was coming into this game as well.
I mean, statistically, the 2 win conditions.
OK， 这里等一个 pause 结束了，应该是暂时没有发现什么问题了。我们来到第4场。
First blood round win percentage for DRX in terms of converting that to a round win is also close to 90%. Particularly on their attack in half, that's the important factor. So if Leviatán can keep this up, you basically take it away from.
哦，这个这个 scan 的失误了啊！
win conditions here for DRX is absolutely massive for Leviatán.
所以双方的狗一个交手，然后 Qjoy 抓住 timing， 把它给吃掉了。他想要回到和 TP 的那个圈里面，可是还没有到，已经死掉了。哦，这里Leviatán的一个 wallbang， 直接 Extra 打 Extra。Extra 秒 Extra。
So actually clears out.
这里 Shy 是知道对面 Dash， 所以他回去想这里打一个双手，杀掉一个，然后去拖队友来，队友已经到了 ，OK， 他被秒掉，对面尝试一个 wallbang， 没有打掉任何人。这里 KO 是 plan 一个 corner 的一个。plan 给 corner，DRX 里 timing 没有抓到 timing， 杀掉一个 ，Extra 这里换掉，还是一个2打2的一个残局。2打2的一个残局，魔力被他们去左边，然后抓掉一个。这里另外一个人他们是知道一个 information 的，然后 1v1 situation。我们看一下 KO 还是这个 Jess， 哦 Jess 被烧掉了，这里直接一个 headshot， 没有假的一个情况下，直接是被烧掉了，一个4比0的一个开局。我们看一下韩国队这里下一场应该是可以 full buy 的一场。这里 DRX 有一个5000块的，是可以 full buy 的。这里我们看一下 replay，Master 这里是直接 wallbang headshot。Master wallbang.
But it's such a curious thing. Normally, if you lose that first kill, right? Traditionally, people on then the attacking side will hit the brakes and look for you to try and even it up. But it actually works out for the fight.
这里Leviatán的一个喊起来了啦！哎，真的打得很好，这里打得很好，这里 DRX 没有办法，只可以加一个 timeout 了。他们的战术没有执行到很好啊，说真的，尤其在队友上的一个配合，道具上的一个配合，看到那个 Fate 丢错一个闪之后，丢错 scan 之后很奇怪。需要加一个暂停了，看一下他们的 coach 会让他们做什么。毕竟来到 playoff 的队没有一个人是弱队，而且他们都是经过大量的复盘，还有一个准备，知道你要做什么，知道对方要做什么。OK，time out 结束，我们来到了第5场。第5回合，我们看这里 ，DRX 是想要打一个3-2，maybe 是想要背一下那个 A side， 然后是主打 B， 因为他们现在已经差不多有3个大招了，只是要看这个波波是要给谁先。反而是 Taco 这里是夹住了他们的一个进点。
Where you see an Odin, but
the spam could have been nasty if they actually fell back further.
Again, DRX do stack up here. They're notorious for playing somebody inside tiles and Buzz usually just outside B main to control any aggression.
And what a really compressing thought of how red DRX are going to feel in this if they're already bringing out.
在他们 fake 了 A 之后，全员集合在 B 的一个门口，打算打一个 commit B 了。
But for now, it's pause. It's hit the brakes. Maybe trying to punish some of the aggression we've seen from Leviatán mid to late round. But DRX is still on the attack. They eventually
抓一下 timing， 这里 Fate 开始放狗，骗掉他的第1枪，然后他们进去就可以开始拿球了。这里 RB dash 进去 bot， 然后把门给关掉。关键门已经被打爆了，然后这里 OD 已经到场，开始 spray。所以Taco可以抓到多个人 ，OK， 拿一个视角 ，bait 了1枪出来，没有办法，他已经被不需要1枪头，2枪。这里 DRX 的一个进攻又被掐到灭火了。这里 bomb 掉的一个情况下是一个1打2的一个残局，35 HP。有奇迹吗？这里 B 一下看到一个位置，他打算震一下那个全部，可是全部已经出来了。那这里有一个魔力币，他退后13秒一个情况下，全部就一直等着了。哦，这里是一个缺掉。4杀的一个 Macro， 但是没有办法，还是欠一个人。对，Leviatán前期5比0的一个开局。我们看一下这个全部这里，他真的是做得很好，1枪2枪，拖延了超级多的时间，等到 team 已经 rotate 了之后 ，team 开始回防的时候，已经开始没有办法打了。Extra 这里被换掉1换1，正常。OK， 我们看一下这里是第6场，还是一个 equal round 的 DRX， 他们全部买了一个 Sheriff， 想要打一个奇迹吧，可以这样讲。然后Taco这里是拿着一把 G。 哦，没有办法，只可以在 Suppress 之前 TP 走，不然他的性命就要不保了。现在他们是被打掉了 bot， 所以他们需要那个看住 mid 这里。哦，这里没有办法，枪械上的一个碾压，还有一个 shield， 他没有办法打掉这一个 KO。这里一个闪配合拉，配合一只狗，没有狗刀，双杀。Oh my god！ 这个闪和狗的配合打到可以讲是没有配合你闪你的我狗我的，而且他的狗如果一放手应该是吱吱就会咬向那个，为什么他应该是猜到他可能会回防去 garden 了，不会 hold 这种这样极端的 angle。我们看一下这个 replay，King 拿了第一个人头，然后被扫了一枪没有射到，这里 line up 2个头，3个头，49 HP 的一个 clutch， 这里 Master 是一个 easy kill。讲真的，李维丹这里打的真的是很好，他们完全知道 DRX 要做什么，而且 DRX 自己本身的状态也不是很好，他们的道具配合像坨屎一样。这里优势很大的一个全部开始前拉，一枪没有打到任何的人，但是他们已经拿到 information 了。这里全部继续回防，不要被 suppress 到。然后 RB 他们应该是想要打一个 mid control。毕竟是他们这里难得的一个强几局，如果他们还打不到优势回来，他们又要再equal多一场了。这里全部是一个人去开始慢慢拉那个 B 面。我们看一下这里 DRX 想要做什么 ，DRX 摸到了 shot 的一个近点，应该是要打 shot 这一场。这场打 shot 就要看这个 Sova 有没有 scan， 如果 Sova 有 scan 的话，又可以拖延他们大概几秒钟的一个时间。应该是要等 timing， 等对面忍不住一个情况，谁先忍不住谁就输了。这里，KO 是开一个奥迪去 check 他们，然后进 shot。Sova 这里是一个头2个头，哦哟被拉掉了。DRX 这里的 Q 还是换了2个人头回来。但是 side 还有一个人呢，没有看吗？有看吗？对面不知道，但是 shot 的一个，哦 shot 也给换掉了，1换1，现在是2打2的一个残局。我们看到这里一个 flank， 他找到了他的背身，然后被 scan 到了，应该可以拿下这一颗稳稳的人头。第2个人在 check 的话看到了，已经看到了，这里一枪 G 没了。先把他的 Q 加给他打掉，然后拿回他的 T back。这里维丹确实有 T back 的一个资格，他们已经7-0了 DRX 了。确实，他们没办法从之前的一个赛局中看到一些这里直接被 line out 了，太多次被 line out 的一个局面发生，然后他们的 flank 也是没有 map control 的一个意见，这里一把 G 直接补掉了这个 Killjoy。李维丹的这个残局打得真的是很好。OK， 这里是第8局，第8个回合，我们看到 DRX 里换了一个战术，他们没有在 commit 那个 mid 了，他们应该是打算一个 rush A 吧 ，maybe。这里是 Killjoy beat 一下 B， 然后再回防过来 A 这里，主要是看到这里被抓一个近大远小的一个优势啊 ，RB 带进去，可是 Extra 在门口烧掉了2个人 ，Oh my god！ 虽然 Killjoy 这里换一个，可是没有什么用啊 ，RB 这里烧掉1个人，可是 Killjoy 不是 Killjoy， 可是那个叫什么 Sova 已经看到了，现在也是一个2打3。李维丹可以创造奇迹没有？他已经找到了第1个人，他知道他在下面，先摸一下先。双方的一个穿墙，应该是要 scan 一下先。哇，这个拉哇，下这里一个是拉，直接把2个人给打掉了。最后这里应该是小大会去拖延他一个时间，颠倒一下 ，bit 点第1枪，点第2枪，想要 stick half 吗？应该是 stick half 来等他出来拉的一个枪械。这里可惜 Marco 还是 headshot 了他。哇，这里差一点，这个李维丹就把这一场的场面给他扭转回来了。尤其是看到 Shy 在那个门口那边一拉双杀的一个画面，超级牛逼。 这里站在魔力上1打2，然后被 long 的人给换掉。这里 DRX 拿下他们这场比赛的第1分。我们的比赛来到了第9场，这里Leviatán还是一个 full buy round。这里很巧妙的是，阿拓这里是开局，然后换一把 Spectre 出来，他不买那个 Phantom， 因为他知道如果他被晋升的话，他的 Spectre rank 应该是比 Phantom 会更强一点点的。同时，他们也是要存钱给下一场去买一把 G。我们看一下，全部这里是夹住了 mid 的，只要 mid 的人一个人一撸头。应该会就直接没了，除非他们配合。哦，差一点，差一点把这个 RB 给击杀掉。所以 RB 这里应该是要打回他们的老战术了，应该是要进回他们的 A， 就像上一场这样，用 shot 来进的一个 A， 然后 S shot 这里是从 long 慢慢进。这里最小心的就是Leviatán已经被 bait 了，哦，用一个魔力来延缓，他知道他们在哪里，他知道他们已经要 commit side 了。然后全部人开始慢慢的回防 ，RB 进到了 Heaven， 他们应该也是知道 H shot 在看着他 ，H shot 没有打过。这里Leviatán的 side control 全部没完了，死完了。RB 这里还有多一个 dash， 他可不可以杀多一个人？哎呦，这里 fit 开一个大招，被魔力给烧掉。但是 Spike 已经开始已经 plan 了 ，scan 一下，知道有一个人在 Gen。应该是看到一个脚，Shy 这里直接打掉了脚，然后一起双拉这个 under。Oh my god，Shy 这里极限看到那一个脚的一个屁股，打到真的是很好。Shy 这里这2个 Q 很关键啊。这样的一个残局，我们看一下 King 这里。King 这里一个头2个头配合 fit 的一个大招，他们看到了对面已经 mark 到了，然后后面这里就单纯的击杀。这里Leviatán打的真是很好，你看他教练已经开心到，反观这个 Core 这里已经开始皱眉头了。又是一场 equal round，DRX 这一场不保啊！你选 attacker side 应该领先很多的，可是目前看来对面把你研究到很好。这里换一个战术，想要 rush 一下 B。这里哦 ，Shy 已经看到有人了，直接狗掉他。可是他进去的时候配合队友一个 shot down， 可不可以杀2个人？哇，2个人已经被打到残了50-60。这里 RB 已经 push 到去 CT， 被Sova自己收掉了。这里 Shy 看杀一个杀2个，一个 crossfire easy for Leviatán， 他们拿下他们本场的第9分。这一场可以讲是 DRX 完全被摸到头，摸到底裤都被拿到出来，被掏出来看到你什么颜色了。DRX 这里打的配合有点稀碎，他们的道具配合上没有 flash， 一些 ball 全部都打到可以讲是稀碎啊， map control 也不是很多，一切人好像在掌握在Leviatán的手中。这里是我们的第11场，本场比赛上半场的最后第2局，我们可以看到这里。KO 是拿一个 mid 的 control， 要打一个 OK fit 的被打掉，哇！全部这里穿烟直接 headshot 了对面的一个被。看一下这里 ，Sova scan 到中路有人，他知道中路已经进到了 shot 了，开始叫队友那个 KO 开始 rotate。然后他的 team 就开始帮忙放一点 smoke， 拖延一下时间。Sova 看一下角度，哎呦，穿墙爆头了这个 RB， 他们队内的 carry 冲锋手已经没了。这里配一个闪打闪，把给他换掉，但是1换1的一个情况下 ，Sova 可以打他的背身 ，Qj 应该会被烧掉。在3打1的一个残局 ，Qj 可以做什么？70 HP， 对面只要不 push， 慢慢的拉你罢了，你不用玩了，你有个大招根本是没有办法打的。现在Sova抓一个 timing， 哦 ，shot 已经被看着了，知道他冲 shot 了，知道他出 shot 了。现在 Sova 开始慢慢加的背后，又是全部 Taco 的一个 headshot。Taco 今天 on fire 啊！哇老诶，他的那一枪，当我们看 replay 的时候，记得看他第一枪，他第一枪那一个直接穿烟爆头击杀飞。
What is this? Deals with the turret?
What the fuck? What is this? Rack ban, please. Rack, please. 不讲道理的这一场。没有关系，这里我们来到本场比赛上半场的最后一场。
I mean, what are you supposed to do against somebody playing like this?
Yes, Custer is saying, all right. 你可以做什么？你打到这种对手可以做什么？他直接穿烟无脑的秒杀你。这里 KO 是一个刀加他。哦，在他刀 suppress 的前一刻直接 TP 掉。Play safe 一点，这里收啊 ，Drone 是可以看到2个人，然后奥迪1扎2扎，哦，只打打残了的没有用，打到 Marco 的一个 shoot。哦，这里 Taco 被 suppress 了，他只可以回防。看一下 RB 有没有机会 ，RB 应该是前压了，然后这里哇 ，teammate crossfire， 他们连全部都没有抓到。哦，这个配合真的是Leviatán打得比较好，这里是一个2打3的一个场面啊 ，DRX 里可不可以把握他们的机会？他们还是有大招捏在手上的。被只要杀多一个人就大招。哦，费领被 scan 到，如果他把这个手腕给吃掉的话，是有大招可以打一个回防的，还是有机会的。OK， 他现在有大招，拿一个 scan 一下，然后开大招。虽然天面被抓到了，可是他还是有76%。OK， 知道一个人拉 headshot。Oh my god， 这里Leviatán的一个双拉。
This is a new contender for this crown, man. This team has just destroyed DRX in the first half, Mike. I don't know.
现在 DRX 完全是被bully的一个状态，我们可以看得出他们做不到东西，他们什么都做不到。我们看一下 replay， 这里他们想要3个人抓掉全部，可是被 Window 的一个人给烧死了，然后烧不死的情况下，全部又再回来打你们一个措手不及。想看左边是想看右边，然后这里直接架住他了。虽然应该是一个双拉，不过他架住还是打上了一个击杀。11比1的一个开局 ，DRX 可以做什么？你可以怎么赢？如果这个 Pistol 也输掉的话，应该第一场的胜利就是我们的Leviatán了。这里是一个中场休息，朋友们进入广告时间。我们看一下这个光头佬，现在在摸他的头，他觉得为什么会这样？他前面一直讲 DRX 比较好，然后现在他就进入了尴尬的一个时间，2边人左右一起看着他笑他，哈哈哈！你这个光头佬也有今天。
It didn't feel like it, did it?
Jess had a statement. She said, she was like, you know, I think we'll know how this game's playing out by the half. And when she said that initially, I was like, well, yeah, I mean, generally that is kind of how it is. Oh my God, Jess, I'll never doubt you again.
他这是一个很失望的状态，被打到人生怀疑啊！看到这个表情，没有人觉得Leviatán可以打得这么好，因为 DRX 不是一个弱队，打到 playoff 的队没有一个人是开玩笑的。不过Taco这里295的一个 SCS 领先全场啊，15个 Q， 4个 dead。我们看一下 replay， 他这里是1传2的一个开局。他这一把狙一拉杀一个，一拉杀一个，再拉。这里是拖延到一个很长的一个时间啊，为队友创造一个很多的价值，最后再把这个跟他换掉。这里背身打一个，然后 G 把 Q 跟他换掉。我们看到这里这个不讲理的一枪，不讲理的一枪，你可以怎么样？怎么打？他 produce 然后想到了 NBA 的一个梗啊。确实没有人 expect， 没有人 expect 这个Leviatán打得这么好。
To convert. Take a look at this replay when they're trying to hit onto the site. This is what I'm talking about with utility difference. RB comes in his smoke, gets hit by a haunt, he's got to deal with that, and then there's a recon dart that comes through straight afterwards that Adverso swings on, then he dies. Mako's desperately trying to hold off the hordes, but they can't get in to punish Tacolia because there's waves of utility being thrown in that they have to deal with, and it's stopping RB from taking fair gunfights. He started this half 0-7. He just couldn't find a duel.
All right, well, you heard from the analysts. You'll join us after the game. It's time to jump back
赛前的分析是 DRX DRX 的胜率是比这个李维丹还高，毕竟李维丹是一个也不是很新的 team 啦，可以讲是新的 team， 他们2个人之前是没有交过手的，而且 DRX 是很出名强啊，李维丹的资料就比较少一点，没有人 expect 到这个结局。话不多说，我们来看一看下半场的第一局手枪局。这里还是一个比较基本的一个开局啦 ，DRX 冲进去打一个双方双拉，这里应该是会被杀到完了。他们知道你们很多人在这个 B 面这里拉，直接前后一起加攻。看看这里他扣有没有办法创造他们的奇迹啊？他手上是有5发这个5发 sheriff 的。而 DRX 也是有人数上的优势，所以他们的战术就是直接被拉掉，没了应该。70 HP， 四发第一个。没有机会的。说明这一场 DRX 也是有研究的，他们设定有一个超强的战术，就是爆破战术 ，aggressive 的一个 defense， 这是他们喜欢的一个战术。首先 RB 就是会 rush mid 啦，然后他的弟妹就从 B 面一起拉出来打一个前后夹攻。第2局这里，就像之前讲了这样，里维丹手握一个巨大的优势，他们是可以直接负1core的，他们直接送这一场给 DRX 也没有什么太大的问题。这就是比赛啊，年轻人。RB 这里手上是拿着一把奇迹在中路这里探视野啊，他们看到中路没有人的情况下，两方就开始慢慢的，哎呦，看到中路有2个人一枪没有，这一场没有停下来。哎呦，这里抓掉索瓦的一个人头，还有一个 dash 没有 net 在手上，没了。这里是知道那个 extra 在那边了，看可不可以打正好。哎呦，这里拿着 Spectre 的一个优势都没有把那个 extra 跟他烧掉，这里有点可惜啊。extra 放一个 small 在中路，让他自己可以慢慢的后退，然后这里一个拉住他，不要给他回去。然后 extra 这里没有想过要退啊，我只是换一个方位继续蹲你啊妈！看一下 Taco 这里可以做什么？看到一个 bot， 先把 bot 跟他打掉，因为这个 bot 是他的一个绊脚石啊，可以这么说了。这里里维丹是摸上去有一个 shot， 可是 RB 已经架住了很久了这个 shot。他们觉得不对劲，有奇迹在手的这个 RB 不应该正面冲锋啊。他们还是打一个 market 吧 ，market 打 B 的话还是会造成一个3打2的一个形式。我们看一下这里能不能守住，一发2发换下来了12秒，可不可以 plan 到？魔力这里烧掉了，这个 Taco 没有机会了 ，spot 没有 plan 不到 bomb 了。OK， 被 DRX 2比0收掉，但是这个只是一个 equal round， 不用想太多。反而这一场 DRX 就会陷入一个巨大的麻烦，因为你是 bonus round， 你这一场理应是会失去的。我们从看这里 RB 的一个操作啊，这里一枪，然后 shot 这里再打掉重要的一个 entry frag， 在最后用 pistol 收掉了这个 KO 的背身。我们看一下第3场，这里是副白的里维丹打 bonus round 的 DRX 啊。这里 bonus round DRX 如果不前期拿到一个人头优势的话是很难打，因为 Vendor 的大枪优势就会在这种长距离之内发挥出来。我们看一下 Taco 这里 ，Taco 这里应该是没有想要 push 了，等到这个 suspect 之后再慢慢看对方有没有 push， 因为 DRX 的战术就是出名会 push， 所以他们 hold 这2个 corner 的情况下啊，就可以保证自己不死。我们看一下这里，想要 scan 一个背身没有 scan 到任何的人，他们拿了一个波波，想要一个撤退。这里 KO 是欠2个人头就有大招，如果还有大招的情况下是很好去打一个 side 的。我们看一下 Taco 这里开始慢慢的拉密，他们想要拿多一点 mid control 的，刚刚只是怕对方 rush 他们了。这里应该是要 commit A 啊，把那个 TP 给他收回去，然后这里全部应该是要从 mid 进 shot， 反而是他的队友就要从 long 这边开始慢慢进 side 了。因为 KO 这里打算走的是 shot， 应该是3个人全部走 shot 的一个情况，全部看情况吧。一就是打乐哥咯， 不然就是看对面有没有人回防了，收掉他的一个屁股。看一下 DRX 这里一个 scan， 哦，这里一个 suppress 把 RB 跟他打回去先，然后 Taco 这里，哇 Taco 这里极限的控制，这里 shot 已经进到 side 了，已经进了 gen 了。我们看一下 KO 这里有没有办法收掉人，都收掉一个，但是被换掉。我们看到对面还是太多人了，这还是被收到了这个 shy。哦，13码的一个长狙没了，还是爆枪了。这里 DRX 很巧妙的守下了他们的这场 bonus round 啊，主要是他们竞赛的时候没有换掉太多的人头。我们看一下 DRX 这里应该是不 push 了的了，还是要保下手中的枪比较重要一点。接下来就是11比4，这场还是一场。我们看一下 replay。这里 RB 把关键的2个人头跟他收下了。里维丹叫了一个 time out 去布置一下他们下一场的战术，毕竟他们是 equal round。虽然有一个 KO 的大招，可是这个大招还是要用在什么好刀用在钢刃上啊，好钢用在刀刃上，好钢。这里这个暂停应该是布置下一个战术要怎么打。主要是他们还是有优势，毕竟他们的11比4，你需要赢7场才可以追上我，我反而只要赢2场就可以拿到本场的胜利。这里他们应该会一个 Hero AK 了，看一下他们的全部可以创造什么人头优势回来先。应该是会让 KO Chamber 这里打一个 aggressive play 去拿到一个人头的优势，并且可能最好的话可以换一把 Render 回来。应该是用他的 TP 优势去打一个 push 吧，主要是看 push mid 还是要 push 那个shot。照我看应该是会打一个哦，这里是 B 面的一个先手。应该是要打 commit B 的，只是其他人是看 mid， 不要让他们 push 的。反正这里 DRX 应该是想要 push mid。我们看一下他们这个正面冲锋谁会赢呢？这里这一个手啊。哦，这里是 commit mid， 直接把 Fake 给他打掉了，然后反而这里后面他 cos 被烧掉了，他们这里 B 只有一个人一个 Q 在手 side 罢了，其他人开始有点Q 在幸好把关键的一个人都给烧掉，这里 Q 也是把关键的一个人都给烧掉。我们看一下这里没有，没了 ，King 这里拿这一把 Stinger。被 crossfire 的情况下是很难创造什么价值的，除非要把 H 这里给它换掉，换掉 H 之后拿到一把 Render 还有机会吗？这个 Phantom 还有机会吗？哦，这个 skin 全白的一个 Print Scream 14 HP 应该是不想打了，应该是想要保枪。毕竟他们是有 info， 他们知道对面是2个满血，而且还有 Render 的一个角色，应该是还是想 try 一下。毕竟他们是 equal round， 下一场是有钱买的，无论死还是没有死都没有太大的问题。反而是如果他不死的话，他可能是没有钱了。我们看一下，这里是一个简单的双架，简单的双架会怎么样呢？14秒，他会找到 KO 吗？如果找不到 KO 竞赛的话，就被 KO 打背身哦。这里是 QJ 直接穿墙爆头。这里 DRX 是很有钱的，因为他们刚刚保了一把 G， 反正是里维丹这里是 full Render 加一个修。我们看一下他们的策略，应该还是打一个一个 Bait A 吧，应该是，或者是 Bait B， 然后主打 A。他们应该是要主打 A 的一场。在这个 Sova scan 到 mid 的情况下，这里 RB 已经拉出来，看到 B 面没有看到人，差一点被穿死，中了一枪。但是 RB 没有死掉啊，他手上的狙还是有击杀的一个能力。我们看一下这里开始要 commit A 了，开始要把 mid 的一个 mid door 给它 smoke 起来，然后配一下，看到 RB 没有再狙了，不然就要开始使用他们的一个 combo 了，扎一下，然后这个 KO 开始配。现在这里打了一个闪现，这个是
showing some of that discipline.
看一下 Taco 这里释放了一个 TP， 他的 TP 是应该是想要打一点机会啦，应该是想要 push， 然后趁机 TP 回来。我看一下，他应该是要配合他的队友一起开始慢慢拉。当然，队友进到 market 近点之后，他就可以慢慢开始从 B 面这里拉出去了。反而我们看到这里 RB 是夹住了 market， 夹住 market 没有用啊，这里一个 HR smoke 跟他烧住了。 反而是2个人躲到 B 的一个 backside， 我看一下他们要怎么打 Fate 的一个大招 ，Fate 的一个大招，他们知道 B、A 现在是没有人那个手已经摸到了近点，他们要 rotate 去 A 了。哦，这里Leviatán是烧的最重要2个人哦，然后这里是 rotate 直接 rotate， 反而是 DRX 这里只看到这个人没有办法了，烧不死，这里的一个魔力师发生了一个小失误，然后这里已经进入了一个 post plan situation，Leviatán 是有很多 map control 的。 而且 DRX 这里是没有大招，如果有 QG 的大招，这个回防就会变得比较简单。我们看一下这里，他扩直接炸到了非常这个generator 的上面，加一个非常归位。看一下会不会招到人呢？先杀一个，然后再杀2个，应该是会直接跳下来，然后等队友烧掉最后一个。恭喜Leviatán拿到他们的 match point。 对，Leviatán打到很好啊，他们的Sova进入了 A 点，拿到一个 A 点的 info， 并且把 A 的最后一个防守人也给他烧掉了。反正这里的Shy收掉一个人，然后在第2个人头的时候，没有收出来。这里Taco还是发挥了他一个常规位的一个优势，烧掉2个人，拿下了第1场的一个赛点。这里应该是会叫一个暂停啊 ，DRX 第1场就这么送给对面了吗？我们来看看他们的一个暂停叫出来什么个寂寞。这里是12比5，没有太大的机会，毕竟他们这一场是第1场输嘛，输了之后可能已经没有钱了。不过下一场是有奥迪的，这里有 QJ 的奥迪，有 Fate 的奥迪，可能还有一个 KO 的奥迪吧，不是很确定，我们等下进入比赛才可以看得到。 这里 RB 的样子还是一如往常的冷静啊。这个人赢了就没什么太大的表情，他仿佛就像一个机器人，不断的 entry 吧的。It's a joke, bro。反正我们看到这里Leviatán的一个脸上的笑容藏不住啊，已经开始想今天晚餐要吃什么了。OK， 这里time out结束，我们来到了第18场，第18个回合。 这里Leviatán还是打一个常规的2-3战术，2-3战术这个战术应该是先拿 info 先的，他们也不急着 pick 啦，他们先怕你的第一手 rush， 在这种 time out 之后，可能 DRX 会直接 rush。OK， 叫2个 smoke， 哦，被 suppress 到了，他们知道这个 RB 现在是架在这里，可是他没有机会去击杀他，应该是要配合 Fate 的一个 scan， 然后再这里没有把他击杀到，这个技能的配合是有了，不过没有杀到人也是没有办法的。我们看一下这里 Shy 被狙掉了，这里他们进了一个4打3，然后这里Taco，我一传，What the fuck？ 这里Taco1传2，直接把 DRX 的屁股给他打到红掉啊！直接1传2，这里 DRX 发一脸懵逼哈，发生什么事情？ 然后这里 QJ 又开始慢慢的磨屁股了，全部在架住，全部知道你一定有人的。哦，第1枪 miss 掉，一个 crouch pick 直接把Taco给他收掉了。这个，反正这里 Asha 打 Asha 的一个 A long control 啊 ，Asha 应该是看到没有人，应该准备要撤退了。他们的战术应该是还是要打 market， 因为 market 好打。 看到 QJ 的一个 bot 之后，他们知道那个 QJ 应该是1个人守在 B， 他们还是想要打一下 A。这里主要是有没有人看到这个 Asha 的 flank， 如果 Asha 可以收掉这个 Asha 的话，他们还是会陷入一个比较麻烦的。毕竟你 long 有人 ，heaven 有人，应该是可以收掉了。这里10秒，要不要 plan？ 应该是玩一个 passive plan， 进到去最里面那边被 QJ 被 KO 直接收掉2个人头。DRX 这里还是比较巧妙的赢下这1分啊。这里Leviatán他们是有 HR 的一个大招，然后配合4个 Sheriff 打一个 equal round。 这里 RB 哇，直接被传死，1传2。哇，这个 line up。 哦，1传2的，一看都还没有看到发生什么事情就被1传2了。这里 Stacks 的一个反应时间好夸张啊！我们看一下这里，4把 Sheriff， 然后再加买 Taco 的一个技能，他们应该是想要 Rush B。 简单的试探一下门前有没有人站住先，然后 HR 继续去 smoke 给对面假信息，开始在那边 B， 顺便守住他们 A long 的一个 flank。这里一波技能交换下来，他们一波是看到了 Taco 还是 Marco， 这里 Marco 还是在 A long 这里守着，然后可不可以收掉人头呢？应该是收掉了，这里直接把 Stacks 跟他收掉，现在是啊。 已经进入了5打4、5打2， King 直接把 Bus 跟他 headshot 掉了，爆掉他的头，打了一个背身 ，Taco 这里打了一个很关键，现在他们有枪，拿掉了很多枪。这里 Taco 是拿到了一把大枪，然后看到 Mid， 看到 CT 的一个人头虽然被换掉了，可是他们拿到了重要的 information， 知道最后一个 DRX 的人在 CT。 现在是3把枪再加着 CT 这一部分呢 ，HR 开了一个大招不要让你进来，你一进来你就会被 headshot， 配合魔力你没有办法前进了，就一直等着了，直接被索跟他收下第一个人头。这里我们恭喜Leviatán拿下他们的本场的第一个胜利啦，他们的一个 map pick 看起来是做了很多的功夫啊。这里 DRX 有点伤心。 被打到一个可以讲是被bully力吧，他们拿了几分也是没什么太多的发挥的，看得出。哦，还是要 respect 一下对方，没有给对方太大的压力。你还有机会战胜我的，如果战胜不到，就是你没有我强了。这里进入我们的中场休息，我们看一下 replay。这里一 pick 来一个，一 pick 来一个，这里他过真的是打得很好。然后 King 这里一个连上3杀，配合 teammate 的一个收掉这个人头，拿下那一场的胜利。我们看到Marco这里一个 Q， 顺便打一个残局，没有办法的。 说实话，这一场的 MVP 应该会颁到给 Taco 吧。Taco 很关键，很多波都很关键，在这里再出来拿一下。Taco 很关键哦，这一场的一个比分。别人 RB 这里力挽狂澜杀掉了一个人，但是没有什么屁用。这里1传2，哇，Taco 直接人开心的爆了，你看他的样子。恭喜我们Leviatán拿到第一场胜利啊！
This is gonna change how we look at things.
Well, we got to breeze now. Actually, with that sort of playstyle, it's the most concerning thing to come into, right?
第二场的一个 map pick 是 DRX 选的一个 breeze 夏日海滩，这个 map 也是被开发到了一个很恐怖的一个地步啊！我们看一下Leviatán这里选的 map 应该是 defense side， 刚刚我们已经讲了 ，defense side 的一个 breeze 是很好打，因为它的 map 够大。 OK， 东非哇！这里进入我们的中场休息了，我们稍后再见，进入广告时间。
getting obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
It was a thrifty round to end the game, but boy, oh boy, it was anything but scrappy as Leviatán look dominant in their debut against DRX. Welcome, everyone. I'm Golden Boy alongside Sideshow and Jess here. And Jess, just kind of start things off. I mean, you know, this team, they just showed up. Everyone was like, oh, you know, maybe they're going to be bam, and then they just dominated everyone. And that was so awesome to watch.
You became a rap god for a second, so I'm going to translate that in my head really quickly and assume that you said you were right when you called them the most underrated.
Oh my God, this is not the time, Jess.
This is the exact time I need to come out and say to everyone, I wanted them to come out.
I thought you were going to say I was right.
You know what? If I had the amount of confidence that Taco has, maybe I would come out and say it just like that. But I will say, for an overwhelming start here, please, viewers out there, don't expect them to carry on this kind of dominance on every map, every series from here on out. They were prepared for Ascent. That was the big kicker for us. Why pick it? Why pick it when you know your opponents are so good at it? You're not the best at it. It was such a big brain move.
Yeah, I think specifically as well, the manner in which they have just beaten DRX with their own composition. DRX invented this comp, the triple initiator on Ascent. And King is the player that makes this work for them.
Yes.
Moves away from being their duelist player to play an extremely aggressive KO that can go and support his more usual supportive initiator players. And he had a huge amount of success. They're going to continue playing this kind of style into the next map on Breeze, and they're going to keep playing DRX's comps into them. And I'm worried now, because it looked like such a great map pool for DRX, and Leviatán have thrown all of that out the window.
It's so funny as well, because you speak about the very next map, the man that we just highlighted on your screen, King, he's going to be the one that pioneers, alongside Taco, of course, but let's talk about other players. He's put his name across the screen enough. He's going to pioneer the fact that they don't run a duelist, but for them, they don't need a duelist, because they have the aggression in spades, and they have the teamwork, they have utility. You spoke about
这里暂停的时候呢，我要继续看回我们的这个复盘啊。
Game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, awesome rotates around the map by PaperX. I do think that was a bit of an overextension from Forsaken, but the way in which they're using very heavy early round pressure to force defensive rotates and then lurking. And at the beginning of the round, Forsaken was the one that lurked and opened up the B side for them. In the middle of the round, it was Mindfreak that opened up the middle of the map, got information, and allowed them to go A. Great decision-making in the mid-round here from PaperX. Something that they've massively improved since Iceland. And they finished 4th in Iceland.
They only look stronger, don't they? Still no slouches, of course. They've been showcasing, I think, that they've certainly leveled up coming through the group stage. They've defeated many an opponent, but up against PaperX, you can see the hit's going to start to come through with an old command, another double satchel play. Trademark's going to be triggered off to the side, but Jing's already deep into hell.
The fast push from Coldamenta. Up, and Mindfreak's waiting for it.
Yeah.
If Coldamenta gets a little...
Well, satchel casing, I think, that
4th in Iceland.
They only look stronger, don't they? No slouches, of course. They've been showcasing, I think, that they've certainly leveled up coming through the group stage. They've defeated many an opponent, but up against PaperX, you can see the hit.
这里我们来到第6个回合，我们可以看到这里 PaperX 还是一样打他们的老战术，就是 Rush A 的战术，用配合他 teammate 的一个 Small， 还有一个 Suppress， 还有 Flash， 我们这个 Race 呢就会双跳，然后进去拿到一个 side 的一个 Control。
It's going to start to come through with an old command, another double satchel play. Trademark's going to be triggered off to the side, but Jing's already deep into hell.
The fast push from Coldamenta. Up. And Mindfreak's waiting for
这里关键的是 Extra 在后面看 flank 的一个时候呢，挨命了一下，然后这里 Coldamenta 没有 check 到他，就这样白白给了一个人头。这是一个很不幸运的一个情况，然后这里被双架给架住，一拉直接死，没有任何的机会。然后这里2打4，应该是准备一个保枪的一个战，应该是要准备要保枪的。 没有太大的办法。
Safe though, finding 2. It's back, but there's no time. Leo's already bailed out. And it is coming this tournament. Play, retake the most. Brand takes once. I think
The space gain. Look at Leo holding a bit of utility. Is he going to jiggle these angles?
No great equipment on anybody other than Leo. He's got to be the star right now for Guild if they want a chance in this eco round.
Forsaken just chatting out of control, honestly, just barreling his way through. Now a bit of contact play, but he runs his way in. Showstopper as well, that was in action, I believe. Jing in mid. Doesn't really get too much done with it still. It's all up to Leo. Does have the rifle, but the spam.
Be the same Free Divine. They have Safe and Trex playing.
Luckily, the killer's there.
Discipline, the macro game is all there.
The adaptation, it seems, now that they're on the buy. Safe does have this operator. The timing is very unfortunate. Deceased. Well, that Showstopper putting in good work. Down to the 24 seconds left, but Safe. Beautiful.
Clutch monster, though.
The 1-2 tap, you've got to be kidding. Putting in good work. And PaperX still want to be committing this utility now. You can see them starting to swarm into the site, but they were not ready.
What an outplay!
Trex over the top as well, that Showstopper putting in good work. Down to the 2v3. Jing locked away in market. Do they know about this slight off angle off the elevation? Heads being found. Now it's a 2v2. Josh is still 54 seconds left, but Safe. Beautiful work with the operator.
Yeah, doing his job perfectly there. Not allowing himself to get caught out on sight. Repositions and punishes Jing. Mind Freak has been a clutch monster, though.
The 1-2 tap, you've got to be kidding!
This
Red Bull clutch!
This team is so insane. Monster.
The operator about this. Ready.
What an out!
Towards B main. Very unfortunate, but luckily.
The trades, the discipline, the macro.
接下来这个第六局呢，这场比较，接下来第六局。接下来这个第六局呢 ，PaperX 是想要一个假 A 正 B， 因为对方会比较怕他们的一个 Rush A 战术，所以他们只要一个假 A， 对方是很容易被受骗的，然后他们就可以直接 rotate 到 B。问题是这一场啊 ，Sai 的一个发挥很亮眼，他在中路把一个换防的一个人，他在中路把一个 rotate 的人直接跟他狙掉，然后之后再发生一些。然后他 TB 回来之后，他还是一样开始防守换防。然后在对面要进攻的时候，他把一个关键人的全部跟他收掉。这里就变成了一个 PaperX 的一个2打3残局啊。这里Jing很冷静，他想要等对面回防的人，并且抓到。连口他们的也是知道他在这里，不过在对枪上还是输给了这个Jing。然后这里变成了一个1打2的一个残局 ，Extra 先把包跟他下来，然后他巧妙的利用一个地形优势，用这个 box 创造了一个1打1的一个机会，把1打2变成1打1。这里一个 headshot， 还有一个 headshot 收下这一场的比赛。
But the rest also PaperX by the numbers are the.
So he avoids the flash.
这里气到 Guild 的教练打桌子了。
PaperX by the numbers are the most clutch team we have. Reasoning the best Valorant.
Desk was talking about it. The numbers that Guild have been putting up, these guys. Trex and Leo, they've been top 5.
So it's 1v3, any more damage would be nice, but again, good work from DRX to stabilize coming into map 2.
And a little too much focus there on committing to the flank, not enough.
Okay, welcome back to Leviatán vs DRX 的 Game 2. Game 2 的 map pick 是 Breeze， 然后Leviatán是选择一个防守方。我们看一下 replay 这里 ，DRX 在这个 post plan situation 下，这个埋伏的一手好脚啊，这里一个杀，两个杀，15个杀。15 HP 的一个 clutch。OK， 第一局没有什么，没有看到算了。我看第二场这里Leviatán的选择是一个不 equal round， 然后用 Viper 的一个，哎呦被狗到了，应该会直接死了。这里白给了一次，没有办法，如果他可以用 shot 抓到人的话，当然是最好，但是被狗到也不是好想了嘛，对不对？我们看一下马克这里还是一个 jump pick， 然后塔克这里用手枪跟他创造了一个人头优势，换回来4比4。 我们看一下这里啊，这里应该是想要开始 commit 赛了，还有1分钟的一个时间。首先一个 flash， 他们知道经典是有一个 sky 的，然后不要管 RBO 还是被抓掉了。这里 DRX 有没有看后面？全部是有看后面的。喂 ，timing 没有看到后面有人。 但是他先转头把队里面的人给他打掉先 ，Plan Boom 的那个人给他打掉，现在是1v3的，2v3的一个残局。看一下塔克这里有没有机会把那个全部给他抓掉啊！一定要先抓掉那个右边的全部先，因为全部那个地方很关键。哦，一枪 miss 掉，然后开始3个人一起拉他了。 一就是拉，二就是不要拉。如果拉的话会给机会。这里没了。1 round 也是给他们是负1 输了，不是太大的问题。OK， 第3场是一个 full buy round vs 一个 不是 equal bonus round，DRX 的一个 bonus round。现在的一个 KDA 是3-0的一个 chamber， 3-0的一个 Marco。DRX has plus 26 round differential in the group stage. 他们打出来一个26场26局，他们的胜利是一个 plus 26，就讲他们在这一场领先了26分，总共了，当然是 Sky 先拿一个 info 先，然后看一下哦，有人 beat 到对面是没有办法拿到 mid control， 反正这里 Taco 站在一个非常归位啊，第一个人进来的话应该会被直接烧死，除非会看那个地方。狗是没办法看到了 ，RB 应该是知道了，然后 scan 也是 scan 到了这个 TP 回到安全的位置。Shy 这里还是有机会的 ，Shy 看有没有办法抓到这个，应该是没有看 Jet 的，没有人看 Jet 哦。RB 这里2个人头，3个人头。哦，这里1 HP 的一个全部竟然没有死，哦呦，魔力差一点跟他烧死。还是 TP 回去安全的地方了，这里让 Jet 来 Plan 是比较安全的一个选择。Jet 还有一个 Updraft， 这里杀掉一个人头。他猜对面也是在血踢，但是对面已经摸到去屁股的，应该是没有看到，看那个手把去打，不要把手把跟他打掉，手把跟外部哦，一个都没有打到 ，Master， yeah。A good attempt, but got to say at RB this round, that's the impact you need from him. 这里一个副白绕还是打到 lost 的，这里 RB 的一个绕后直接干掉了2个人的背上干掉3个人，沟通上也是出现一个失误了，没有人爆点竟然，毕竟太多人了，他们爆也来不及。然后 RB 这里再拿到第4个人头，差一点 A 这里 DRX 打得很好啊，一个3-0的开局，而且对面是 equal round， 现在是全部起了3把 Sheriff， 然后1把奇迹。我们看一下他们是 suppress 到 RB 的一个 hole， 知道 RB 在 hole， 所以防止他跳下来，他扣在下面，你架着他了。Viper 这里是前压，想要看看有没有拿多一点 information。这里 RB 是下来，打算跟队友一起集合，连全部都一起开始回防，开始一起 commit A， 应该是一波那个 strategy， 一波配合 RB 直接 dash 进来，看可不可以打掉一个哦，直接被奇迹跟他 headshot 了，这里 scan 到一个手把，打残手把，然后被一个闪，哎呦，这里一个闪，很好诶，哎呦，差一点跟他换掉。看一下这里一个完美的 shot， 没有电死手把，然后他们在憋着，他过还在憋着，他过还是在看着。这里我们赛人要看2个地方，如果他死了 ，Oh my god！ 这里剩下2个人吧，他们知道最后的位置，2个人都是在 long， 他们知道一个在左，一个在右，只要 hold 着把这个 boss 跟他打死，还没有打到，但是14 HP 的一个 clutch 基本上是不可能的，因为 Viper 是不会 push 的。一个 line up 的一个 Viper。我们看一下这里的 chat 讲什么，这里 chat 是讲 had a good time， 恭喜 DRX 拿下第4分。 这里的 chat 有兴趣的朋友可以去找我了，但是因被骗了就不要怪我了。我暂时是没有这个需要，感谢你的 chat， 感谢你的留言，么么哒。
Look coming in with the operator. I do want to see how he looks on this map again. I think a lot of us were.
OK， 比赛进入第5场，现在是一个4-0的一个 DRX 领先。这个 map 是一个 defend map， 如果你在 defend 的时候没有拿下太多的一个分差的话，还是蛮难打的。但是也不可以怪他们，因为这个 map 是 DRX 的强 map 来的，真的。DRX 在这个 map 是很强。 尽量拿多一点分啊，只可以这么说。我们看一下 Sova 这里是 scan 一下，一个人都没有看到。然后这个 Sova 这里扫一下吧，随便扫。还是在等一个时机 ，DRX 还是在拿 information，info 还不够多，完全不知道对面的一个动向。最后决定要 commit A 吗？开始集合在这个 A 这里了。
See him tucked up. In tube just outside the door. Again, we get past the 60-second mark and DRX. No progress towards either side just yet.
开始要集合一起 commit A side 了，剩下40秒的一个时间。Sova 先 scan 看一下 back side 有没有人，然后 RB 再 dash 进去。这个老套路已经用到不能再用了。Sky 开个大招找一下队友的位置，对手的位置。这里 RB 应该开始准备了。OK， 一个 dash 进了 side。 然后 Chamber 开始 flash 边，这里 RB 差一点死 ，RB 应该是会第一次的，会被直接 shot 到哦，一个完美的走位躲掉了这一个致命的伤害。Sky 有 heal 啊，可以把他 heal 到满血。RB 满血复活，开始加，配合 Viper 的一个 aggressive wall， 他拿到了很多 information， 然后又被再烧到惨了。这里 Viper 的一个跳魔力，应该是跳魔力。 是 DRX 里摸到了，哦，看到了 ，Sova 看到了一个人头，他扣把它换掉，然后 RB 这里 full blind。哦，这里 Bus 还是有一个大 G 的，而且 Viper 有 line out， 他们很难 push， 除非他们把 Viper 跟他烧掉 ，Viper 触发了一个 bot， 没有机会了。Oh my god！ 但是没有时间了，这里 DRX 拿下本场的第5分，他应该是不会死，但是5分哦。这一场 teammate 应该是没有钱了。看一下 teammate 的钱是3000块，又是一场 equal 了，应该是会直接叫他 M。对，你不叫他 M 基本上是没有了，没有人然后了，大哥，一定要叫 time up 啦。
At a much different pace than what I was expecting. Like I said, typically Ascent played out much slower here, and Breeze, again, when you don't have the benefit they had from Ascent, which is the economy behind it, and being able to steamroll behind some things that offset that, not really able to get too much going here on the defense here.
It's a good test of what this Leviatán squad can do. Now we've actually got a timeout coming in, right? We get to kind of see, okay, how do they deal with a little bit of adversity thrown their way in a matchup like this? DRX with a really strong start, 5-0. Some of the rounds were absolutely close, but the vast majority looking like they were kind of sewn up. And again, for me, this is now a little bit of a test of their depth, which is something that you have to keep looking at as a new squad coming into this to an international stage. How do they fare when they're under the gun? Because it's so much easier when you're having that perfect start, as you noted, with the economy being in your favor, the confidence starts to build. DRX look, shaken by it. Looks like DRX have woken up now. A bit more of a look of resistance to them at 5-0, and we come out of the timeout. So I have to see what Leviatán have come up with.
We'll see what the next step for DRX is as well. It's talking about whether or not they resort back to a more choreographed approach.
OK， 现在是 Round 6， 我们看一下这里 Leviatán 是怎么样的防守 ，Chamber 前压，看一下 Chamber vs Chamber， 哦，一个闪现，当时 TP 拉开。现在是有 information 知道对面是打 B 了，开始回防 ，Viper 跟 KO 开始来，哦，但是被穿死了，这里 RB 的一个穿墙，哦，这里差一点把飞在空中的 RB 跟他打下来，一抢2狙没有中啊。shot 还有一件，先是看打一下 side 的人，看有没有人躲在 side， 然后 RB 这里一拉没有看到，看到但是没有杀到，然后再多一个背身。 这个 crossfire 啦没有太多的作用 ，Viper 这里还是被当场烧死，被 one 人，你看 run and 你看为什么都是 run？ 你看这里鸟枪被打了一枪，没了。这里是6比0，下一场又是一场负败。看一下Leviatán想要在负败这 round 做什么？他们那个 time out 的叫的战术，应该是还是要让这个 Taco 打一个领先的一个优势啊，人头领先的一个优势。这里 unlucky 的是 Taco 没有把他给烧掉，被他扭掉了。哎呦，这里主播笑得好开心啊！主播，这里是 Viper 单手 A， 开大单手 A， 然后其他人就是打 mid 啦，拿一个 mid control。这里 Chamber 是回防了，因为差一点被 suppress。看一下 Leviatán 想要做什么 ，Leviatán 还是觉得对方 A 的 mid 有人，还是要拿 mid control。可是他们没有办法打了，因为他们的枪没有前压的一个机会啊。看一下 Viper 这里一个人守得很开心，我们的 Chamber 已经进到了后 flank 到了后面，说哇这个换枪的 timing 应该是直接没了。What？ 直接一个 timing 直接把他给抓掉了。这里 Sky 的一个 heal， 把他 heal 到满血，直接走人，双方都有 Sky 来 heal 啊，不是太大的一个损失。OK， 这里 DRX 开始要 commit， 但是被 Sky 的一个 flash 拿到 information，Sova 开始 rotate，KO 应该也是开始准备 rotate 了。这里 Taco 还是负 revenge 还有这一个 RB， 一个 flash 把他给 headshot 打掉。这里 Marco 只可以选择后退。Marco 只可以选择后退，哪一个机会？这么他的镜头给到了一个 Taco 的什么鬼？这里是导播的问题，导播你在干什么？为什么 Taco 会出现在一个韩国选手的头上 ？OK， Marco 这里还是被换掉了，而且还拿上了他那一把狙，损失不是太大。我们看一下 replay， 这里 Taco 是怎么把 RB 跟他烧掉的呢？一起飞，直接一个 flick，RB 瞬间人间蒸发。如同飞着的小鸟一样被打下来呀。OK， 这里是第8场，还是一场负败打负败，因为 DRX 的前期的优势太大了，他们的枪械一个金钱的一个储备还是比较多的。这里 RB 拿上了他的一个大狙，想要打 mid 的一个 control 啊，应该是要拉那个门的。哦，这里 Taco 的一个 fake 差一点把 Viper 跟他烧死。哦，这里 RB 被 scan 到，他差一点被杀死。OK， 真的是 headshot 爆头，手挖的一个极限啊 ！RB 差一点点就可以进到掩体后面，但是还是被手挖的一个爆头穿墙给打死了。Right, please。这里 DRX 进到了一个门，不知道 KO 有没有看到 ？KO 应该是看到了一个枪头了。哦，这里很 clean 的一个 one tap， 直接把 KO 跟他烧死。Viper 现在是知道 information 了，看他，哦，没有办法了，这里一个 scan。Leviatán 这里剩下 Viper 一个人可以守路，一个头差一点被 one tap， 还是等队友来先吧。这里 Sky 跟 Chamber 已经开始 rotate 了。我们看一下，应该是想要直接打倒 CT 吧，但是打倒的情况下还是需要安全的一个地方，应该是想要回去打一个 line up， 靠大招的一个，靠大招还有他的一个 shutdown， 还有 Viper 的2个毒咬，拿下他们这一场的优势。然后 Chamber 在这里有一个很阴险的角落，哦，拿一个 shotty 直接把 Master 跟他 melt 掉了，打一个 line up play， 2把 shutdown。还有2个魔力，这里Leviatán知道他们的想法，所以直接保枪，保一把狙也是可以。反而是 DRX 这里已经摸到了近点，应该没有机会，除非 Sky 冲吧。Sky 不要冲啊，不要再玩你的刀了，直接被打一个背身，没有打掉，打掉了。这里 Stacks 的一个差点失误。事实告诉我们，不要一直在切枪。哦，这里 Stacks 直接拿掉了2个人头，完全没有保到枪的一个Leviatán，下一场是没有钱买枪了。
DRX is holding. Actually, yes, the angle here. I mean, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way that Zess even has line of sight on that. This is the crazy thing. You see in some of these clips, it's like these are the guys that just got absolutely rolled in the previous map.
Huh, Korean sounds real different today.
我们来到了第9场，这里还是一个看一下布雷克怎么打，应该是想要打 B 的这一局。被 scan 到了2个人，计划有变。这里 RB 冲到去对面的一个，从秘境，里面这里一个 flash， 他们在这一场比赛第一次用了这种 shot， 但是里面这里还是可以上吗？差一点把全部人给他秒掉。这里 DRX 是一个2打，DRX 这里 KO 死掉了。DRX 是一个1打2的一个情况。看一下，他过还是没有了，现在5 HP， 这里下一回怎么打呢？下一个5 HP， nice， 还是没有办法了，5 HP 太少了，没有 G 啊，找不到 G。
Sort of thing we were talking about on the center. As soon as that pressure comes through outside A main, DRX immediately respond, try and pick up the slack towards tunnel, and actually.
我看一下 replay 这里，其实打到这人好一下的，在 side 的这个 Master 打下一个人，然后这里一个扫射1枪2枪，差一点把最后一个手腕给换掉，最后手腕还是5 HP 逃不过死亡的一个结局。我们看到这一个选手是把一个 cushion 放在后面，因为真的是腰痛了。
The perch is going to suffer a little bit behind it. Just the headhunter for Taco, Guardian in the hands.
第10个回合，这里是里维丹的一个Guardian 的，可能是不够钱的，不够钱买枪，还是买一个 Guardian。毕竟我们主要战力还是 Taco 的一个大招，只要 Taco 的大招及时把多一点人跟他拿掉的话，还是有机会的。这里 scan 到了2个人。 Master 已经没有办法走了，然后 RB 从中路进来一场摸，哇，这个 flip，What is this？ 这里是一个 flawless。他扣的一个大招，你一定要进了，你不进的话，你根本就没有创造价值啊！一个大招什么都没有做到，至少把对面的一个人头跟他换掉吧。这里 RB 看到 RB 的一个头没有 flick 到。 Bus 在 hold 着他，看他会不会看到 Bus 在隔壁，应该是不会看掉的。OK， 这里下一次选择一个宝枪啊，在 hold 这里。这一场过后，里维丹还是一场没有钱的枪啊。他在做什么？ 他不是要宝枪的吗？还是故意要死的？应该不会故意死吧？死了，没有钱了。
Again, to play devil's advocate, similar to what I was saying, you have to give context. So if it is just an anomaly, what we saw on Ascent, it is massively concerned. There are regional losses for Leviatán that obviously would be a concern coming in playing against a team like DRX. Whether or not now DRX maybe a lack of respect in the first half. It's hard to really quantify there once they consider the map is lost. Whether or not they even really.
他扣了一个前压，看有没有机会打一个。没有了。现在是4个人的一个 mid rush mid 的一个战术，然后全部回放去 A， 他们知道对面在打 A。OK，thank you for your chat 啊，这个朋友，虽然你的 chat 是有点奇怪，但是感谢你的一个 comment。这里的 flash 好像是没有拿到 information， 因为他们全部在 smoke 里面，应该是没有 flash 到的。这里 RB 知道他们前要直接全部人一起后退，开始转向去 B 啊 ，B 是没有人的。他扣这里少一个人可以拿一把枪，不知道他们怎么选呢？ 哎呦，这里马克是看出了后面啊，里维丹的这一个 shy 没有创造，没有赚到任何的人头。我看一下这里是 4-3 situation， 还是有 sheriff 在的。哇 ，one tap so clean。这里 Master 是知道前面有个人的，他等摸起来的那一瞬间直接 pick， 然后拿一个背身。哎呦，这个 flick 还是把 Bus 刚才打掉了，但是没有太大的问题啊。这里 Elster 的一个看到手腕直接换掉， Oh my god！ 什么生现场？什么鬼？难道这个是 DRX 的一个 curse 吗？这是要93 curse 的一个节奏吗？
Maybe not going to have an adverse effect overall here with a 5-round deficit. Even an 8-4 here would be a massive positive for DRX after map 1.
这里刚刚这一场是3个 Sheriff 3枪奇迹，就是 headshot easy man. That's how you want to win the game. Just headshot, easy busy, lemon squeezy. OK， 我们来到下一场，这里是 Round 12， 上半场的最后一场还是一样 Viper 单手 A 开了一个大招，然后其他人就可以在中 mid 了。这里 mid 是看到一个手一 flick 没有 flick 到，还是被打了一枪人。哦，把 drone 给他烧掉先。这里应该是可以 tag 到 RB 的，如果 RB 出来的话，然后再出来爆死他。哎呦，上一场的一个战术不可以用了。差一点被 spam 死，还记得上一个画面就是一模一样被 scan 死的嘛？但是这一次他聪明了，他往右躲，他不要往左躲了。所以 RB 是没有 smoke， 什么都没有，还是比较危险一点的，秀也是没了。我们看一下他们想要做什么，这里是想要直接 commit B， 叫了全部人然后一起 heal， 还是回到一个100%的一个血量？这里 Taco 有没有机会呢 ？Taco 如果有办法杀到1-2个人的话，这一场还是有办法拿下的。这里 RB 飞上来了 ，RB 没有看到 Taco， 然后被 Shy 给收死了。这里 Taco TP 回去，哦，这里 Shy 没有收到第2个人头。我们看一下这里，打算 check 一下 mid， 他们知道全部人应该是在 side 了，等 teammate 一个回防。这里 Taco 还是在架着啊。等 teammate 全部到了，然后一波 commit side。等一波 strategy 一个执行手啊开始配 bait 的一个同时 Taco 拉死了，然后这里他们知道后面一个人一换掉了，然后他们知道最后2个人应该是在 long 的了，直接 defuse， 然后其他人肉盾直接穿死了第一个 bus， 剩下一个 Marco 什么都做不到了，除非 Marco 可以把 defuse 给他，但是已经一半了，没了这一场直接 defuse 了一半了。Small window of shot， 这里 bus 怎样被打掉还是不知道，应该是直接穿淹死，很难讲啊。这种 bus 的一个开局 Leviatán 的一个劣势啊，但是凭借他们的韧性还是有可能可以打回来，毕竟这个是那个
Thank you so much, Pansy and Hypoc. And yeah, I mean, now here we are, right? You know, Leviatán really able, Josh, to bounce back after a very difficult half of the half, right? It was
the first quarter.
The first quarter, if you will. Yeah, yeah. It was very clear that like DRX had their number multiple times there.
They definitely did. And I think from Leviatán's perspective, the map is much bigger. They can't run and trade for each other. You didn't see that same kind of sprinting across and helping out. And they just weren't able to adjust quickly enough. The final few rounds where they played retake, that worked for their comp.
And it's nice that we can champion Leviatán map number 1, and then I can come into map number 2 and be like, oh my god, DRX are back, baby. Yeah. You know, it's not going to be this one-sided affair that we predicted it might be. And this man on your screen is a man that we keep bringing up. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Map number 1. You can see the left-hand side of your screen, or rather the right-hand side, but the left column there of how he performed 80 ACS in that first half. Look at what he's done in the first half of this map. It is an incredible glow-up. He understands what his job is, and he gets a bit more breathing room on Breeze to do it.
Yeah, he's also playing much more confidently, very aggressive, and I said before we went in, he has to be the person that applying pressure to the initiator players, updrafting into them, dashing into them, and I feel like he's really doing it here. But because the map's bigger, he's just not getting hit by as much util as well.
That's what it is, breathing room. It felt like he was suffocated on map number 1. Now he has more room to play with, and now that he is, it looks so much more RB-like on land now that we've got him here.
Now that Leviatán, though, have managed to get 4 rounds, on their attack side, the amount of utility they have is going to allow them really easy mid control. So I'd love to see RB get aggressive on either side of the map. Push B main, push A main. I think those are going to be key areas.
But do you think that there's a potential that they are anticipating that, though, right? That they think that maybe hey, you know, we're going to have all this access. Maybe we anticipate RB.
Maybe there's a counter to that for the DRX side. Maybe they let them take it, but have a secondary redundancy plan waiting for them when they try and strike onto side.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to send it back over to the casters to steer us for map number, or side 2. Go ahead, guys. That was a terrible toss. Over to you.
You don't win them all. You don't win them all. But you're doing all right. Don't worry, GB. We love having you here. Let's get back into the game.
这一场 map 他是讲 DRX 是一个超级强了，没有输过了，从去年到现在。我们看一下下半场的第一场，这里Leviatán是想要直接 commit B 吗？想要 rush B 吗？4个人开始的，但是一个 flash 减缓了他们的节奏，然后 suppress 配上 suppress 进到 side 没有？看到阿 B 被咬到了，然后还是反杀了一个 king。 哎呦，这里说话没有杀到 DRX 的一场胜利没了。这里 RB 10 HP Muse 很关键哦，被咬到了还是可以反杀到这个 King， 可以讲是一般的 lucky， 一般的实力吧。我们看一下 replay。
Very well coordinated hit. I mean, even coming down, bailing Stacks out here for the second. We're talking about needing some confidence boosters, and that's the way to close out the pistol round in the second half.
可以理解，可以理解，这个毕竟是那个 DRX 的一个强 map， 他最强的 map， 赢是比较正常的，但是打过这里直接 one tap 了 RB。
That's what you get.
How do you say shut up in... Right, anyway, 4-9 as we stand. Bit of a weird start. Just a sharp reminder, I feel.
Nice and stacked up though. Will be invested. Cross over here actually, and look at the utility coming through from DRX there. Shock dart and the snake bite coming through. Marco going to reposition here. Isolates one ahead of the ball. The spam coming through. Zest actually the one to come out on top of that though. Shy will fall.
Taco, they're still doing damage. They're still doing damage. Don't think it's over yet. They know where he is. Taco, just does the dance and Stacks a little too quick on his feet. But Mel's just got a bulldog recovered. Doggo ain't got all that info. Buzz, I don't think gave away his position. I don't think he'd been noted just yet. Targo hadn't got to that part of the fight. Just noting Stacks and considering this more than enough. Nowza needs
30 seconds left
to find one of these two.
I mean, Stacks needs bailing out once again here. He's the low HP. Buzz will find it.
Nice work from Buzz.
It made him sweat though. Got interest in there with initially with DRX a massive advantage in terms of finding the kill ahead of that wall. The Taco still present. You know, numerically here, not reflecting his map 1 performance. 9 and 13 here on Breeze. Still putting in work for Leviatán.
Oh, this is a round, isn't it? Really, that needs to start cleanly for Leviatán in my mind, if they do want to really make a proposal for this map being close. DRX do a load of damage, still looking competitive. You know, map 3 looking pretty much there, but 10 rounds, double digits coming in. Taco, let's see what we can do here. I want to start building those first couple of steps in towards Tube, but it's not like they're not being proactive towards middle.
Deploying drone. DRX conceding some of this space at least early on, but slowed down by some of the utility being invested now by DRX. Stacks and Buzz actually going to retake. Back outside tunnel, RB dancing with death here. First a jump, peek. Again, actually just misses the dash as well. I think he expected to be able to dash backwards through double doors there, but will survive on 80 HP. Position noted, Taco still trying to find space through Tube. Gotta be careful here because Marco actually playing on backside and one player behind yellow. Going to be difficult to counter that pressure, but just a little bait and switch here to get the door open. We'll TP off.
Yep, we still need to get past that first hurdle that is RB. Not going to be checked on, no, very much checked on now. RB would be lucky to keep his life, and he doesn't. Marco. Already found on the site itself. Leviatán yet to fully cross. That's a little dangerous, King. Knife to hand, and now Zest gets a shot at this one. It's cleaning up in the end. And actually, DRX making a real go of this. This is a problem. It's all falling to pieces here. As they're tucked on the side, there's no time. This is wraps. This is looking like DRX have stabilized. Taco has to respect this. He can't do any more. Wow, 11-4 now.
scrappy on site here. It's Leviatán almost hesitating to force the issue.
这里是11-4的一个开局了 ，DRX 在 halftime 之后拿下了3场的一个胜利，然后这里要1-0了啊。
Leviatán and the drone coming through at the same time, so Leviatán almost get what they want coming through here.
1-0的下场就是又再送多1分给对手了，这个是Leviatán不可以接受的一个事情啊，可能他们会妥协吧，还是要看 Taco 能不能1打5啊。不过这里是有全甲，然后有一个会有加了一个暂停，可以。
Be looking like light shields and a sheriff, so potential here for DRX to find map point. That same bite, that same ferocity just hasn't been here for Leviatán, especially coming into this, a massive deficit on the second half here where they have to attack it. This is the sort of thing we're talking about. It's so hard to maintain that pressure and that momentum here when you just don't have the financial buffer.
Yeah, it's going to be an issue going forward as well because we don't know Leviatán as comfortably as we do DRX. It's how it shakes down, right, with experience. But Leviatán, again, here, unable to really facilitate what they need to springboard back into this game. So DRX going through the motions, it feels like, to take us to that third, which I'm more than happy to see. And a wake-up call. A little bit of an alarm rang for DRX after that first map. And I've got to say, I loved that synergy from Leviatán on map 1. That was something I loved about it. It felt like you're never fighting alone. There's always layers to it. The synergy between the side was formidable, but now not quite to the same degree, and DRX looking like a different beast altogether. We go back in 11-4, and you're right, it is light armor, it is sheriffs, and well, King with a.
这里我们看一下这里 Leviatán Sky 是一个人摸到了近点，然后 RB 是在看着 mid。主要是 DRX， 哦呦，哦这里差一点他快被烧掉，然后 Buzz 这里是回防。
Almost anticipating a little aggression here from DRX, but look at the minimap. Look how much respect.
我们看一下 Taco 这里是想要找人吧，应该找不到算了，还是回去比较好一点。他们不能再输了，再输的话对方也拿到一个赛点。
I mean, DRX's anti-ecos on Ascent were abysmal, so it's great. It's great to see that step change.
Yeah. Again, no proofs in the pudding. No early success though here for Leviatán, looking to maybe catch people out of position, but again the flash is kind of telling a story.
这个 flash 拿到了很重要的一步，他知道对面在来阵，然后手把开始 rotate。这个魔力是炸到 RB， 可是他们没有人看 side 啊，多少次了？多少次没有看这个 corner 了？哎呦！恭喜 DRX 拿到一个赛点。 哎呦，应该没有太大的可能翻盘了，毕竟还是打到比较好的。
Tough times now for Leviatán. Only 4 beside them, not making impact in this half at all. DRX looking like the team we expected to see at the start of the day, showing face in second map.
这里是一个副败打副败，然后 Buzz 拿着一个 operator 冲到去对面的面了。哦，反正这里 RB 真的是 aggressive 哦，手握狙，哦，刚讲完就直接被 shot。
is going to get that, and now it could be the go signal. Let's see what they do with this now. It does seem as though the pace may be picked up off the back of this. Seeker's going to go in, and similar.
看一下这里Leviatán还是一样想打赛，不过前几次的一个前车之鉴，他们打赛是有够烂的，真的是。这里他 call 是在下面上来，然后抓一个timing，抓到这个 Sky。Sky 真的不知道吗 ？Sky 不知道吗 ？Sky 直接被烧掉了，剩下一个 op 在 Bust op 在一个 Hell， 这个叫哪里啊？这个叫 Bridge 的下面 ，Yellow 已经去到 Yellow 了。然后我们看一下 Taco 这里是防止这个门这个人出来了，然后剩下知道了，听到了脚步声了，在关门的一瞬间，哎呦，直接开门去找他出来，不想让他保强的一个机会啊。然后有人开始打他了。 这一个 kill 没了，他过把他的人头给换下来。Leviatán还是有机会，但是下一场 DRX 还是可以复败，因为他们的领先优势太强了。下一场还是一个复败。看一下 RB 这里直接被 headshot one tap。这里 Master 打得很好。 就是Shy也是把关键的 KO 跟他打掉了，哎，全部跟他打掉。那你看没有什么感觉了，因为12-5的一个巨大领先，蛮难抄的。说实话，他们本身自己肯定也不抱有什么希望吧，这个叫声。OK， 这场还是 full buy 打 full buy， 我们看一下他们想要 commit A 的一个感觉。Sky 这里是 flash 了一个 B 面，他们发现没有人，然后收了就开始回来看 hall。RB 拉到近点有没有机会杀掉一个 ？Oh my god，bomb 还掉了，这个很关键的 bomb。RB 开始大飞进来，看可以杀多少个人。哦，一个 red 可以把 Sova 跟他烧掉之后再回家。妈妈 ，Is this real？ 我们看一下 Taco 这里进到近点了。他这个 TP 放在一个奇怪的地方，不过他们的目的可能只是回去吧。这里 Sky 是开了一个大招，找到对面全部的人，然后这里剩下2打5的一个情况，让我们恭喜 DRX 拿下第2张图。2打5的一个情况下，对面还是full buy，是一个巨大的一个挑战。哦，这里面是换了一个人，但是他的队友也是把他给换掉了。这里 Taco 有没有可能呢？还是有个大招的，不过大招在这个时候没有什么用啊。被 scan 到，这里苟活5秒吧，现在26秒。OK， 一枪打穿了他的梦想，让我们恭喜 DRX 拿下他们的1追2啊！
Bouncing back here is, like I said, not a lot of pressure coming through from Leviatán. Similar to the first map, DRX able to set up in some of these positions that they're always going to find value from, right? So a little disappointed to see that a total contrast, I'll be honest, between the two maps, and these are the sorts of things we talk about when there are kind of these difficulties translating that regional performance across here to the international stage.
You're absolutely right. It's why we love to see reps getting in. The more times you see them in international stages, you get to learn that full capability. However, watching this back, got to highlight RB a little here. The guy had a...
Stepped up.
Yeah.
He had a stinker on a end.
Absolutely did, and he's found a bit more of that form. And what a time to do it as well. Just to correct the errors, correct that ship that was going a little astray here. Beautiful pistol as well to kick things off in that second half too. Really did have a lot of impact for the side.
Absolutely did. And coming across the Haven, it's... I mean, the hope is that then Leviatán have some of these set pieces kind of coordinated to make use of their defensive side. But after that map too, like I said, it's a little disappointing not to see them replicate the same sort of confidence. I mean, it was much quieter out there as well. Even just being here and being able to listen to that in map 1, that's something that was way off here on Breeze.
You're absolutely right, and this is when the test gets put back to Leviatán in my mind. How well then can they recover? Can they pull off another, you know, what DRX did here after an absolute blowout on map 1, able to bring things back into check? That's the biggest questions we have now with that next map coming up. Any quick predictions you think where are you going on this?
I mean, I've thrown the prep out the window, so yeah, roll on Haven, let's see. Hopefully both teams put on a show.
Fair enough, let's get to Haven.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. I don't wanna die, oh, just wanna feel alright, oh, we can do this all night, dance away our lives, taking a pill she like, she drift away when she's riding down the street.
我们继续来看我们的 PRX 打 Guild 的一个复盘。
Numerous other categories as well, they've been ranking incredibly high. But it's just, I mean, PaperX making a mockery of the numbers, throwing them out the window, shredding them up.
Their star players, Leo and Trex, haven't even been able to take the same kind of duels that they
away, and it's opened himself up.
Fly from safe and a fake.
At this point, though, no players have got to get destroyed, though, and now his positioning is known, and just they're finding their footing,
finding their form.
Takes care of the operator. One quick scope. Horn's got to get destroyed, though, and now his positioning is known, and just spammed. From afar, the Odin's still in play. Divide takes care of him easily enough. A bit of a satchel play, though. Gilda fast on the approach.
But it is that you have that in reacting to. But if action so what
off here, Safe is in a deeper device.
Chamber trademark was turned off from Safe.
And Russ, what part? now he needs to lock down market. The spam is there. It's all up to Benkai.
But on into the B site because the chamber trademark was turned off from
his own. So suppression smoke.
Any sort of comeback.
Permanent smoke popped off here. Safe is in a deeper angle. Look at that. Trademark was actually placed deep into mid there by Forsaken to try and clear out of the smoke. That was inside of it. It's got to be respected as well. As soon as the null command is popped off.
Virtue of the agent he's playing. He's been the only player actually able to do too much.
OK， 我们来到这一场。
Coming through. I think part of the reason is that he has the ability to reposition so well.
这一场跟第一场很像，他们的 setup 也是一个 1-4 的一个 setup， 然后他们主要的目的是想要打 shot。吓死人！他们的主要目的还是一样要打 shot， 并且这个等一下。 这一场的战术布置跟第一场一样 ，DRX 做回一样的事情 ，Chamber 放 bot， 不要给对面 flank， 然后他要看 shot， 不要给 shot 的人拉出来拿 info， 然后 mid 要 smoke 一个 extra 的 smoke， 就是跟第一场一模一样，但是这里有一个变数，我们看下去。首先在这里，他被 extra 的一个 smoke 给他劝退，然后他就会走掉了。这里 Forsaken 放的这个 scan 很关键啊，他 scan 在了一个最 corner 的地方，在这里不敢出，他一出就会被 scan 到的。然后 Jin 这里在 shot 的时候被拉住了，被对面的一波技能拖延。他们进到一半的时候发现，诶，这里 Forsaken 好像可以进到 side 可以 flank 哦，然后他们就开始要 rotate 了，就是这一个 call 啊，这个 Forsaken 讲，诶，我进到 side 了，你们来，就是这一个 call 让他们要 rotate， 是反而让 U 的这个 rush 抓到了一个 timing。 这里是 KO 的一个 OD， 换下了一个人头，然后 Forsaken 这里少了一个人，还是一个3打3的一个局面。我们看看 Quadamanda 这里在 hold 着，这里 Quadamanda 跟6在 market 这里直接把那个B 面的人全部给他烧完，然后 Benkai 的一个 trade。 现在这里 Benkai 是 1v2 的 situation。
He's going to get his horn back in a couple of seconds. But Leon Coldamenta should be good for this one. Playing together. They now know the position.
Very difficult task for Benkai. The haunt. Shot by both the players who know that around the side and with the prowler to guide him. Not enough. Leo.
这里一个双架 ，Benkai 也是直接倒下。
Fantastic round by both gods. They get through catwalk or they can return.
Flash over the top. Looks like an aggressive play from Guild. They want to try and positioning is
comes a fake off the back of the lurk play.
He over anything absolutely. Flash over the top. Looks like an aggressive play from Guild. They want to try and at least use a decent amount of utility to see if they can get anything. And Safe was posted up into that wine angle. Sidestep dodges the C's, but the Haunt in his face has to break that.
Dealt with it. Back to B. It's a bit of a, you know, it's a two-pronged attack. Either they
这里是这样讲。OK， 在第12场的时候，这一场跟上一场的战术是差不多的，也是一样1-4战术 ，Chamber 一个人在 B， 但是他们的目的不是要打 shot， 他们的目的是要去 rush A。问题就出现在这里，我们接着看下去。
I really appreciate the way that Coldamenta and Leo dealt with it, reading the play, rotating back, and Russ did well in mid.
Absolutely.
那里是 U 的一个 B。U 的一个 B push 的一个 strategy， 配合 KO 的 flash， 他们拿到了 B 面的 control， 然后他们再加上一个 fade 的 goal， 然后 Race 就可以开始拉出来 check 有没有人了。如果有人的话，这个战术是可以抓到1到2个人的。问题是他们这里布置的是 Forsaken 是有 TP 的。然后这里 U 的一个进攻失败，他们就选择了回防，把那个风险跟它降低一点。同时在 A long 的时候，我们可以看到这里。 A long 的一个 KO 啊，已经进入了一个绝佳的一个 spot， 这种就是非预秒位，所以他很容易可以拿到第1个或者是第2个人头。
Use a
然后他把第一个他把 entry 的 Jin 跟他烧掉之后，他看到了很多人，他就跟 teammate 讲，我这里有大部队，你们要过来。同时 B 这里的人也是听讲，哦，有人啊过来了，全部人就开始 rotate 了。然后 Fate 也是 Fate 在这里也是配合的丢出来一个 Fate 在这里也是配合丢出来一个技能，去告诉对面，哎，我要来了，我要来了。然后他们其实真正的一个目的就是。然后 Forsaken 这里一直到对面开始 rotate 的时候 ，Forsaken 这里差不多察觉到对面 ，Forsaken 这里察觉到对面 rotate 之后，也是慢慢摸进了点，然后告诉 teammate 讲，哎 ，BU clear 了哦，跟上一场一模一样的剧本，同样的发生了 ，Forsaken 摸到对面的 CT 了。问题是啊，这里一个人都没有打到，然后 DRX 的队友就进入了一个尴尬的一个局面，他们要 rotate 还是不要 rotate？ 毕竟你 Forsaken 死了，他们也是没有 map control 的，他们只可以重新再找机会看看有没有拿多一点 information。反而是 U 这里还是打稳2-1-2的一个站位，他没有让你有任何的一个漏洞可以钻进去。
A bad game on this second half, it's done.
Yeah, I also that
head.
Whereas DRX were into the sights with in early.
Maybe cut off though to fragment nade and a spam mind freak. Russ is going to be just committing to a lot of positioning revealed, and players are so weak on either side, but they just don't anticipate Leo on the bullets in the clip. The frenzy not enough for him. In fact, Benkai is the one who gets two of them still. Russ, what can he do? Only the ghost. So much pressure, but the reload him. Bit of damage is being done, but a spike and a spam mind freak. He's handed an easy one.
More conserved, patient, two teams. Whereas DRX were into the sights within the first 10-20 seconds looking for the plant. Gilda normally slower, more conserved, patient, attempting to punish, but this time barreling in early.
Maybe cut off though to fragment nade and a spam mind freak. He's handed an easy one. Player into the site though, space is going to be gained as Trex needs to do something, at least hold the crossfire. Look at all the damage is being done, but the spike for Gilda.
Slower, more conserved. Comparing the styles of these two teams.
下半场的第一局 U 这里选择的是全部人集合在 B 面，然后想要做一个 B rush。我们可以看到 Extra 这里呢是把全部 entry market 跟 CT 封起来，然后配合队友的一个 suppress 还有 ball 直接进了 side。
Attempting to punish, but this time barreling in early.
Maybe cut off though to fragment nade and a spam mind freak. He's handed an easy one.
然后局面就变成了一个 U 的 close fun situation。我们可以看到这个 Leo 的这个站位啊，很刁钻，他躲在 market 的下面，打算抓对面的一个回防时间。
Miscoordination there. Flash over the top, safe actually gets caught by it. The haunt as well. A lot of positioning revealed, and players are so weak on either side, but they just don't anticipate Leo.
但是不够子弹，所以他最后还是倒下了。剩下 Track 一个人在 side， 还有 Russ。 一样也是因为没有子弹，所以他也是阵亡了。这里被 Brex 拿下手枪局的胜利。
They'll be wondering whether or not to force into the next position. For them, the opportunity. They have some fast rounds like secure champions. There is a three-way battle occurring between the three MEA teams.
Expecting again some fast aggression, but Guild, they take it in a different direction. It's mid. It's the name of the game for them. Trex and safe, making sure that they can hold those off angles. Brex expecting again.
We're on the outside looking in, but their performance so far in the tournament. As
OK， 在第二个回合，这里 U 是直接打算，这啥？这下半场的第二个回合 ，U 输掉了手枪局之后，他决定不要eco，他直接全部人开始 full buy， 然后打算强攻 B， 5个人集合在 B 面的时候， OK， 这里是输掉首枪局之后，又做了一个大胆的决定，他们全部人 full buy， 打算打一个 B 的一个 rush B， 打算打一个 rush B。这里全部人集合在 B 面，然后开始用他们的技能封锁前线，然后进入到 B side。我们看一下，这里 DRX 的一个小 combo， 一个 fade 的一个拉配和一个魔力没有找到任何的人，然后全部这时候趁住那个魔力的声音往前拉。这里 U 呢就知道了对面，这里 U 呢就知道对面有 B 面的 control， 所以他们就把3个人调去 mid， 然后打算从 market 进来打一个前后夹攻。
Tricks and save, making sure that they can hold those off angles, but Forsaken with a judge. When do you ever anticipate this? Right up close and personal, it's a pop flash play. Russ was ready and waiting, potentially in the.
在一个最关键的时候 ，Forsaken 拿着一把，在这个最关键的时候 ，Forsaken 拿着一把 shotgun 顶在了最前面，把2个人头收下，并且顺利的打下了那个炸弹。现在3个人。
Horns up close and personal, and a TP behind. What? Forsaken, you are an absolute maniac. 4 kills.
Oh, what a play! Forsaken decimating Guild and putting.
这里我们看一下 replay，Forsaken 在用 Judge 把两个，这里 Forsaken 用 Judge 把2个 Guild 的人收掉之后，他直接 TP 回 market， 打算打第3个人。真是很夸张这一场。
Not only does he win the 1v2 with the judge in B main, taking down these players, but then he goes for the teleport back in behind Trex.
And I mean, obviously they're just like, well, okay, being pressured from multiple fronts, but you just don't expect it.
看一下的痛苦面具，这一场的一个 force buy 直接被 Forsaken 的一把 just 摧毁了，他们10比4 equal round。
Away in this one. A thrifty round would be. Look out! An A. The haunt from
disrespect. It doesn't choose.
So they're pretty confident it's not going to
send everybody through the choke point onto A with a trademark.
这一局很精彩，我们还是看到 U 想要打一个 A， 然后2个走 short， 3个走 long 的一个战术。Forsaken 这里站在了 short 的外面，他有一个 TP， 所以他可以对。Forsaken 这里站在了 shot 的外面，他有 TP， 有 Judge， 有 Digger， 他可以很顺利的收下这2个人头。最关键的是看这一波，在他3枪Digger miss 了之后，他大胆的一个决定，他决定不要 TP， 他把他的 Judge 拿出来，然后再配合他的 teammate Jinx 的一个到来，打出来一个漂亮的 combo。就算 Jinx 里没有走出来烧掉2个人，他总是跟打出的伤害已经够 Jinx 的一个炸弹炸死完2个人了。
Not going to be a B hit anytime soon. Mind Freak can see down mid.
Forsaken in a lot of trouble. How was he just disrespected them here? Doesn't choose the time.
So they're pretty confident it's not going to be a B hit anytime soon. Mind Freak can see down mid.
Forsaken in a lot of trouble. How was he just disrespected him here? Doesn't choose to teleport away, but Jinx got his back. Swinging off of the play still. An attempt is made by Guild, but doesn't come to fruition.
这里就是打算讲一个，如果你是玩全部的话，你不用去这么着急去 TP， 你可以再多拉一段时间，创造你自己的价值，然后再 TP。反正你的 TP 是可以瞬间 TP， 所以你不用怕。
Idea has an farthest.
I think he doesn't matter. Funny thing is his raw aim. In fact, take away the sound cues. It's hard to. I think he doesn't. It's okay.
That was a double blast pack with the.
Veiled threats here and there, but not much to really take away from this, and the patience being shown.
OK， 我们回到正面的比赛，这里 RB 是一个2打2，2比2，不是2打2。
We noted it in map one. There were some rounds that were just like they are not respecting the individual ability of some of these players.
Oh, and they got punished for it. I don't know if Shy got noted there. Doesn't really seem to matter much.
DRX read that as stacking up though on this lesser buy. There's already 2 bodies towards C.
Yeah, you're right. You can see that early rotation coming. I think Inverso's going to get there just in time.
30 seconds
How much
left.
damage can be done? Clock running a little late for my taste. It's going to catch all 3 players at the back of the side. This becomes a problem. But it gets bailed out. Inverso's still going to find RB. 20 seconds now. The flank's on the way as well. Do not forget about that.
只要 Taco 可以拿到第一个人头，就可以守下这一波，没了。这里 Shy， 哦 ，One kill 了。Shy 要顶住 ，Shy 要顶住，他现在只有他剩下一个人1打2的一个情况，拿着一把 Sheriff。琉璃子弹有没有创造奇迹的一个机会？我们一 pick 没了。这里 Marco 是一个3杀总结了这一场比赛，总结了这一场。这里 DRX 跟Leviatán应该都可以不败。Oh my god！ 这里是一个单场的一个 win streak， 我们 DRX 打到火感、手感火热。
DRX put themselves 1 round ahead.
我看一下我们这里一个常规的 Omen play， 一开场直接 TP 去对面，防止对面把那个过路飞。哦，阿 B 拿到季前没有打过这个 bridge。
Oh, B's going to be kicking himself for that one. Retaking the space quite quickly though. DRX really are some of the best at these side hits, no matter what the numbers. But
这里 Omen 是配合一个 flash， 然后直接把 bridge 给打掉了。Future 放下一个 ulti。
And the lockdown comes in. Quick plant as well. They want to make sure everything is as favorable as possible in the next couple of seconds.
You know here that Zest can drift back a little deeper here with the Hunter's Fury. A couple of mollies set up as well. Still Leviatán can get done on the retake though.
This is going to be really difficult to break back in towards. You can already see the Buzz is going to commit towards the side, maybe to facilitate a little bit more of a crossfire from Dark. Banshee's just going to swing it out now. Yeah, there it is. Really lovely work. That's the strength of DRX.
哦，这个配合 DRX 真的打得特别好。Leviatán第一场的胜利果然只是因为研究了对方的战术吗？这一场 Leviatán 也是一场1-0。
There's nothing that they can swing onto. None of these angles presented. DRX just tuck themselves in. Like I said, just avoid all of that utility, which is key in this retake. At that point, I mean, Marco gets the reset on the smoke here, and it ends up just shooting fish in a barrel as they come out of it. Leviatán calling a timeout now.
I don't think Leviatán are far from the right read. To be fair, like even just some of those like early rotates, kind of greeting a lot of what's been going on from DRX, but we have now seen a woken up DRX.
For sure, there's a couple of scenarios here where you could argue Taco if he's rewarded for this presence in mid, but in that regard you also then have to credit DRX, right? The use of the utility early on, not burning up the drone to find out where Taco is, putting the turret down outside of second mid. Little things like this. DRX are going to start now, sending these fact finders out in the early round and looking to catch Leviatán off guard. And there's always one site that Leviatán are going to try and prioritize, and I mean, initially for DRX, they're just kind of stacking up behind this mid control. The pistol wasn't a good indicator for that, but here on the buy rounds, just like I said, the gunfight's not going their way this time. Back down on a shaky purchase here with DRX leading 4-2. Not going to stack up though. Looks like this Adverso going to set a fault line in motion, potentially towards A lobby. Maybe just going for actually the combo here with the paint shell. DRX fairly committed towards C site here, so Taco's got his hands full, but he does have the tour de force. If he finds this kill, it's huge.
He's not having the starts he wants. This time the impact lacking and the utility just poured on thick. Has to give up the site. Has to give up the site. There's nothing he can do about this. Maybe look for another option through Garage. And he's quick to it, don't get me wrong. He is real quick to it. The call gets made and Des finds him. A follow-up's really not much sweat here. The only real damage done is Shy. And this is comfy work. This is DRX really going through the motions now.
Just king left, Sheriff in hand, and he will fall. Again, just note the utility usage. The fault line comes through, the nano swarm from Buzz from so deep to actually make sure that retreat back to spawn is even more difficult. And RB this time around, not taking any risk. I mean, 2 and 6 here in Haven, but he's creating so much space for his team. It's the second time now we've seen him fully commit to this updraft dash onto the top of default. DRX are rewarded for it. Well, hopefully Leviatán can stop the bleeding here, because it's developing into a half that's going to get more and more uncomfortable for them. Again, look at this, a 3-man stack towards Garage. There's not a single swing outside of it. So straight away this.
OK， 这里我们看一下 DRX 一个直接 rush， 哦，直接打掉了 Shy 的一个背身，哦，这里一个大招把 RB 给他换下来。我们看一下这里 DRX， 啊，他为什么在 CT？ 哦，这里里边当时看到一个人，哦，把 bomb 拿下来，一个反，一个闪，哦，不闪。 他知道对面已经有防备了，这个闪还是不要打先，但是已经被换掉。OK，King 换掉一个人，丢一个 net， 哦，被打一个背身，这也是 1v2 situation， 他 call 可不可以 clutch？ 我们看一下这里啊，对面好像也是知道了，他在附近，直接 rotate， 顺便放一个 bot 在这里。哎，这个 bot 是很久啊，不好意思。 这一场的 clutch 还是比较难，毕竟他是拿一把 G 啊 ，G 是很难 clutch 的，而且 Bridge 还是有大招的。这一场只可以讲是保枪吧，你2比5你还是可以保枪的，最多就输一场不了，这个不可能的一个反打还是算了吧。 有 Killjoy 有 Bridge， 怎么反打我很想知道。
Definitely a consideration to make. We'll concede the 6th here to DRX. Like I said, it's just to send 3 towards Garage. It almost looks like they've got something set up there. And actually, I don't know if it's on the back of maybe hearing more than one footstep in mid that they're a little anxious, a little hesitant to swing out and follow through on that. But straight away, it's they dip straight out of Garage. Actually, DRX then just find the space behind it. One will come through for Taco, but consolation and nothing more. The economy booming now for DRX. Some key ultimates online as well. The Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. Taco does have the TP as well. Able to scrape together some Sheriffs, a Spectre in the hands of King. The spread fairly thin here on the defense, and maybe just outside of this paint shell combo. Not sure exactly what else is going to be invested. It's just the fault line of the paint shell, actually.
Areas for Marco. Got to get out. He does have support.
Also King. I mean, the Rolling Thunder's posted very early here.
So where do they go with this? I want to see the commitment of that. King's still trying to do some damage, but his Zestifying Shine, nothing is going Leviatán's way. With all of that investment, nothing works out for them. And yeah, rotation's going to be in the right place, but again, no kills coming through for their side.
I mean, they're just desperate to find these opening engagements, and investment of the Rolling Thunder, again, nothing really garnered on the back of it. DRX now got themselves set up. It's a 5-man post plant. Taco still got that operator, still got to be a consideration to hold on to it. Only 1,000 credits in the bank. Especially Ramelza being on the Sheriff. DRX happy to come through and try and remove this weapon.
They're going to chase.
Yeah, absolutely should. They're in the financial position to do so. You can already see Marco picking up.
Trap destroyed.
Does jump through. Marco's not looking this way right now.
This is so dangerous. Oh, Taco. Staying alive might have been a little more important. Operator lost. And DRX starting to thrive in this.
Yeah,
this
just hit their stride.
They are absolutely doing it. And I've got to say, Leviatán, I don't know how you're going to try and course correct now. Where is your depth to this? What else do you have here? Because you are running on fumes at the moment.
I mean, this is the sort of picture we painted at the start of map 1.
Yes.
DRX demonstrating just how solid a grasp they can have in terms of the macro element of this game. And they're punishing Leviatán for pretty much everything they're attempting in the early rounds. Another death ball approach here. Utility invested this time. A little more behind it, but RB actually manages to escape that on top of the box.
They've grown accustomed to this prying start that Leviatán like to do here, so King...
Well, the ping's come out already.
Certainly going to be checked.
Yeah, he should be checked on. Doesn't swing off the reveal, though, so it might almost bait DRX in.
The the brakes for a second. Smoke tested by Stacks, but just about avoiding those shots. King still sitting pretty. And a second go of things. This time, committed check. RB cleans it up perfectly, and now here comes the hit off the back of this. Is one of the things that characterized this team to us. So those performances on Haven, these site takes they were so robust at, you're seeing it picture perfect. Stacks on the side going to apply a little pressure towards CT, buy some time for the support. Spike now to go down. This is clear cut, Mike.
Yeah, consider the save once again, honestly. No operator here, but you can already see Adverso drifting away from this. Leviatán not in any sort of position to purchase through from the next. And Taco still 4 away from the tour de force. This time around, DRX are going to continue to apply pressure here and remove these weapons. Taco just overwhelmed. Melza good for the first, but Stacks will find it.
There has to be a change, Mike. There has to be a change if we want a game out of this, because DRX are in full control.
And cruise control.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're
They have
barely
not been
breaking a
tested.
sweat here.
No, that early little back and forth, you saw glimpses, you're like, okay, maybe this is the one where we could see that theory applied. But DRX are hitting strides now, really in fine form and back on track. And the money's just constantly broken for Leviatán. It's very hard to build up anything for themselves now.
Total switch up from DRX. I mean, here, looking as if they might resort back towards the default, but they are just stacking up. They're happy to take potentially a 5v3 if Leviatán do opt to get aggressive, which is looking like that might be the case again. It'll be the turret to reveal this presence in mid, and should know 2, potentially 3 sets of gunshots here, especially now with Adverso showing the Vandal. So expect DRX now to just stack up and hit a site. Destin RB looking to explore towards A-Long. We'll know Taco's position, and potentially here the reposition off the TP as well. And they do just that. They do stack up. They will creep towards A.
Can anything change what we've been seeing? A little bit of presence behind. They still have to try and stop this frontline approach. And it's so robust. It has been drilled. It is normally absolutely picture perfect. And once again, it is. Look at the support system in place to allow Buzz and RB to do that damage. The second layer to this, Leviatán trying to get on through. Doesn't matter. Marco says no. It is perfection personified. DRX, they're done with messing around.
A brilliant response here in map 3 from DRX, and unfortunately have exactly the right approach to deal with it this time around. A couple of these players stepping up, and even, like I was saying earlier, numerically it's not really reflected for RB, but he's absolutely doing his job, and he's not feeling the same pressure he did on map 1.
No.
Not able to slow him down or anything. That support system looking fantastic from DRX. So looking to pressure both extremities here from Leviatán. Rewarded for it initially, Marco will fall. He's got Melza tucked up in towards Cubby now, but straight away, DRX. They progress elsewhere in the map.
Look at the space. Look at the space on this. Taco needs to stop this again. And the timing's just not right. He's now going to be pinched from either side, and he doesn't get the shot he wanted on Buzz. Forced into an unfavorable scenario. Melza, though, taking control towards Long, is holding back the flood for now. Just down to 2. RB and Zest to try and navigate his bit of space. See, RB just has to play his life. Buy a little time for this man, Zest, to crunch around. And maybe they can escape, but they don't know that there's this many on the flank, surely.
Well, Melza's actually going to stick the TP towards Heaven. No, I expected him to. It's going to give them a clean plant. Zest, Hunter's Fury online. Already that pressure coming back through A lobby. You can see 2 members, Adverso and King, already re-exploring that space. Trying to get ahead of this plant.
Timing's getting real close now, though. 2 towards Sewer.
I mean, that's the thing, though. There is still some time to play with here, so DRX can wait this out.
Who gets favourable to... Oh, he spotted both the spray! 1v2, and it's so feasible for RB.
I mean, King's down to 18 HP.
Yeah, they lost
Melza tagged up
but
as well.
You're right, 76 HP, RB commits. They're creeping behind him. He has no idea when there's a warning signal. Alert! He had no clue. He committed. He gave it a go. He simply made the wrong choice.
Gambled on one way. And King actually plays that perfectly. Comes back, stacks up with Melza. Is it RB none the wiser? The 9-3 on the half. Again, a lifeline for Leviatán. With how that fell, it almost felt like a straight shutout.
No, this has been one of those games where I think we get reminded of some of the very core concepts that make DRX very strong. It's something that we've talked about in the past, and I'm sure we'll be seeing throughout this game. But Leviatán need to wake up if we want a close game.
Welcome back, everyone, for your halftime breakdown here on Haven. And it has been DRX just utterly dominating Leviatán, but they do find, you know, a brief moment of respite there. Leviatán winning out on that last round. That being said, though, Sideshow, it could 9-3 is better than 10-2. That's what I'm taking.
Yeah, but we've also seen 0 comebacks so far this series. Whoever's been leading just continues to be better than their opposition. And I think part of the reason I was really excited to see Taco Leah back on a position where he could take early duels and try and take fights and make things work for the team. And it's not like he's been whiffing, but he's just been completely shut down. I think he had the least deaths for his team as well, because he just had to save so often.
It was so weird, because it was almost like unintentionally DRX were like, Taco's in this side, we go the other side.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden Taco has to save however many rounds in a row. I don't think it was intentional, though. I actually think it's Leviatán's mistake not having him in power positions. I spoke about A-Long, for example, somewhere that RB consistently on this map challenges. We have seen a lack of that from Leviatán. Power position, power angles not held from them. They're letting them onto side.
Look at this one, though. He gets flashed off the angle, goes into the backside. Even if he tried to take a peek, RB was going to be on him. He's getting stunned, Nano Swarm.
He's got nothing.
There's no options for him. There's just no options.
Yeah.
And there's no one there to help with him. And this is the problem that I think Leviatán has. They put a lot of weight on his shoulders. Maybe he does that to himself. But it seems like he's trying to do a million things at once. And he thinks that's what he should be doing. I'd like to see a little bit more help, for lack of better words. Help him.
But I mean, just overall, DRX look unbeatable right now because they have something for every position on the map.
So good as well. You saw a couple of those XX there. They were like, there could be someone in this corner. Flash, smoke, pig, done. Okay, there's also probably someone backside. Oh, we'll flash, we'll make sure we go and we'll kill them. There is a step-by-step plan that is so flawless from DRX that this is why we call them one of the best, most methodical teams in the world.
Yeah, you know, something that Pansy had said is just you could see how drilled this DRX team is on their executes. But now it's time to see if Leviatán can answer back, as it's going to be their turn on the attack. Let's send it back over to our casters.
Tall challenge. GB, the desk, I think we all know it. We've seen this kind of slowly creeping back, this scoreline that is commanding. DRX are in charge in this game so far. Mike, do you see there to be a way back here for Leviatán? Is it a road you can feasibly see happening, or are we too deep into that DRX stranglehold?
I think we are, yeah. And the concern being we didn't really see any of that pace once again on the defensive half. Haven, renowned for being proactive here on the defense, and it's actually DRX to start off here in the pistol round with 4 walking through a lobby. Yes, Leviatán will find this plan, but Taco, he's got his hands full here.
It's now or never, isn't it? You need impact from this man. Moment to strike, and he does well. Gets 2. It's not bad at all. TV's away, but he gets shut down. RB on the chase, but it's King with the effective trade. Keeping numbers actually in a good position for Leviatán.
King tagged up here. Buzz got to try and make something work from C-Link, but it's RB that's going to feel the brunt of this. Leviatán with a very comfortable post-plant setup here. And actually RB will be found just ahead of the smoke. Bloomin'. Buzz 1v4 with a classic, highly unlikely. Spammed away on the first.
Stays quite unlikely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Initially here, I mean, if DRX are going to continue with this, Leviatán, expect them to actually pick up the pace a little bit because they need to get themselves into a winning position early on. Not allow this. I mean,
我们来看一下 replay， 这里是 Taco 的一个绕后，哦呦，一个 TB 都开始致命的伤害。
bench here outside this smoke. This again, can this be replicated?
Gotta get him fired up. Gotta do something right now. Don't normally like the idea of, you know, they need the cheerleader, like the classic, like dislike of coaches who are purely the ones who just scream behind teams.
They're walking AS4 again.
Yeah. They're trying it again, and Taco, this time, probably gets checked on. Yeah, seem a little more aware of this time, and Taco's in a bit of a position. And RB knew where he was before, but you're going to have support here this time. Not on his own. Melzer actually gets deleted. Taco still stands, and here comes the flood. Leviatán still keeping things somewhat okay. It's okay. All right.
OK， 我们看到这里李不丹是一个暴打一块啊。尤其是这个 Heaven 这个 map 啊，它比较像是一个它是一个attacker side 来的，就是一个 T side 的 map。作为一个进攻方啊，它的一个比较容易打出一个游戏，所以刚刚看到你们9比3，其实很正常，因为这是一个进攻方的一个 map 来的。OK， 现在轮到了第3局，第3局这里 DRX 是 full buy 反而里约大这里是 bonus round。我们看一下这里一个 double jump，OK， 没有进到，被打断了一下节奏那个 scan， 尤其是看到 RB 的那个 G 之后，还是决定 turn 后吧。RB 的 G 太凶了，所以他哥是拿着他的那个 Sheriff 打算 check 一下 B 的景点。他是没有 TP， 而这里比较危险的是，而且 Bus 在这里拿了一个 Judge。Oh my god！ 他是被闪了，然后再被炸，用各种技能去拉他。哦，但是他躲在墙。OK， 用了很多技能把这个 boss 还是劝退了。他的 Judge 没有发挥那个作用，而且他扣这里，哎呦，没有抓到人。哦，这里可以杀到吗？一个人没杀到 ，King 的一个走位躲掉了。这 Taco 也是成功的回防，他们全部人进去了。哎，要 commit 了 RB 的一把 G。这是 RB 的一把 G， 有没有机会杀到？哦，这边还是在等一个 timing。他们现在是没有技能，刚交太多技能在那个 bus 的一个 judge 上面了。哦，这里 miss 掉了最重要的一个 taco shot。虽然 taco 是被杀死了，但是这里还是比较多的22秒，可不可以 plug 呢 ？Race 被烧掉，哦 ，Fate 也是被烧掉，一个4杀终结了这一场。但是bonus shot 对于整体的金钱来讲不是影响大。
When is he actually going to swing something? Because I expect RB is banking on finding this kill. Slows things down perfectly.
这一场 miss 掉真的是很可惜，有一些 stacks 里竟然没有人看他 ，race 里为什么在发梦呢？这个 race 真的是有点发梦。
I thought Leviatán had missed the window of opportunity there, but they actually weighed it out correctly.
哎呦，差不多对方要拿到一个 match point 了，在做什么？
And seeing that chance now get potentially shot down. This one could absolutely.
这里呢，他哥是开了一个大招啦。哎呦，这里跟魔力差一点把人给烧死。这个 King 真的是整场都在发梦。我们看一下 Taco 这里是架住了一个 shot。G 打 G，RB 打。哎呦 ，RB 这里2个 bait， 哇，直接把他那一脚 op 跟他 bait 出来，然后再配一个 flash， 再叫 jump pick 一下。看到 RB 已经回航，就打算去走了。不要打 G 的那一赛会比较好一点。这里是直接 rotate 到 C， 但是 Omen 是在 C 的，而且 Omen 是有 flash 有 smoke。OK，smoke 是用来防 B， 然后还有一个 flash。被拿这是一个 bulldog。我们看一下 King 这里 ，OK 被 flash 了之后，哦 ，Bus 也是跟着一起被 flash， 有没有人 check？OK， 直接 check 掉了，然后但是这里哦没了 ，Stack 这里是被抓掉，剩下 RB 的一把 G 还有 Z 的一把。这里里面单只要玩一个 close ban 的一个 long 的 line up 就好了，不用太大的风险。5打2的一个情况下 ，RB 还是选择了收他的 G。这里 Taco 是要杀掉哦 ，Taco timing 你应该 jump pick。我们看这里，他们还是决定不要追了，因为 Taco 是没有抢的，所以他死了对于整体的影响不大。而且如果他不去的话，他的大招就浪费掉了。所以追不到就算了吧。这里还是一个 full buy 打 full buy 的一场。我们看一下下一场，这个是 round 16， 10比6的一个情况。我们得是后退，防止被炸死，正常操作。
Bring it within 4. Operator carried across. It's only a guardian in the hands of Zest. No upgrade found anywhere.
喂，这一场哦，这场 DRX 没有钱呐，因为他们上一场刚刚赢了那一场。可能有点误会了，但是 OK， DRX 就有一个 time out， 因为他们的本场比赛的第一个 time out。
I don't want to say like map 1 Leviatán, but a stronger looking side here on this half, right? They've gone back in, looked pretty diligent, quick tune up for DRX, and probably the right call at this point.
Well, I mean, it does come back to that very basic, right? DRX are losing some of these key gunfights that, like I said, they're positioned to really absorb this C here, but didn't really put up an awful lot of resistance. Other than the utility slowing it down, Leviatán's still fully committed behind it because, I mean, they're banking on having the man advantage, at least the numbers advantage hitting the site.
Yeah.
And nobody's done anything to stop it. I mean, Marco can't really swing on and make sure that Buzz can't get hard cleared. It's a difficult angle to really hold for your teammate if he's stacked behind that close box.
OK， 这里 DRX time out 的一个结束，看一下他会怎么选择呢 ？Equal round 没有太大的作用。
Leviatán aren't really overexposing themselves in the early round towards the A lobby.
No.
I mean, King with the satchel across, but it almost seemed like that was just to create a little bit of pressure. So almost banking on actually DRX doing what Leviatán did very well on Ascent, which is actually finding these 3v1 engagements, pressuring the extremities effectively. And here on the minimap, you see it's stacked up. Leviatán, nobody on the other side of this. Zest will find something with the recon, but DRX roll the dice and actually miss out.
这里是一个 Rush A 啊 ，Rush A 的时候，这里 DRX 选择了直接放赛，他们正面打是打不过，打算放赛给对面进。 浪费 King 一个大招，但是没有太大的问题。这里 Sex 是给枪给队友，然后他自己需要打一个空手了。他准备要开大了。然后 Q 就直接跳下来，再配合队友一个剑的，哎呦，这里双跳，哎呦，这里难道 DRX 可以打得回来吗 ？What the fuck？ DRX 这一个回防，哇，这个战术教到真的是很美，他们故意放 A 就是为了打这波战术。这里 Bridge 的一个大招，再配合他的一个不大招 ，Bridge 的一个 stun， 再配合 Q 这的一个双跳。
Leviatán get absolutely swept off the site. That was beautiful from DRX.
I could watch that. I want to watch it back in half speed.
我们看一下 replay， 这里他上了大脚之后 ，Q 就直接跳下来，直接把两个人给他打掉。RB 也知道他自己做什么，他要做的就是把这个 side 的人给他换掉，然后再把这个 Omen 给他杀掉。最后剩下一个 long 就什么都做不到了。OK， 我们来到了第18场，这场也是一场负败 ，DRB 直接把 King 给他打掉 ，King 一整场来发梦，所以是很正常的事情。这里我们看一下Leviatán竟然进到了 window 啊，他 window 之后可能是可以杀掉的，但是 Sticks 已经找到他了 ，Sticks 已经知道在外面了。这里看谁拉位死的，哦，他竟然没有看到他，毕竟这是一个非常归位啊。然后 DRX 里，哦，Leviatán一换一 ，Bridge 换 Bridge， 太大的问题，但是 Q 也是有奥弟 ，Q 应该守一波。OK， 好闪，好闪，好躲。这里 Boss 用一波操作，然后魔力再开一下。 防守对面的进攻，反正他扣这里进了，那是 bomb job。What can you do？ 我们没有大招，我们现在的关键就是他要杀一个人，开大招，然后他才可以 rotate 去 A。问题是 Buzz 有没有给他机会？现在剩下45秒，就算他刹车了，他大招可能也是来不及啊。 没有人 push， 然后他也拿不到杀，这一场30秒，从 A 跑去，从 C 跑去 A 是有一点时间，再不拉就没时间了，20秒没了这一场。这里是6比12的一个。
No one giving Melz the chance or opportunity, and rightly so. You don't want to give them moments to try and thrive in.
6比12 ，DRX 拿到一个赛点。
Exactly as prescribed, but what a round again. DRX really starting to find strength here.
他是想打稳一点吗？他要打 OT 吗？6比12打 OT 也是不赚啊，对面没有人，没有这么容易打了 DRX 可以这样讲。这里 Omen 因为没有死，所以是没有拿那个大招。Leviatán叫了一个 OT， 叫了一个 time out。 这个 time up 没有办法，你不叫你输了就没有得叫了。反正我们看一下这里 ，Q 是有 OD 还有 Bridge 有一个 OD， 这对于他们的 retake 来讲是蛮容易的。这里 Leviatán 的叫了 time up， 他们只要是想要攻哪一个 side， 其实攻哪一个 side 对他们来讲都不好打，因为 QJ 跟 Bridge LD 这是需要进入他们的考虑范围。如果你打 A， 刚刚那一波就会重新出现，就是 Bridge 一开大招 ，QJ 一开大招，你直接发懵哦。如果打 C 的一个情况下 ，QJ 开大招也是可以把整个 side 给 clear 掉，然后再派2个 flank 的话，基本上他们是很难做一个 defend 的 ，postman defense 也是很难。看一下 DRX 里的会叫什么呢？如果要安全的拿下这一场，应该会叫 QJ 跟 Bridge 躲在后方，用他们的大招。反正我们看一下里维丹的一个进攻范围 ，OK。看不出他们要打你，应该是要打 B 或是 C， 主攻 Garage 这一方吧，看得出。这里 King 应该是要 Rush Garage， 用他的 Wonder 创造一些奇迹。Bomb 在安全的地方，不用太担心。这里 RB 是飞上去了，那我不知道他是在右边的 platform 看着那个 long。如果有人 jumping， 他这个1秒位是可以直接杀掉。OK， 一个 jumping 没有杀到。可以讲是差一点杀到，反应慢了一点点。这里还是打算走吧。我们可以看到 QJ 还是玩一个 Judge， 因为这一场他只是工具人们，他只要守住 Garage， 用他的大招回防就已经赢了。我们可以看到这里 Rich 直接开一个大招进side clear， 全部人进来反波，然后对面的 Rich 反开一个大招。哦，这里被炸一下，哦，直接残掉，直接死掉。然后 Stacks 这里可以杀到多个人呢 ，Stacks 被开了一个大招，快点退。King 顺利下他的包，但是 QJ 已经开了一个奥迪，这里 Bridge 用一个小技巧去反开他的大招。而 DRX 这里2个大招都白费啊。这里Leviatán是一个4打4的一个 situation， 还是有机会的。这个 DRX， 那主要还是打回刚刚那一场，就是这 Shy 也知道他们要打这一场。OK， Shy 已经没了，他被stun到那一瞬间，他已经是没了。这里 Just 直接跳出来一下，然后他们一切 Race 又死 ，Race 还是你 Omen 哦 ，Close man， 这个 strategy 执行是没有错，但是 Judge 哦没有太大的办法，他帮不到那个 Jet。It's OK， 这里输了 ，DRX 还是可以腐败，容错率太高了，它12比7，就算 equal round 还是只是12比8而已。我可以失误5次，你只可以失误1次，这就是区别。OK， 同样的战术，这里 Bridge 是炸了一下 long， 然后打算 pick 一下，没有炸到人。RB scan 到一个人，哦 ，RB 想要赌一下，竟然没有人 pick 他。现在2个人回到一个 passive 的一个地方，反而是 Taco 拿着他的一个 bulldog 冲向了 B， 他是没有放 TP 的，这里比较危险。那正常人不会守 B 了，所以不是太大的问题。我们看一下 QJ 没有在这里了，已经。反正 QJ 是回到了一个正常的位置。Marco 准备一个 flash， 把 Garage 的2个人 flash 要拖延了一定的时间。Bus 这个角度可以换到多少个人呢？哦，直接被爆头。看到 Taco 已经进到 B 了 ，Taco 可以打一个 blank 啊。如果这个哦，nice， 这里找到很好，这里。Leviatán 也是知道这个事情，然后就直接回来了。哦，也是知道 window 有一个人了。现在他们打一个 post run situation 的情况下，还是可以反开，他们的技能还有没有了？没有技能了。但是5打2不用什么技能了，就纯粹的加强罢了。又送给1分了 ，Leviatán 拿到了第8分。这里 Master 一个小左翼把 Stacks 给打爆了。RB 这里还是要保他的 G 吗 ？G 2个 skill， 哇，这一场。就算这场输了2400也帮不到地面买，但是保下一个 G 也是对他们来讲，哦，感觉要死了，直接开一个 dash。关键的1分啊，这个Leviatán还有没有翻倍的机会？8比12，再多4场就可以打 OT 了。
Has been on point here. It's making it so difficult, and that's maybe why we don't see Leviatán fully commit to that hit behind it.
我在 Master 被打到，都是无伤大雅，还是没钱了这里。
Should be able to scrape together a purchase here. DRX maybe considering one more slip through with the timeout being called. It's not going to be a.
这里 DRX 再加多一个 timeout 去执行他们这个 strategy。我们休息1分钟，稍后回来。
The RB took any damage anyway, so. But maybe feeling the heat a little bit here, because there's another one where Leviatán have found space. Taco, again, you've got to credit him in that situation, being the one to relay that information. DRX so desperate to rotate an extra man across to stop some of these hits. The thing as well, when Leviatán have shown these executions, it's pretty much 4 or 5. It's never 1 or 2 probing.
No, it's not just like a little, you know.
OK， time out 的时间差不多到了。这场其实 DRX 也是有可能赢的，他们的这个 retake 其实打得很好，只要买 Sheriff 嘛，连输2场的情况下买 Sheriff 是可以full buy 的，再加上 RB 的一把狙，还是有机会的，不要讲没有机会。 反正买 Sheriff 对他们来讲也不是什么太大的投资。如果一旦赢了，Leviatán就会直接输掉，这个算是风险比较大吧。哦，直接全起，果然是够钱的吗？这里还是一个full buy打full buy， 他过已经 hold 着了，再一平，他过直接 headshot RB 瞬间蒸发。他还是哪一个 shotgun 啊？对面也是知道这个消息。 完全不要 pick 他，2粒 Omen 的 smoke， 然后 Omen 的 smoke 再给到这个 long， 想要做什么？想要拿多一点 information， 然后这里 Marco 有点前压 ，Master 已经看着好了 ，Omen vs Omen。哦，还是 Master 压了这么久，有点松懈，被打了1枪，2枪 ，sorry。 所以 Taco 还是 hold 着那个 L， 应该是会直接强打 C 吧？还是要打 B？ 应该是强打 C， 开始慢慢进 C 了。Taco 也是慢慢在退。我们看一下 Q 在这里，他的 bot 是可以放的，只要听到声音 bot 就可以开始放了。不想放吗？直接想拉吗？32秒，只要他把 boom 给 ，OK， 这里被炸到 boom 去了哪里 ？Boss， 这里 stack 杀1个杀2个，哦，差一点被算掉。这里1打3，还有一个大招，哦，直接被他过了1枪狙掉。9比12 ，comeback is real。这场 DRX 是连输啊，还是有钱可以买。
Damage done, but not going to matter at this point. Leviatán already got themselves a little bit of a cushion to work with.
Taco 这个看到头，哇，真的是快，这个 Taco 真的是快。啊，这个Master这里你加错了。
A couple of mistakes now starting to show.
It's tense.
这里继续保枪吗？
3 rounds, DRX. You got to argue.
这里 boss 还是一样 ，Garage Shotgun， 对面也知道了，不会再打你的 Shotgun 了。哦。 这里1枪 Sheriff 没有打中，打到身体。Race 哪个大招打算去 entry B 了的 ？Maybe 是 B 或是 A， 应该会打 A 吧。
Showstopper online as well. Tour de force available. In a really solid position here.
反而是这个 DRX 这里，如果打 A 又正中他们下怀，他们就是故意要你打 A。 只要 King 的大招一开，他就算是浪费一个大招。一样的战术，跟前几场差不多。反正这里 Taco 还是在看着啊。49秒，等到 Taco 他们到的时候，一瞬间就会开始启动他们的 strategy。OK， 战术启动。Fate 已经准备好去 scan， 然后 Breach 要开始炸，然后 King 要开始 Breach 要开始开大招去 commit side 了。有一个炸弹飞上去，没有看到人，他们果然是知道了，直接 plan boom 大招都不用开。但是 Ray 这里要保他的大招啊，你波波给你吃了，你一定要用大招来 carry 啊。 这里 Bridge 还是上楼，跟上一场一样的 retake 方式，只是看现在 DRX 怎么对，不对？Leviatán 怎么对？Leviatán 还是不怕吗？死都要站这里。他们这个 Ever 这里可以换到人吗？哦，换了一个。那这里 RB 是 full blind。不帮你 RB， 但是他们完全就知道，我就 smoke 掉就好了啦。反而是这里 King 有大招 ，King 有大招。哦，这里面是换了一个人 ，King 的大招也是换掉 RB。哦，这里他过的 G 没了，应该爆枪吧 ？Sticks。哎，他们有钱是不需要爆，硬打吗？换了一个人头，7000多的他过换了人头也是没什么太大的用处。10比12。看北区啊，还有2场就要进入 OT 了，所以Leviatán把握好每一个机会。暗示不好，一个坏消息 ，DRX 这里有大招了，基本上只要 Q 拿到的就是一个全大，全大来讲这个杀伤力还是比较严重。打算把 G 丢掉吗？果然关键时候不可以拿 G 啊，还是要拿一把长枪。哦，有没有可能会不会？没有。对面这一场是直接前压，而且他们有大招的情况下，其实不怕 ，retake 还是比较简单。但是 RB 这里，这个 crossfire 了，2个看下面的 RB 看上面。这里 bomb 是没有拿，危险啊 ！Q 会不会拉？Q 拉的话就会成为这个唯一的突破口。哎呦，这里 Taco 危险哦！哦 ，Q 要拉了 ，Q 一拉的话，这里就会成为突破口。两边都很焦灼啊，不敢打。先把 bomb 给拿掉先，应该是 copy A 了。反而飞这里。哎呦，看到人了，知道对面做什么了，但是这个狗其实不对啊，要小心这个 garage 里拉。一个 fake 的配合一个 omen 的 flash， 他们知道全部人在前压，直接打 A 了，都已经知道了，直接打 A 了。Bridge 的一个大招劝退了他们，然后全部人一起进 A， 又是一样的 post flash situation， 同样是 A side。这里要等一下说话的大招先，没有炸到，14秒，一个 W jump 可不可以杀掉？哦，没有杀到。那甩这里，Leviatán已经开始 flank 了，Leviatán的 fate 已经开始进到后面了。看一下啊，他过这里一个完美的一个爆头，有没有看到这里？他的话也是死掉了。哦，Leviatán的一个 king， 抽到一个，RB 没有打到 ，OK， 现在是一个 ，Oh my God，RB 有没有奇迹？有一个 dash。只要加你不的。哦，这个加的情况下他已经知道了，不会再拉了。OK， 下一个小组位置就打到11比12。再多一场就可以进入 OT 了，这里就是Leviatán的一个韧性啊。这里 RB 很极限，换了一个，然后再把 long 的第二个打掉呢。这里开大跳去。哇，这里面是真的很关键，他把那个 diffuser 跟他打爆了。哎呦，这里Leviatán生死局啊，Leviatán。这里还是一个板甲啊，这里DRX是板甲，而且是没有大招的一个存在，只有 Q 就有一个大招。哇，这样跳着拿大招也可以的吗？非拿大招一个情况下是可以 commit C 的，但是 commit B 会比较好一点。还是他们要打回他们老套路呢？这里 RB 是架住了他，如果他们要进 A， 一定会看到 RB 的一把狙。先有一个狗劝退，哦，炸的一个瞬间，还是慢了。这里 fit 的一个大招，全部人走啊，知道你的 RB 在这里直接打 C， 但是 Q 在这里大招只要一掉，哎呦，崩掉了。这里拿了一个 bomb， 然后没有 flash 到 ，Marco 一个反开。哎呦，这里 Buzz 2打5的一个残局啊 ，Q 还有一个大招。 Q 还有一个很关键的大招啊！这里可以看到看到一个身影啊，我可以直接 headshot。这里 Shy 打算去哪里？应该是要 commit B 了。他们知道 C 有2个人，知道 C 有2个人一个情况啊 ，Shy 可以直接拉。如果他把 Marco 打掉，还有一个机会看到 Marco 的一个身影，没有打掉。这里 Fate 有一个 scan 阻止一下，可是 RB 的 G 已经到了。哦，这里 bust one v 3 situation。Q 的一个大招直接放下。RB 已经架好了，一出这里，哦 ，DRX 2比1拿下这一场，顺利。这个 Stacks 有点夸张。
I mean, the resilience shown here from DRX because Leviatán really took it to them here in this second half of Haven.
Absolutely
pushed them to the brink, the absolute brink. I mean,
Leviatán 也是差一点啊，就差一场了。
Really is where DRX were banking on coming through there. Credit to Leviatán again.
可以讲失误完全就是那个 bridge 的那个 pick， 不应该直接这样跳 pick 的。这里李维丹。但是打到很好了，他们第一次打 Master 应该是。让我们来看一下 replay， 这个最后这一场。这个是全局的一个 replay。
Coming out after that map 2, I was a little bit worried, thinking, okay, maybe that map was a glimpse of just things that could have been coming up in the next time we see them. But no, they really brought this back to a fantastic game. Absolute belter here in the final one, really heating up in that second half. Right down to that final round. And this again, what a key moment for DRX.
I want to watch that A retake back on repeat.
You could.
At 0.25, just as many times.
Leave it.
Like
A little bit of smooth jazz in the background just to talk you through it. Lovely, lovely stuff. But let's kind of leave DRX where they are, because I feel like they've kind of done as we needed to see them do, right? Like DRX have got the win, maybe not in the fashion that you expected it for a team that we're saying could be top 3, you know, inside the chart.
The key thing to know is previously we talk about the concerns with DRX being the form they bring to Incentive.
Sure.
This was being tested by a team that massively over-delivered. I don't think DRX played particularly poorly on Ascent.
No, not
They were just getting absolutely battered. Like literally slapped about the map. So it's not even as if you come out of this thinking, actually DRX were awful today.
No, in my mind,
actually pushed them way harder than I was ever anticipating.
Flat out, Leviatán are a really dangerous little team.
On the map here.
Oh,
in a loss
for sure. And that's saying something. Because a lot of us, you know, we'll kind of give you the pandery sort of storylines of, oh, but they're a really good team. I mean, they actually really are. Looking forward to seeing what they can do going forward, because to push DRX of all teams who are kind of tailor-made to handle that sort of aggression.
They were molded by this sort of gameplay, yeah.
And to still be able to apply that amount of pressure is really very impressive. So congratulations to Leviatán for a fantastic debut. Obviously, unfortunate they couldn't convert to a victory there for themselves. But for DRX, that was more of a challenge I think any of us predicted.
Oh, for sure. I'm excited to see Leviatán actually match up against some of these other teams.
God, yeah.
Like the benefit that we do actually see them play again.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody watching this now is going to have to be a little more concerned about the prep work coming into it, because they look very well drilled on Ascent to take the fight to DRX.
You're going to have to be really eyeing things up, especially for the coaches out there. But for the people out there at home watching along, this is your chance to let us know who your MVP was. Go down below, scan the QR code, do all the good stuff. You know how to do it, and get us your thoughts through. Anyone stand out for you in that game for, let's say, DRX at least?
Stacks on the Haven performance.
Yeah.
He takes it, honestly.
Yeah,
he was so key. Marco, you can make a shout as well. Again, fantastic utility usage, but Stacks for me individually came up huge in some scenarios.
And I think they needed him. I think they needed him. You need a little bit of a spark of something to bring you back, because you were being pressured by a team that not many of us would really put into the category of, okay, they might actually smash DRX.
Yeah, I mean, there were real examples in map 1 where DRX was showing a real lack of respect.
For sure.
And Leviatán ran away with that.
Yeah, it was commanding in the end, commanding the respect from either side, and actually forced a fantastic game here. But it's not over yet today, still plenty more to be seen, plenty more to be done. So we're going to go to a break, and when we're finished, we'll be back with the desk.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
Showstopper from Jing, like a shark attack play to crunch tiles.
Didn't come up with the good stuff. Still Forsaken's holding.
Against the crunch, and even with no weapons in the hands of PaperX, even with only pistols, you can see how awkward that got for the guild players. They don't have the guild staying in control.
And the swing just on top, that's going to be the round, the pistol secure.
Absolutely, he will swing you. Rounding. Fracture is where they normally prove that their set plays are the best in the world. I think they are the top team right now for set plays. But the Sage doesn't seem to fit in as perfectly as the Rays did in the past.
No,
maybe I will be proved completely wrong.
I understand where you're coming from, though. It's a little bit slower. Can't exactly go for the double satchels, but is that ever going to stop PaperX? The answer's no. Already straight in, forcing the rendezvous on a safe just to back away. And Guild, they are not going to be in position to try and deny the plant. Have to be playing for that retake. Step one though, break the Sage wall.
One of the other crazy things watching PaperX is that they have very elaborate post-plant setups occasionally, and you can see Mindfreak dropping back here. I think so that he can play some of those.
Oh, the fight being taken place here, right on sand. No coverage from drop. Guild, they've got to try and swing this one with a bit of confidence, and that's what they've got in spades right now. Safe picks up the 2 players and the defuse coming online, but
here come the snake bites.
The snake bites, where's the utility? It's
there
out
it
with the defuse. Mindfreak's already killed 1. Coldamento. That's a swing, and 2 kills down now, but the players are... That's going to be the round.
Crunch you. Plant setups. He got the...
King over sand, yeah, it's hard to deal with that one, but now the guns, Forsaken going to be doing a bit of cleaning out onto the side.
That he can get out back.
Only 2 more bullets in the headhunter.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh! Throw in these moments of personnel down really close. Benkai, even if he doesn't kill them as well, and it went back over to Halls.
I think this is the early conditioning. But
there are a lot of people stacked on A.
Guild, are they going to try and this pit? Well, it's already on. Go so low, but look at that spike plant location right up top. It is chaos right now on the battlefield. Players still alive, but PaperX, they've got the numbers advantage. Well, early.
There, flank about down really in there. We saw Jing in the previous map as well. But the flank from Benkai is important.
A reload and
so fun to watch. And then if some diffuse,
nope, agility that way if there's a player there. Yeah, the fast lane does block off that line of sight, including the slow orb. No one can drop down with the brim molly in place. It really has just split up the entire. Russ is in a world of hurt. Falling so low, but look at that spike dropped. Mindfreak just playing outside of this one. Trades, is it going to be enough? No. Players still alive, but PaperX, they've got the numbers advantage. And here tries to move around. The pit's dropped. Mindfreak just playing outside of it. It is a strike with the brim.
Is fighting Dish early. And now there are a lot of people stacked on A.
Guild, are they going to try and fight this one early? The fast lane does block off that line of sight, including the slow orb. No one can drop down with the brim molly in place. It really has just split up the entirety of Guild in the Viper's pit. Well, it's already on. A nade dropped down. Leo just needs to get his gun out and support this one. Orbital strike dropped on top of it. A lot of damage being just sent flying through. Russ is in a world of hurt. Falling so low, but look at that spike plant location right up top. It is chaos right now on the battlefield. Players still alive, and PaperX, they've got the numbers advantage. And here tries to move around. The pit's dropped. Mindfreak just playing outside of this one. Trades, is it going to be enough? No. Not enough at all.
Reen out of 2, and this is only the first layer of tens. The Benkai coming around.
Drop, including the slow orb. No one can drop that.
3 back looks like potential aftershock lock. Might see something over there early. Some diffuse talk to
break. Come on. Good.
Oh, and look at Benkai
getting out onto the side.
Guild. Yeah. It's early.
I like the approach from Guild. I think fighting over sand as well, not giving any space to PaperX.
Yeah, I think they actually played the retake very nicely, Guild. Yeah. It's just when it gets down to
all the layers added on top, the time's running down, the snake bites. Yeah, it's hard to deal with that one. But now the guns, Forsaken going to be doing a bit of cleaning out onto the side. Even the spray's like, hey guys, I'm here.
It's down to
all the layers added on top, the time's running down, the snake bites. Yeah, it's hard to deal with that one. But now the guns, Forsaken going to be doing a bit of cleaning out onto the side. Even the spray's like, hey guys, I'm here.
And this is a very similar setup. Once more, Divide this time planting with a rendezvous that he can get out back to Halls, so he's going to look to fight this a little bit more.
Angle's locked.
Oh, and look at Benkai making the wraparound silently on the road.
Only 2 more bullets in the headhunter. The swing, no tricks. He puts in enough damage. Does some good work, but ultimately look like it's going to be coming up with too much. Whip out the pistol, why not? Faster than a reload. And
oh no! Oh no! Oh!
Angle's locked.
Oh, and look at Benkai. Have to figure out. They're going all the way back to spawn, shooting his snake bites. Already got the poison orb on the spike. But 80% of their post plants in APAC, which is just bonkers. And Mindfreak they're going all the way.
OK， 我们这里来到了，这里我们一开始就讲第2场吧，因为 Forsaken 不是 Forsaken， 这里我们一开始呢，这个比赛一开始呢，我们来聊一聊第2场吧。这里是。
Already got the poison orb on the spike.
啊，这是一开始我们就来聊第2场吧。一开始我们就阿咪放进，他刚刚
他不是逃逸下来了没？
刚刚我们吃面那些吃完了，阿咪带上了阿咪睡了，所以他刚刚被我抱上去了。
你有拿着那个箱子吗？
没有啊，没有让直接一拿就上了，不用箱子。对吗？你要吃面了？你要吃面了？ OK， 我以为你要下来吃宵夜。这里我们一开始就来聊这个第2个回合。第2个回合，这里呢，这里 DRX 呢，它其实怎么说呢？前几场的开局呢 ，DRX 都是用同一种套路，就是全部人一起主打 A， 就是一直 rush A 的这个很简单的一个道路。但是由于他们的手感火热，而且他们的进攻 combo 是怎么一个战术配合到是很好，所以他们很容易就拿下来 A side 的一个 control。由于这里前3场呢 ，DRX 是用同一种战术以及同一种方式去赢得那个比赛，所以我就简单的 show 一下第2场比较好看的一场吧。首先我们看到呢，这里 Bankai 一开局呢，他是会在这个 B 这里打一个闪，就跟你讲哦，我们现在要打 B， 就是 fake A， 假 B 真 A 的一个打法。之后呢，他就全部人一起 rotate， 开始要 commit A side 了。等到 Bridge 已经就地到位的时候，他准备他的 stun， 有看到吗？这里一个关键的一个东西。DRX 全队就拼了一个直线出来，就跟你讲哦，你只要 stun 这里，直 stun 着去，这样他就可以同时清到右边跟左边的一个人。同时这个是之后呢 ，Forsaken 就会开启他的那个加速，然后冲前去把那2个人给收掉，就是这么简单的一个小配合。可是就是打到又完全不敢站在这个 B 面这里，这个 A 面这里。来，我们看一下。一炸 ，Forsaken 开加速直接冲，没有人 check 了。然后这个 stun 精髓，看到这个 stun 吗？这个 stun 是可以同时 stun 到上面跟下面的一个 stun 来的，就是整个 side 里面基本上你只可以躲在右边，就是右边这个小小的位置这里，这是个很完美的一个 stun 来的。我们看一下。由于 U 这里它是赌一场 B， 因为第1场它 Forsaken第1场 DRX 是一个 rush A， 所以他们这一场是赌他们会 rush B， so 他们赌错了，很明显就是 DRX 可以直接下包了，技能都不用交就直接下包。同时这里 U 开始组织一波回防。看一下，在 plant 了 bomb 之后呢，这里 DRX 可以直接回到去他们的 B 面里面打一个 post plant 的一个 line up， 然后 Bridge 是去看 flank， 然后 Bridge 讲flank 没有人呢，既然你们没有人 flank， 那我就直接去做 flank， 所以他就直接拿了一个带了一个缆车过去了对面，然后绕对面的屁股。我们继续看一下。
Does some good work, but ultimately it looked like it's going to be coming up with too much. Whip out the pistol, why not? Faster than a reload.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh， 这里 Bankai 拿下一个 knife kill。同时，这前3局就是一模一样的套路，就是一样的冲，一样的 plan。我们就看下一场。
No block off down, Leo locate
and it stopped Safe from fighting.
我们来到第4场，由于前面 DRX 一直在 rush A， 所以这一场他们直接rush B， 就是这么简单，就是玩你。你觉得我在哪里，我就去哪里，我就不去那里。同时这里 U 呢是组织了一波4个人的 A， 然后3个人是4个人防守的一波 A， 因为他们3次在 A， 他们3次被 DRX 直接冲到 A 了。然后这里3是一个人看着，他直接被 Forsaken 的一个 stun 给 stun 到了，但是他的 G 还在，就是在看你。在 DRX 里是知道他在夹着的，所以他杀一个人之后，这里 Bankai 准备要 stun 了。Bankai 走一个下水道，然后去到对面。
See if they can do any sort of damage. That nade, impeccable actually, the way that landed. A lot of damage being done, but
we saw over a dish. Oh, the pace. What? Instant disrespect. Winning the round.
And of course he gets the holding an angle, man. You're
to it, and he's only now starting to take space over a dish. Oh, the pace. There could be someone here. They haven't gone B, they haven't plants, and they're going to play post plant, and they're crazy.
这里呢又来到了第4个回合。第4个回合呢，由于 PayRX 前面3场都是 Rush A，so U 这里就布置了4个人来防守 A 的一个战术。同时呢，上一次会上一在 A 面这里是会开局来架置3个。同时呢，上一这里的全部呢就直接开大，然后架住了一个 B 面。
coming through, and this is only the first layer of strategy from PaperX. They haven't gone B, they haven't done anything other than a default halls push.
Same utility, by the way, just being sent flying. This time there is something a bit behind it. The PaperX players are just lurking.
我们可以看到 U 这里的 A push， 在发现到没有人的时候，他们现在有一个大胆的决定，他们决定要包夹这个 chamber， 就是这个 chamber 的 B 面，因为 chamber 已经得到消息讲，哦，这里很多人。 这里最少有 Bridge 有的 Flash 有 4second 的 Stun，so 他们决定去包夹他们。
And Guild know that this is different because they've got 3 players pushing out halls. So Safe knows there could be someone here.
Oh yeah, he's favoured there. Tour de force, that's an easy kill. Reposition though, Benkai has worked his way down. This is a fast push now, all the way into halls. 3 of the players from Guild. See if they can do any sort of damage. That nade, impeccable actually, the way that landed. A lot of damage being done, but healed back up, I think. That was right at the footstep there of Jing.
And PaperX are being diligent clearing this area out. On Ascent, we saw a lot of reactive plays. If they got pushed, somebody else lurked into an area of the map. But that wasn't really possible. Benkai's the closest to it, and he's only now.
这里呢，我们可以看到 4second 这个决定有多么的恐怖。 他看到 Siege 的一个 slow ball 之后，他直接 dash 进来，直接把他给收掉。把局面打回来一个3打3，但是在这个 dash 的时候呢，在这个双杀之后呢 ，4second 还继续在 push。 他知道 CT 一定有人会回防，所以他直接开着他的一个加速冲到了 CT， 再收下下一个人头。本来在这里，本来这里呢3打2已经是一个很好的一个局势啊。 本来这里3打2是一个极大的一个优势，但是 airdrop 的这一个 bridge 被 Brim 给看到了。哎不 ，sorry。本来这里是一个3打2的一个优势，但是 Siege 的这个包点呢被蹲在 A。 被蹲在那边的一个 bridge 给收掉了。
And of course he gets the reset off of it. He's just handed 2 kills. Pop off the ult, the man's feeling it. Down to that 2v2. Still the disrespect. Are you joking? Why are you holding that angle, man? You're against Safe. He's got a tour de force.
还有就是，我觉得这里我是更知道对面是个局的情况下，讲真的，你不应该去加一把。 因为这里是很远的一个距离，长手一定比较有优势。如果他回去跟他 teammate 一起把包给拿下来，还是有机会可以赢的。我们可以看一下这里。又终于拿下了第1分。
And if there's any adaptation for Paper though, and this is where the conditioning starts to come through. Guild off a tiny bit of utility early on, now have 4 players over at A. And if there's any adaptation for PaperX starting to make those same lurks they were going for on Ascent, those lurks are going to find big value. Because Guild are abandoning B and just leaving it to safe zone.
Shoulders touching at the wall, it seems. 2 of the players just watching this one with the orb being grabbed in the spam. They know there's a large presence in that halls. Now you see with the wall going up, Slow up as well to try and push them across, and as the door opens up, Trex, he attempts to capitalize. Fast lane, that's a re-push through Sand Guild. They've got the players, but can they get the kills? That's the question on their minds. It is traded. 1-for-1, 3v3 now.
And a different plant spot, the third plant spot that PaperX have gone for. And this time Mindfreak not putting his poison orb on top of it. Coldemender's going to look.
Mindfreak is pressured, the spam through Guild with another one.
A Guild.
Water force and teleports back. Difficult positioning, and look at this, yeah.
Backside, they're having. Still going for.
Certainly limited. Gonna re-pick that Headhunter. It's ADS.
If this free drop the poison.
Back plays. Go still with the play, easy to fuse.
Knowing that a quarter of the map is locked off and you don't have to worry about PaperX's players. And they out of like first dish push.
This is a different look for them. A flash and a stun. Once more, it's usually the beginning of most of these fast takes of all this space. Oh, he's already in there. Straight away, picks up the operator. You cannot be taking that angle. Dodging, juking, Nade's going to be pushing him back. 34 health, holds down Mouse One, but not enough to claim the kill. The spike, though, already planted. In fact, the Resurrect was available in the back pocket. Recently,
ults were.
I mean, Guild have been forced to play.
Wonderful retake from Guild.
That's the play. Look at that double satchel right into the headshot. Drake, and massively in handle time that it is.
Leo and Coldementer
that gives him an edge.
Similar look to this round as well. And PaperX find the opening kill. In fact, both Leo and Coldementer dropping at holes just opens up B. Similar look to this round as well. And PaperX find the opening kill. In fact, both Leo and Coldementer dropping at holes just opens up B.
And Trex, he's forced to do the impossible, trying to anchor the onslaught that was coming his way.
PaperX find the opening kill. In fact, both Leo and Coldementer. It's going to be that's the flank there. Over a dish, and Mindfreak going for the poison orb and snake bites. You want to be fast. You want to be really quick on one. And I think the way that PaperX are playing their post plants with, you know, Benkai over a dish and Mindfreak going for the poison orb and snake bites, you want to be fast. You want to be really quick on the retakes.
Look at that.
But you can't do anything if two of your players just die in halls immediately. That's not even the point of this round for PaperX. They're really through leaving to save the operator.
Right.
I don't think it's here, but
no. The thing that it's one of the things that I think Trex does better.
OK， 转眼间我们来到了第8场，转眼间我们来到了第8个回合。我们可以看到 PaperX 在叫了一个暂停之后，他们换了一个打法，他们决定从 A drop 这里经手，也就是讲他们还是要打 A， 但是他们换一个方向，这就是他们一个暂停之后的一个转变。我们可以看到这一局主要的重点还是在 A 这里 ，A long 这里我们可以看一下。这里是一个2打2的一个情况。首先呢，我们可以看到 Viper 先丢了一个 smoke 在地上，这个 smoke 很关键。然后由 air drop 这里的3个人制造声音去 beat 他们。OK， 他们就会把 Race 给 beat 到回去 side， 想要打一个防守的一个家。看到吗？2个人头就这样拿下了。
Trex, he's forced to do the impossible, trying to anchor the onslaught that was coming his way.
Whoopsie, Forsaken missed the spike.
He's picked the back up though. It's going to be planted in the previous position that they were laying down. Obviously, Mindfreak's still alive, 2 snake bites in his hand. How do you deal with this?
The fast retake is a great idea, but not an option that's available to them. And look at Benkai sprinting around.
I mean, Safe was aware he was taking the fight to him, but...
I mean, I think he was actually leaving to save the operator.
Right.
I don't think he was aware that Benkai was going on the flank there. But Benkai was playing up a dish and decided, hey, I'll mix it up. This round I'll go for the long lurk flank through spawn. And I think the way that PaperX are playing their post plants with, you know...
这两个在 A long 的这两个在 A long 的击杀是一个最关键的击杀，为什么？如何做到？我们从 replay 这里看得出。首先 Viper 丢的那个 smoke， 首先关键在于 Viper 丢的那个 smoke， 然后他们在沟通之后就会发现，当 smoke 要掉下的那一瞬间，他们就要去开始杀人了。
You know, Benkai over a dish and Mindfreak going for the poison orb and snake bites. You want to be fast. You want to be really quick on the retakes.
Look at that.
but you can't do anything if 2 of your players just die in halls.
当他们知道有2个人在架着他们的时候，他们就已经用了这个小小的 combo， 这不是什么 strategy， 就是一些 combo 了。Viper 的 smoke 丢在前面，然后就这样拿到了2个击杀。
That's not even the point.
Jumped into the back of the site. Forsaken already deep within tower. He spotted it, but he just can't quite find the head still. Weapon for the job is it can't quite go through the wall. Through all of it, but the team just can't quite get through the choke point. That's what the Viper's pit's for. Tried to give him a bit of covering fire, but I mean the overdrive, it's not the best weapon for the job, is it? Can't quite rush fine.
Oh wow. Point of this round for Paper.
Oh, he's walled off away. Nothing that
slow skirmish at halls.
OK， 来到OK， 这里是第九个回合。OK， 这里是第9个回合。这个回合就 OK， 这里是第9个回合。这个回合 PaperX 就换了一个战术，他们不打 A 了，但是他们给我们展示了什么叫做打 A 的一个艺术。我们来看一下。
And have a fast reactive push from Dish, but they just won the fight. Oh wow! Oh,
he's walled off away.
我们可以看到，从这里可以看到 PaperX 全部 team 都已经开始要 rush 了，他们已经开始准备好要 rush 了。但是 U 其实也知道他们要 rush， 所以他们把墙放下来，然后赛有一个 TP， 所以是没有这么怕的。问题的关键在于这里，当他们把墙这个 wall 给 break 了之后 ，Forsaken 直接开了一个高速通道，开着大招冲进来。
All the utility just being dumped into the back of the site. Forsaken already deep within tower. He spotted it, but he just can't quite find the head still. Pinged out, it's going to be rush spammed through all of it, but the team just can't quite get through the choke point. That's what the Viper's pit's for.
在这里，他配合 Viper 的一个 wall，CT 的人没有办法去夹住他的情况下啊，当Neon 进了你的背后的时候，你就是很难打了，因为他会一直走，一直在那边骚扰你，而且这是一个有大招的 Neon。我们可以看到这里 Neon 是很开心的，一直在滋，然后赛这里差一点可以 flick 到。6是穿墙杀一个人，但是没有什么太大的帮助。然后这里极限拉扯这个边开最后还是看了一下，虽然讲没有打败。然后就拖延时间拿下了这一场的胜利。OK， 我们这里可以看到，这里来到了第10个回合，第10个回合还是一样的 Rush B， 就是强打你的 B， 尤其是在他们这个配合下 ，Forsaken 虽然是没有了大招，但是他的技能还是可以用啊。你们可以看一下他们是如何进的，就是一个 Flash， 一个 Stun， 直接开高速通道竞赛 ，Viper 开一个 Wall， 这是一个很漂亮的一个进攻 Wall， 然后 Jin 就可以开始 plan bomb 了。
Oh, a bit of mischief, I think. Honestly, an opportunity for Gil to come back into this one, especially with that pickup onto Forsaken. With the res in play, now the rolling thunder exchanged on both sides. They want to deny the plant going down in the first place. The Guild players have started to swarm this one now. They do have good positioning, but can they win out the fights? That's the question.
Spike goes down.
这里这个 plan 呢是 plan for long 的一个 position 来的 ，so 当 chamber plan 完 boom 了之后，他可以直接用 TP 回到去外面，再配合 bridge 跟 Viper 全部没有在 site 里面，只有一个 Forsaken 在 site 里面罢了。这就是一个简单的一个 post plan。可以看到这个炸吗？这个炸的这个 plan 的意义就是 bridge 就算没有在 site 里面，它也可以用技能来延缓你的一个 diffuse。问题是它这里好像是放歪了。如果这里他的一个预判是预判到对的话啦，这个 shot 这个 play 是很美。
And had the aftershock found its mark, supporting with the operate.
Cordomenta, 2 rounds so even in this
space that Trex manages to gather for them. The fast retake is working for Guild.
Blow for blow, round for round, so even in this half. Again, the same play by PaperX, 3 rounds in a row. It's all going behind it and the spam through the wall, these adaptations. Cordomenta.
And this might be the first time that Mike going to be dueling Russ. Normally good for them.
Yeah, looking up, and he's got the crosshair placement. Once more, the precision is there. Bit of a noise bait.
It's
Trying to
drawing
fake something.
It's drawing a couple of players back towards B, but the spike was heading A.
It's because
Now
the trademark was just
B were gonna
be enraged after that. It's already been wrapped around. Stunned all the way D.
Oh, do you go back to B? And for
Thing.
first
round, so even in this
space that DRX manages to gather for them. The fast retake is working for Guild.
这里是 Round 11，同时 PaperX 还是一样在，这里是第11场，不是，这里是第11个回合，同时 PaperX 还是一样的战术，就是一直 rushing 的 B 的，就是用同样就是 Bridge Flash， 然后他 Stun Forsaken 开高速通道，但是这里带来的是 Forsaken 的第一视角，我们可以看到他先 Stun 一个，然后走到差不多的位置开一个高速通道，直接滑到进去 Tower 里面，但是很不幸的，你就已经知道他们一直要 rush， 直接扫射。Forsaken 现在是一个人在 side 的一个 Tower 里面，他就是 hold 着 Arcade， 不要给 Arcade 的人上来，就是这么简单的了。我们可以看到 David 这里，我们可以看到全部这里是一个人进了 side， 然后有 TP， 在被 flash 到的一瞬间直接 TP。同时可以看到，可以从小地图看到 PaperX 已经开始要 rotate 了。其实他们有想要 rotate 的，就是卖掉 Forsaken， 让 Forsaken 乐还是什么的一个战术，一个就是可能可以卖掉 Forsaken 啊，因为只有还有一个人在 side 嘛，不然就是让 Forsaken 去乐的这一个 call。讲真的，这里其实 Guild 也是知道他们要 rotate， 所以他们3个人已经差不多开始要回防了。没有想到就是 Sage 这里竟然被 Forsaken 一个爆头，然后他讲，Forsaken 还在，有没有可能是重新打 B， 就是一直打 B。然后他们还是坚信啊，还是要打 A。毕竟 Viper 把那个打掉，故意就是 bait 他们去 A。然后我们看到 Bankai 这里扎一下，然后开始回防，开始 rotate。
And look how far away Coldamenta is. He's the one with the brimstone roll. He's the one that can deny this plant. And I think he's too far away.
Might just be in range, surely, with the nade. The stun to try and follow it up. Forsaken is already deep. Does get taken out. The orbital strike.
这里还是一个 post plan situation 3v2。我们可以看到 Bankai 这里已经12 HP， 他唯一要做的就是不要死，同时把这一个迈向冲击给他打好。看来 team 已经 ping 给他看是在哪里了那个波。然后这里全部一个爆头。
Safe falling down to Leo. This guy, he's been good for it in the past, but not quite this time around.
A beautifully played round from PaperX that was much more reminiscent of their mid-rounding board. He'll be looking to get value out of the Sage, but
I should say. What a lane over the top. That actually goes. Yeah, it goes over the top. You have to stand on the boxes to do it. It's an tries to take the angle, but only so much half
to get PaperX going
that they can.
So. The map, it's just, I think the Ascent map gave them a little breather, a little lean into the ability and possibility that this stuff is about to happen. So we need to see a little.
Stun over the top, a bit of Guardian spam. That's going to be 2 kills rewarded, though. A little fight took place in Halls on top of it. So despite the fact that this is a thrifty round for Guild, still looking more than dangerous.
Yeah, extremely doable, and this is Guild playing at their So they go back and deal with it. Foot defense side is you try and
brutal.
Oh, that shank.
What is this? The Sage on Sage warfare just.
Jing and Russ both run out of bullets.
More kills, and it's a quick kill.
He gets the doesn't get out. Space. You're so cramped. There's no corners to hide behind or cover. So if you get pushed, it is. And if you just look at the minimap and how Fracture is set up.
我们来看一下这一场，这一场是下半场的第一场，6-6开局。这里 PaperX 的站位就可以看到他们的做法，他们的打法就是很 aggressive。PaperX 的一个 PaperX 一向出名，他们的是一个很 aggressive 的打法，是应该是这样讲。PaperX 一向出名，他们很 aggressive， 因为他们在 defense side 一样 aggressive， 我们就可以从他们的站位看得出。 Bridge 跟 Neon 是在 B 这里打算 push 出去，反而 Airdrop 这里是 Viper 跟 Sage 一起慢慢的拉出去。重点在于什么 ？Neon 跟 Bridge 的配合太美了，他们只要一炸 ，Neon 一冲，就很容易可以包夹掉你的大部队。如果你有5个人在那边的话，你也是很容易被双方的一个夹击给夹成汉堡包。我们这里看一下。
So if you get pushed, it is really difficult. This time though, PaperX are playing a bit more of a conservative composition, and that's where I've got questions. Are they going to play conservative squeezing? And they're starting with a safe squeeze. What? He doesn't get out. No way.
那这里很不幸的就是，其实赛的全部已经知道对面要一起夹击他了。他也是做线走的，但是做线的一个烦恼就是这样，你在线上面很容易被打下来，而且他就是被修脚，把你的脚都给打断了。我们就可以看到这里，当 U 知道他们是一起打，当 U 知道他们4个人是一起夹击的那个另外一个点的时候，他们直接下了一个决定，就是直接 rush 你的 side， 你的 side 一定是空的，你4个人都走了，不可能有人在 side 的。这里他们直接 rush 进 side。讲真的，他们其实技能都可以不用用，因为他们讲真的是没有人守的。我们看一下 For Second 这里，先把1个人打到之后，然后再被 bot 给炸了一下。Jeans 在他没有子弹的一个情况下，直接掏出了刀，把他的菊花给捅爆了。
Almost though Coldamenta potentially getting they might that was gifted to them early and what a thrifty to win of both of the fuck me man Aaron why do you do that yeah man yes you can see the difference
这里来到了第15个回合，第15个回合还是一样的第15个回合还是一样的套路 ，PaperX 这里是打算夹击汉堡包，把这个对面的点给拿下来。但是 U 其实已经知道对面要 push 了，所以他们的一个战法就是2个在前面，2个在后面，但人一直躲在 corner， 就是一个很简单的一个 crossfire。
Alex for PaperX and Barbar for Guild, and how much it means to both of these teams. What a thrifty to win.
Forsaken, no. Oh, once more the pace, the tempo. It's turned up a tad, but Leo more than ready to absorb all the aggression coming his way with the rifle. Still,
this is the problem.
Turning into the 3v3, and Divine, well, of course, more than likely to re-swing and refight this one. Quite favored for it, is he though? Still.
这里 U 连赛都还没有进到，就已经赢下这一场的胜利了。但是没有办法，因为 PaperX 是 equal round， 所以他们 equal round 需要做一点比较大胆的一点尝试。如果呢，他们这里手感比较好，是可以杀完全部人的，但是可惜。
No wet from both. On the other side of the map, Jing walls off Arcade, trying to get.
Kai into the stun, into the flash. The utility is being
stumped. Benkai hears them coming. The other side of the map, Jing walls off Arcade, trying to get value out of this Sage. And Safe's movement through tunnel is going to end up getting stumped. Benkai hears them coming. But he's the only defender of B. And Safe's movement.
Witnessing what?
在这个第16场呢，我们在这个第16场呢，我们可以看到啊，在这个第16场呢 ，PaperX 的 Benkai 这个 Bridge 教你如何一个人守比赛。首先一个 stun 出去，然后再配合一个 pick， 直接拿下一个人头，之后再回来，用一个迈向冲击，让对方不要 push 上来，不要来打你的近身。同时，他也看到6的一个迈向冲击从右边发出来，他知道了右边有人，就一直 hold 他们了，然后再等到队友拖到队友来的一个情况下。
Dangerous quite quickly, but up on drop though. Trademark's broken. Is he going to be able to return and turn around here? The orb goes up to try and at least deny a bit of space, but shots being missed. Divide doesn't anticipate it. Aggression by Safe, and he's taken so much off them.
Amazing play by Safe. Great work reacting to the punish.
Dangerous, but it's secured.
And I mean, that hurts them, but they're mostly going to trade you out. That's They're finding their footing in the series, getting the read of how Paper X want to.
说这一场是在这场 Forsaken 是1换1之后。
Secured. It is a really dangerous round, but another good one from Guild. They're finding their footing in the series, getting the.
这里是 Forsaken 在这里，这里是 Forsaken 一个人在 push 这个 A 面的时候，极限1换1。
And I mean that shot, I don't know how he's hit it. That's a flu game kind of buff in terms of that flick, but he did get punished immediately afterwards, and that's Guild play. And it is a really dangerous round, but another good one from Guild. They're finding their footing in the series, getting the read.
这里 Forsaken 在
how Paper X want to play. And I mean. That Benkai.
That's the question.
Spike goes down. Bullets and Jing
being missed of
how Paper X want to play. And I mean that shot, I don't know how he's hit it. That's a flu game kind of buff in terms of that flick, but he did get punished. Shot, I don't know how he's hit it. They're finding their footing in the series, getting the read.
这里我们可以从 Forsaken 的第一个视角看他到底有多神经这一枪。
Of how Paper X want to play. And I mean that
在这里极限1换1之后，其实我认为他应该从后面 dash 出去，从 smoke 里面出去，不是应该直直枪 dash， 有点太浪了。
You can pop off against them, but they're mostly gonna trade you out. Value the
game plan has to be cooked up. Adaptations.
Current on Jing at Arcade. And Jing again. You can pop off. I mean that dangerous round, but another good one from Guild.
这里我们可以从 Forsaken 的第一个视角看他如何是极限1换1，多么神经这一枪。当然是我认为，如果他的 dash 的角度是从后面出去的话，他就应该是不会死的。
But he did get punished immediately at our 4 kill. See something in all of these. Guild.
Be cautious of this, and you can feel it as well.
Too much attention. Take the risk and jump somebody into the site on their anti-eco.
Players over towards the B side, yeah. Paper X, I think now looks like they're trying to take that gamble stack over towards A.
To try and take the dish.
Trex, tour de force and the overdrive available. It could still be a dangerous round. For Guild, they do need to be cautious of this, and you can feel it as well. They heard the tour de force popped off. Trex is just making sure that he jump peaks these angles. In fact, everybody, they don't want to get caught unaware just in case he could be hiding.
Nobody paying too much attention though to Dish. And I think for Paper X, this is just expecting Guild to play slowly.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry about Dish because Guild are not a fast-paced team that are gonna, you know, take the risk and jump somebody into the site on their anti-eco. So Paper X playing a little more riskily on their eco round. Focused on halls, looking to try and play off. Does look like it's going to be...
That's what they were waiting for. Rolling Thunder, that connects onto them. And now the overdrive. Stuns into stuns, but the kill's being found. 2 drop down. Guild going to be donating those weapons here. Oh, them down, man, in the 3 seconds.
Amazing, but now...
Stuns. You can see the smoke was popped off earlier into Arcade Benkai.
To try and take though to
off Trex is tour de force and the overdrive available.
On their eco, they crunched towards bridge. There are 4
第17个回合，这里 Purplex 是一个
Tour de force and the overdrive available. Could still
bridge. There are 4 players for Guild defending that bridge area.
Tour de force and the overdrive available. Could still be a dangerous round.
For Guild defending that bridge area.
这里我们从小地图可以看到呢 ，DRX 的一个防守策略是一个3-2的一个 setup， 但是他们的 bridge 是一个游走位，当然它的主要功能是配合 Neon 去打一个爆发，因为 DRX 这里是一个 equal round， 所以他们唯一的爆发机会就是 Forsaken 的一个大招。我们可以看到他在这里，首先他在 Arcade 这里呢，先帮他的 teammate 去炸了一下。可能是照一下，或者 flash 一下，帮他取得了一个地理的一个优势，然后就快点跑过去帮一个 Forsaken 的。你看到这里，应该是闪一下，不是，应该闪一下。然后呢，他就跑回去 A 这里配合 Forsaken 打一个爆破。我们可以看到 Guild 这里他在这个 dish 里站了很久，他不确定有没有人在 hold 他，然后他最后下一个决定，他就是决定要 reset， 他们要回去他们的 T spawn， 然后再重新打多一次 A。因为从他们的 information 来讲，他们是知道 bridge 在 B， 而且还有可能1到2个人。哦。
Side by side.
What they think the adaptation put, turning the ship slow.
2 players alive, but enough to hold a lead.
And PaperX are going to be starting on an eco round here. Previously on their eco, they crunch.
这里 PaperX 有一个暂停之后呢，由于他们是 equal round， 所以他们的战术就得围绕着他们有大招的人去打一个伤害。我们这里可以看到，这样。在上一场的失败之后呢，这里 PaperX 是一个 equal round， 所以他们唯一有的一个机会就是 Forsaken 的一个大招，也就是 Neon 的一个大招。然后他们这个经过上一场的失败之后 ，PaperX 就有一个暂停，暂停之后他们就布置了一个全新的一个战术。他们布置了这个战术 ，Guild 也是会很怕他们有什么特别的 rush 啊，还是什么。所以这里我们可以看一下，开局 Bridge 就在这里，我们可以看到 Bridge 在这里准备是配合队友打一个闪。不是，开局我们可以看到 Bridge 站在这里，开局我们可以看到 Bridge 在这里，他是想要帮队友打一个 stun 出来，然后让队友有一个地理的一个优势。反而 Guild 这里是比较怕他们一个 rush， 因为他们看到 Bridge 的一个 stun 之后，就会发现，是不是 PaperX 要 rush 出来了？好像 Forsaken 每一场都会冲出来，好像狗，就是逼他们打汉堡包，所以他们就3个人全部人跳进去 dish 里面了。
For Guild defending that bridge area.
Tour de force and the overdrive available.
他们跳进去 bridge 里面，发现没有人要打汉堡包，可是所以 Sage 就一个人就在这里看着 ，Sage 就在这里一个人看着他们的一个乐就可以了，不是应该讲，他们3个人进入了 dish 之后，他们发现了，原来好像没有人了，然后这里他们就留 Sage 一个人是看乐个，然后不是，这里 Guild 虽然是被吓到进去了，Guild 这里是被吓到要跑进去，不是。这里呢，其实 Bridge 的一个 stun 是一个 bait 来的，它是一个陷阱来的，是 PaperX 的一个战术的其中一部分。它 stun 了之后，全部人以为 Forsaken 就是 Forsaken 的 Neon Bridge， 或还有其他人可能会一起要 rush B， 所以他们就全部一起进了 dish， 想要看看 dish 是不是没有人。然而 PaperX 的一个战术就是我 stun 了是一个 bait， 然后他就快点跑去 A side 这里帮助 Forsaken。
Guild, they do need to be cautious of this, and you can feel it as well. They heard the tour de force popped off. Trex is just making sure that he jump peeks these angles. In fact, everybody that they don't want to get caught unaware, just in case he could be hiding.
Nobody paying too much attention though to Dish, and I think for PaperX, this is just expecting Guild to play slowly.
这里 PaperX 是觉得可能他们这是一个陷阱，全部人在 A side 这里等他们，所以他们决定撤退 ，reset 去 T spawn， 然后重新再组织一波新的进攻。
Focused on holes, looking to try and play off the back of Mindfreak's contact. PaperX.
“这里可能是 Guild 觉得 Dish 在这么久都没有拿到 info， 可能 A 真的是没有人，他们全部人重兵是守 B， 毕竟刚刚他们可能会猜全部大部队会一起赌 B， 因为这是一个 equal round， 所以他们全部人回到去 T spawn reset， 想要重新打一波 A。我们可以看到这里 Ben 盖的一个视角，他是准备好要开大去炸这一个 A 的这个外面，配合 Forsaken 的一个大招去打一个措手不及的一个反打。我们可以看一下这里，当他听到脚步声的时候，他就开始叫 team 一起开始准备了。这里应该是听到脚步声了，准备开大，然后 Forsaken 也是准备跳进去。开大的一瞬间 ，Forsaken 直接开大，首先把 Sage 给收掉。然后 Guild 这里是打不进 A side， 所以他们就决定直接去 rush B 了，因为剩下22秒，他们没有太多的一个机会。Forsaken 丢一个 stun 进去，连缓了几秒钟，然后再冲出去 stun， 15 HP 的一个漂移，还有剩下10秒。Forsaken 继续秀，一个14杀终结了这场比赛。这场equal round 的这个打法。在equal round 里面懂得如何利用他们大招创造一个极大的一个优势，这个是 PaperX 的一个暂停叫的这很美的一个地方。
For PaperX, they're expecting to win round 14 and start a bit of a run. Go next.
Oh, they know how to play. Levu back. Saken seems worried. Line of sight angle, watch down, players onto the...
Yeah, I thought that was Leo's actually. I thought he was trying to... His team is just supporting him so well. Here's that play from Jing. Nice idea. And one of the few times that you've seen something unique out of Jing's Sage, finds him a pick. That is also going to put a bit of fear in the back of Guild's head. And now the reactions seem much more genuine from the PaperX headquarters. Also going to put a bit of fear in the back of Guild's head. And now the reactions seem much more genuine from the PaperX headquarters. Now that they're actually having a close game.
Yeah, being truly tested. It's an evacuation across the ropes.
Do they much more genuine? That is also going to put a...
在一波胜利之后呢 ，PaperX 这里又有新的一个战术，他们还是喜欢他们的一个老打法 ，aggressive 的一个打法，一个很有侵略性的一个打法。首先看到一开局了，他们就直接要包夹一个 T spawn， 3个人从 B 这里开了一个高速通道冲出来，然后 Chamber 跟 Viper 从另外一边过来，想要打一个汉堡包。Chamber 意识到这一点，直接开始坐缆车飞走。又得知了他们是 rush， 就是又知道了他们是全部人冲出去一起抓开汉堡包的时候，他们下了一个决定，直接 rush A run， 直接 rush B。
Yep, now with a double satchel play into the showstopper right on top of the steps. Trex is good for it now, the orbital strike. Benkai, well, he's gifted with one. Cool Calm and collected just the one though, before he eventually will fall to the ultimate. Side control gain, they have to try and deal with Jingno, and he was into that corner, isolated, back against the wall.
Very nice play from Russ and safe, putting pressure on him from 2 different directions, but Mindfreak finds a pick. That's just off the back of the vulnerable.
Yeah, able to get it, only a couple of bullets that were needed, but the post-plant position of Guild right now is quite good. Cold Dementor does have a Brim Molly. Let's see if he has a lineup for it. It could buy him even more time, but the crossfire setup from main and back arcade. Yeah, right up into the... A great round by Guild. Pulling out the ultimates, making...
You're seeing them get a kill in that of... It really is classic Guild.
I think, in terms of... Just trying to see if they can get away with takes. Teammates... Into sand claims his prize.
Up with the goods.
Park is down and PaperX they want to play off the back of it. Damage. Oh, it's more than done. Locked back, the spike is dropped. Has to be under fast engage once more. Trade Park.
Leo timing his fault line for when the Viper wall dropped. Gildov really getting the read for how PaperX want to play. They're learning as the game goes on.
Fast engage once more. Trade Park is out in the open. I wonder if that's intentional.
Wall dropped. Gildov really getting the read for how a huge round for Gild to recover. And off the beginning.
比分来到了11-9，因为上一场 PaperX 才比分来到了11-9，上一场 PaperX 差一点可以 clutch 到，但是他们输掉了，所以他们这一场的经济，所以他们这一场会打到比较 passive 一点，因为对面已经差不多拿到赛点了，他们决定打到稳一点。
Gildov really getting the read for how PaperX want to play. They're learning.
这里 U 就是一波冲锋，直接 rushing outside。PaperX 自己的回防也 ，PaperX 自己的回防也是打得很快。首先 ，Chamber 慢慢拉。
Locked back, the spike is dropped. Has to be a quick response from Guild, but it's not enough, man. What is that?
That's a fast retake. We've seen a few.
Locked back, the spike is rolling thunder as well. Fast engage once more. Trade Park.
Leo timing his fault line for able to get away with that.
好的，现在比分也是来到了11-9。由于上一场他们现在比分也是来到了11-9。由于现在比分也是来到了11-9，所以 PaperX 打算打到比较 passive 一点点，不要这么多失误，可以打一个好一点的 retake。反正 U 这里就开始 A rush 了，反正 U 这里就开始 B rush， 他们一波冲进来。 Raze 已经进了3，但是没有打到Chamber已经 TP 走掉了。然后我们就可以看到这里 ，Bang 开的清一个 Tower， 然后准备配合他的一个大招。Forsaken 跟Chamber已经冲进来，把他们全部给秒掉了。这里Chamber 2个 headshot 真的是很极限，只看到一小小粒头过来都可以 headshot 掉。
And they both hit these rounds of for Guild. The only map they've won convincingly so far at this tournament was Fracture. They won third. Either that we've DRX have
pushed deep, breaks up. Active Viper to try and disrupt Trex towards one of the targets, but they don't have enough time.
No plan. It's not quite enough. Like Paper giving them
out of their enemy. The trade is instantaneous.
Confused by that from Forsaken and Mindfreak though. There wasn't information to me. Guild in a great position to get up to map. All 5
and on a paper, but that's classic. Out of their enemies.
Guild just pull off a big execute into us.
It's the Guild play style when they like to play slow, absorb the aggression, see if they can force mistakes out of their enemies.
Forsaken has just popped the overdrive instantly.
Oh, he's so deep. But it's crossfire. The dash, the slide! Mindfreak's there to follow up, but that's classic Guild for you. The trade is instantaneous. And the Resurrect in play means that they're right back to full health. 5 players now swarming onto the A site. And not a PaperX defender in sight to try and disrupt it.
I'm so confused by that from Forsaken and Mindfreak though. There wasn't information on the rest of the map. For all Forsaken knows, he might be running into all 5 players there. I suppose he knows Russ isn't there because there was a wall up towards Arcade, but that seemed over-aggressive to me after the slower and more retakey rounds have been working. A 3v5 towards that. And the overdrives. Guild win these rounds on their own. If we
比分来到了11平，这是一个比较比分来到了11平，这是一个很关键的局，因为这是双方的一个full ban round。OK， 比分来到了11-11，这里双方都有大枪的一个情况下，这是 比分来到了11比11，这一场很重要，因为谁先赢谁就会拿到赛点，而且这里双方是起大墙的。我们可以看到 Bridge 这里做了什么？他首先先把去炸一下，好像伪装成我们又要 rush 你啊这种假象，吓到 Six 直接把他的 wall 给交了。然后他们为了不要被加汉堡包，他们全部人一起坐缆车回到去他们的 T spawn， 而且 Forsaken， 然后 Forsaken 这里就是开了一个大招，然后 Forsaken 这里就开了然后 Forsaken 这里就打算开一个大招，不是，然后 Forsaken 这里开大招就打算去直接把对面落打的人给打掉，然而这里 Chamber 19 HP 没有死掉。虽然 Mindfree 已经换掉了，但是这里 Sage 有一个 Rest， 他们还是回到了一个3打5，他们还是回到一个3打5的一个健康状态。这一场基本上当时全部人都以为没有办法 retake 了。这里 Paper X 打算慢慢先 check 一下，看有没有人在勒，然后配合一波在 A 面这里打回来。
After the slower and more retakey rounds have been working. A 3v5 retake, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to pull this one off. Guild in a great position to get up to map point.
Well, he's been pushed into this one, but the positioning is not good for Paper X. That rolling thunder, it collides into multiple targets. Safe will fall, but time is a bit of an enemy right now for Paper.
这里 Guild the Bridge 其实做得很好，他把大招 stun 全部都用了，而且还放一个 flash， 已经极大的延缓了对面的一个冲势。然而 Paper X 这里知道时间不多，他直接打算就 rush 进去了。Oh shit！ 没有进去。
Jing with a resurrect allows them to keep their economy so far.
Most of the 3 players running and waiting for Paper X. They break up this trademark early on.
And so far in this is set, but this is all audible from Coldamenta.
How has he managed this one? Let's see if they can even
make in time to help Jing.
It's an instant pivot though. They're going to start to move into their own spawn. They're not even, and he's not the usual up here. He needs the help of the rest of his team. All 3 members of them just colliding their way now. Right volley, it disrupts them still. Fault line being held by Leo. Off the top. He can't do it. It's not enough. It's held at the end. Of the obviously now spikes this one. Let's see if they can
get back in. Slowly working their.
It's going to be denying some space. To be fair, Josh typically favoured when he gets to OT.
Half of Guild's maps so far in Copenhagen have gone to overtime. Can they stop?
12比11， 12比11，这里 Paper X 来到了一个生死局 ，Do or Die， 赢晋级，赢OT， 输回家，也不是跟人家讲。这里来到了12比11，是一个生死局，尤其是 Paper X 这里是没有前期大强的，他们的大招状态只有 Viper 一个人是有大招，所以他们的决定就是 Viper 人单守一个点。
Stop this one going the same way.
To be fair, Josh typically favoured when he gets to OT.
That's true.
Winning most of them.
这里 Bridge 还是一样老套路，这个 ban 开，他先炸一下，让你觉得好像我们要 rush 这里这样，又是一个假象，这是一个 fake， 然后你其实已经有准备了，2个人已经在看着你了。如果你一 rush， 应该这一场就 GG。Viper 一个人开大招，一个人守 arcade， 也是一个比较容易守的一个方法。我们看到 Forsaken 这里又是想要 aggressive 的打一波机会回来，问题是他们没有发现任何人，只可以倒退。
Started the round with 4 players over at bridge, anticipating some kind of crunch there, and slowly working their way up towards dish. So far in this round, it's just an exchange of trademarks, an informational war.
Making sure that they threaten that they could be taking that space, but this Viper's Pit is such a nuisance for them to deal with.
Guild have to remember about time management. There's 50 seconds left.
It's looking a bit worrying maybe for Guild, but Safety's gonna fall.
Also coinciding with
这里 U 呢是4个人一起从 dish 这里走出来，他们想要直接冲一波 A， 时间不多，这里 U 是打算4个人一起在 dish， 时间剩下46秒，这里 U 4个人是一起从 dish 这里 push 了出来，然后他们 call back chamber 讲我们想要打一个 A side， 然而全部在回的一个时候呢，被 Forsaken 也给抓掉了。然而这里 U 他还没有放弃，他们知道 A 是有2个人的，而且还是有最强的 Forsaken 跟 Chamber 的一个存在，所以他们的决定就是从 CT 回去打 B， 而且还可以巧妙的避开 Viper 的一个大招。
What a call! What an audible from Coldamenta.
How does he manage this one? Let's see if they can even manage to get this spike down to try and close it out. Benkai, operator in his hand. He's not the usual.
问题是这里 Benkai 一个人拿 op 守着 CT， 不是，问题是这里 Benkai 一个人拿 op 守着比赛，其实如果他可以杀到1、2个人，当然是最好的一个决定。如果你第一个没有杀到，这样迎接你的就是 Race 的一个炸弹，或者是其他人的一个炸弹了。
Weapon for the job, and he's removed instantaneously now. Spike.
现在守 B 的只有 Viper 一个人 ，Viper 要做的就是等他的 teammate 一起来做一个 rotate 的一个 setup。现在 Pepper 这里是完全没有大招的。
And the Sages go 1 for 1.
The return of fire, they get it, but still the Brim Molly, it disrupts them still. Fault line being held.
我们可以看到他们两边有不同的想法。首先 U 呢是打算打一个 post plan， 打一个 line up， 他有6的 stun， 他有那个 race 的一些技能，他是可以很容易把点给他守下来的。因为 race 没有技能，我们可以看到这里有2个不同的风格。U 呢是打算打一个U 是打算打 line up， 不打 line up。U 是打算打一个 post plan， 他想要直接穿烟把你的，他打算直接穿烟把赛给他打掉，不是。这里 U 的一个风格呢，就是打一个，这里 U 的一个风格就是打一个回防，不对。这里 U 呢就不想跟你正面交战，他想要直接穿烟把你给穿死。而 DRX 呢，他有了赛点，他有了那个点之后，有 B 赛了之后，他做一个很恐怖的决定，他直接 stick，Bros 都很废。
Using it at the choke point just to try and stop them from getting through, but now Jing is going to start to stick this one, pushing forward.
靠着 Viper 的 wall， 他成功的直接把 bomb 给 defuse 掉了。
They can't do it. It's not enough. It's held at the end of the day. Jing, he brings it to OT for his team. He has been down the glass. Utility right over towards the B side.
For PaperX, that means Device doing it on the attack side.
A fight early on, looking like. They want to try and face each other maybe into halls, and big dump of utility right over towards the B site. Usually there's a threat behind it, and Saken, well, he's going to be trying to follow up. The spam tries to predict where it might be, and while all this is going on, you've got to be kidding. Flicks to the side. Usually there's a threat behind it.
Whether or not Jing is sticking.
加时赛的第一场，本来 PaperX 是打算用回他们的老套路，就是 Rush B 的一个套路。但是问题是，不懂为什么他们最后打算不要用这个方法了。他们只是让 Forsaken 一个人去 B 罢了，他们打算假 B 真 A。这里 Forsaken 本来是必死，然后就会面临一个4打5的一个决定。不，就面临一个4打5的一个场面，但是 Forsaken 这里极限换掉了 Sage。然后从 A 点的队友们，从 A 点的不是，然后从 A 点的不是，然后从 A 点的全部也是用 G 把。然后 Chamber 这里用怎么讲？然后Chamber的这里的 G 就直接把，不是Chamber这里，这个叫什么 David 啊？然后 PaperX 这里的 Chamber 就用他手上的不是用手上的怎么说的？ 然后 DRX 这里重金买回来的 op 也是把对面的全部给击杀掉了。然后 DRX 这里重金买的 op 也是把对面的全部给击杀掉了。现在场面变成了4打3。
It's a suicide fake from DRX, and yet they still find a pick out of Forsaken.
然后 Viper 还是一样看热。
They baked it safe, they punished him, and now they have the plant.
They haven't actually afforded themselves to give up any positioning of this one.
然后 Viper 这里的站位就精髓哦，他知道你会从这个门进来，他就是不要跟你打不要跟你打第一脚面，他不要站在你面前给你3个人一起，他不要在你的前面给你一起3个人激活秒掉。反而站在后面，慢慢的一个一个蚕食进去，所以现在 defense side 就会面临一个前后被夹击的一个决定。这里全部买的这一把狙就发挥了很大的一个作用，直接3杀带走比赛。
And Benkai is still here to stop the reactive push.
Face in tunnel, surely. No, the players now swarming, but they're not ready for him up in tower. Benkai, he takes out Trex. It is going to get traded.
But look at the pathing here, under through tunnel. Called him in with a great pick. That might be what Guild need. But
Forsaken, delay play, and now it's down to the 1v1. Is this going to be closed out? A DRX is going to be Divine wins it. Divine with the operator.
For not expect these players at Arcade so fast.
He takes out Trex. It is
possible for safe, and Benkai is still here to stop
committing his own. Yeah, Josh, I mean.
加时赛的第2场，这一场也是一场30局 ，DRX 赢了就直接14比12结束了这一场比赛。同时，他们也打回他们最习惯的那个套路，就是3个人一起 rush B， 从把 defense side 直接 rush 出来。这里Forsaken配合一个闪，直接开几个加速通道飞了出来。问题是他们没有发现到任何一个人，所以他们这个战术就是无功而返。反而是 DRX 这里的一个 GU 发挥了它重大的作用，直接把对面的全部给烧掉了。这里 Benkai 一个人是守着 side， 这里 DRX 的 Benkai 是一个人在 side 守着 B， 但是其实他是有一个 stun。讲真的，如果他在 tower 里面。去 stun 外面会比较好一点。
But look at the pathing here, under through tunnel. Called him in with a great pick. That might be what Guild need, but they will not expect these players at Arcade so fast.
Yeah, I mean it's an instantaneous adaptation. On either side, they're going to try and double swing it.
然后我们可以看到这里 ，Forsaken 一个极致的一个走位，直接把2个人给秀死。哦，不好意思。
Yeah, I mean it's an instantaneous adaptation. On either side, they're going to try and double.
然后 Forsaken 知道 Tower 是有2个人的，所以他直接爬线上去，把第一个人给收掉。然后场面就变成1打1。
This is going to be closed out. DRX is going to be taking this series. Divine with the operator. Ross. So much pressure on him. He swings through and he just cannot come up with it. Divine wins it out. And at the end of this defeat.
To stay aware this entire time of possibilities. But Optic immediately reset Xset here. And they already lost a lot of players on that round where they stuck the defuse. So this economically is going to hurt a lot. That was the first time Optic went for the C split, the patented Optic C split, and Victor just got so much value out of the double stun.
这里我们来到了第5场，这里是5比1的，还是 Optic 喜欢的这个 Heaven 呢？
Layered spawn and close logs, and this time Cryo again getting stunned. He's going to TP out immediately, not give up a first kill.
Optic 上次打赢那个 crew 的时候，也是选用这个 web 来直接暴打。他们主要的重点就是在 Victor 这个 Neon 身上 ，Victor 只施暴对面的防系，知道不能再施了，对面要哭了。
Oh, he spotted both sides. Hoping to set up a little trap there with the judge. But Aaron just with the classic, not able to break the Trailblazer.
Aaron perhaps expecting aggression on the other side of that flash. Isn't met with any of it.
This is a good peek for Cryo here against Victor. He has his TP back up, and he just spotted the leg.
How did that not hit? That buzzed right by his ear. Now here comes that ultimate, the paranoia initially, Zekin having to dash away, and now Crashy pushes his way forward. It was actually Victor who followed shortly after, but they're getting the kills that they need.
30 seconds left.
This smoke that Xset is putting on site is actually kind of punishing them with the execute that Optic is putting out. They are so diligent about sending util into that smoke. That Aaron is having a tough time battling into it. And they're hunting the op that Cryo saved last round. But it might actually cost Optic here. Their bank is not that big. And BCJ actually has a one-on-one on the site right now.
Player standing.
And there's time.
Surely not.
Cryo.
Are they going to be able to get
Cryo.
back in time?
Nowhere near him.
Finesse is here in sewers.
They don't
He's
know.
running. He's running.
Does he have any util? No, he doesn't have any util.
Oh my god,
gosh.
almost man, almost
not
差
even
一点
close.
可以 clutch。
Not even close.
Moments away from a ninja defuse. And this NA Classic, I don't think I've seen that in NA in years.
How close was that? We have to see how close that was. Xset calling a timeout here as they try to regain composure. Well, again, I'm really just interested in how close that was. I just want to see it again.
And that was a great play from BCJ. Just go for it. Obviously, you just had to judge. Here we go. Finesse.
Oh
There's
my
the shot.
goodness.
Oh my god. Wow. Just wow. I cannot believe that. Oh, that hurts, man. You're so close. To such a good play.
I will say, though, Ball, is there any element of concern to the fact that these are the rounds that Xset are able to put together? Is that one that almost went through? You think about the one round they did get?
Yeah, of course.
Kind of similar as far as situation goes?
Yeah, I mean, that's a sign that things are, you're getting lucky in certain instances, but most of the time Optic is battering you with the amount of map control they're taking. And these are the maps that I just love to watch from Optic. They're so dominant. And sure, every once in a while there's a cheeky little round. Not as intense as these always, but it is so much fun.
Dominant, probably the best way to describe what we've seen out of Optic so far. Have to remind everyone, Optic doesn't lose rematches very often. It seems like they approach those matches with an extra little something, a little chip on their shoulders, whatever it may be. It tends to work.
I love what Victor just tried to do right there. Just tucking himself in the left side of Garage to potentially find a timing if somebody missteps.
Oh, let's see if we can find him, though.
Ooh!
Very well done.
Okay. Last time Xset got an advantage like that, they ended up getting another kill and losing a 3v5, so Cryo does have the op posted inside of short here, but his rendezvous's not up right now, and he doesn't have the anchors placed. Actually, there's one.
And he has no armor.
Where's his second anchor? Oh, it's all the way in spawn. I see it now. It's just covered by Def.
Def was hiding it. You see the ping on the mini-map. They're expecting him to
Look
perhaps...
at BCJ. He's gotten a lot of space on C-Long after this pick. Obviously, Optic is going to lose some map control, and they're taking full advantage of it.
He avoided it! Lands a shot!
30 seconds
Rolling
left.
Thunder keeps him back. And Cryo stays. Not phased by what's happening before him. You see BCJ has to wait. There's utility on the other side. There's an alarm bot. Finesse moving forward with the spike. Def playing backside. And with 13 seconds left, they're just waiting for a tap in the swing, and that might cause problems as the spike falls on the other side. They have to regain control of the site, and it's not happening. There's no one there. Ye gets the kill, but the spike is not going to be planted. The round, is going to go in favor of Xset.
And they don't chase, actually, to try to get this op out of Ye's hands, but the money looking really rough for them, the amount of times that they're getting chased down. And that's a great round. We just talked about dominance from Optic, but that was really, really well played. The original pick in Garage, after Victor was maybe getting a little greedy, staying his welcome too much. And second punishes him as the smoke fades. And as Victor says, I should probably leave.
This feels like a good time to go. He even dropped the relay bolt to try to give him some sort of cover, but you're right, ultimately gets punished.
They might go for a fast C split here. Victor looks like he's paired up with Crashies to get into garage fast.
Flash goes mid, the Trailblazer, and Victor follows. In close pursuit, but there's excellent utility out from Def to delay things at least for a moment. You also have Zekin, who's tucked just on the other side of C Long.
Ooh, very interesting TP spotting. Yeah, they've gotten B.
Aaron falling. And you're right, they have full control of B. Marv hopping all over the place.
No charges.
They have control of the site, the spike's gonna go down.
The amount of manipulation Optic does when they initially get stalled out, which was great from Xset, that paranoia to actually push Victor back. Gives so much space for Marv to make those plays with his TP.
Cryo had made it through, he'd taken some space, and Zekin's trying to do the same. There was a flank coming in from both sides of the map, and it's Zekin who slipped the net! What a shot out from Ye. What a reaction.
Player standing.
Optic just continue to pick Xset to shreds, man.
CJ close here against Marv and try to go for something more. But nothing shows itself. And this is such a difference.
哎呦，可以看到这里 Asset 完全就是被 Optic 一点bully 的感觉啦。没办法啊，这里 BCG 也是没有拿到太多的一个人头。反而是 Optic 这里这个 Victor 冲锋啊，完美的诠释叫什么叫撕破你的防线。当然 Optic 进攻是比较强势，之前我们也是看过啊，他们打 Crew 的那一场的时候，他们的 Victor 就是这么玩。这个 Neon 体系哦，还有这里就是Ye 这个发挥也是蛮好一下。哎呦，拿鸟的 Asset， 感觉 Asset 就是这个阵容打这个 Optic 的冲锋阵容不是那么好，他们需要多一点空来把那个 Victor 给按下来，明白吗 ？Victor 你看冲到去你前面，你完全没有办法，你这个 Jet 只有一个 Dash 罢了，你只可以做什么？然后这里 BCJ 又被狙掉，然后 Muff 这里一个 TP， 我们看一下 Muff 这里 ，Omen 打 Omen， 可能是两边都不知道对面是在哪里吧，就打一个 passive 的，这里一个 Arin 打一个 passive， 因为他手上还有 smoke， 还有 TP， 还有大招，完全是不可以掉的一个人来的。这里 FNS 准备要开始开大了。等他们要到 commit 1分钟多，可能就要等到差不多40-50秒的时候才一起进吧。OK， 我们这里放了一个 smoke 开始进，然后 Victor 冲进去。Asset 的哦 ，Asset 直接把 Victor 给人头给收掉。我们可以看一下，他还在等队友，他等队友来 retake 的。这里 Bridge 的一个大招空掉，因为他们没有想到会有人在 CT 理他。这里主要是一出 ，OK， 这里 Ye 直接被拉出去了。哦，Ye 这里2个人头，哎呦，很关键的人头，把后面的2个人给打崩了。这里 Cryo 拿着一把 Op 来拉，这个 Op 比较难拉哦 ，Crashes Op 比较难拉 ，for 一个 retake 来讲 ，Op 不是那么好 retake。But it's okay. It's okay. 这个不是重点，重点在他们还是没有办法处理对面。你看这个 Ye 一个人，这里的一配合一个 bridge 的一个 skill 啊，小 combo， 然后后面再拉一下对面的 bridge。Ye 真是很强，尤其是 Optic 他们的一个头牌就是 Ye， 直接嘲讽啊，开始。这里 SS 是一个 econ round。这里是长枪打短枪啊，然后一个闪配合 Victor 直接冲，直接冲！我知道你是一个 round， 直接不用 power 的。首先再 beat 一下，配合 bridge 的一个闪啊，一个渣直接进到了 side。我们放一个 smoke， 然后顺便可以去看后面了。这里他们分工很明确啊，然后 Victor 就开始躲了。等你来打 retake， 等你来打 retake 吗？这里你的 retake 有什么？你只有一个 cryo 的一个大招 ，retake 来讲比较不是那么理想。我可以看一下，这里 bridge 是没有 flash 啊，它只有 stun 罢了。OK，Jet 要开始 commit 了，一个 dash 被 flash 了一下，再多一个 smoke， 隐藏一下身体，开始拉。一个只要杀到人还可以继续飞。哦，这里还被 blind 了，如果没有被 blind 的话，还是可以反打的。这里 Irene 什么都做不到，没有办法，这个 econ 2-9的一个开局。
course, he was.
上半场的最后一场，最后一 round 来的，这里是 full buy 打 full buy。我们看一下 replay， 这里 Ye 哇，好极限啊这种。尤其他看到那个 Jet 飞的时候，这一场 map 其实就是 Optic 很喜欢的一种 style， 他很喜欢玩这个 map， 就是因为他们的 Victor 可以直接冲破你的防线，你完全守不住他们的一个进攻。我们来这一场，我们看一下，他们还是重点守 A 了，因为知道你很喜欢打 A 嘛，直接 asset 全部人开始下来了。我就是要打 aggressive 点，因为你正常守已经是守不到了，如果你不打 aggressive 的话，守不住了。这里是拿一下 information， 然后 Ye 继续看他的 long， 他拼了一下，他可能猜我们会 TP 那边吧。一个闪哦，知道 information 了，他们知道我们没有 TP。接下来再放多一个狗，去看一下有没有人。看到一个 Jet 了，然后这边一个闪。这里应该不会再打 A 了的话，他们应该知道，应该会去打 C 吧。毕竟你看那个 Jet 的情况下，可能他的大部队就是在这里，一就是 B， 二就是 C， 不可能再去碰你的 A 了的。这里 Optic 拉到近点看一下，然后配合 FNS 的一个闪，看一下谁要进。可能想玩一下timing，应该是要打 C 啦，他准备好他的那个 flash 啊。OK， 首先一个 flash， 哦呦 ，Victor 这里差一点没有烧到 Irene 哦，走之前再放多一个上去延缓对面的一个防守。Ye 这里是一个人看后面啊，他应该是知道有人的 ，Ye 应该是知道有人的。哦 ，Ye 这个 shot 知道了。这里 Cryo 也什么都做不到了 ，Cryo 基本上是没什么太大的用处，看得出。上半场10比2，难受啊！我 accept 很难受啊，他们完全阻止不到 Optic 啊。虽然讲这是一个 attack map， 但是对面进到好像豆腐一样啊，一进就进来了，你也没有办法去防守吧？不笼统。讲太多话了，我去拿一点水，中场休息1分钟。
Really bad, but we're going to take the halftime to listen a little bit to what the desk has to say about this stomp.
I just heard that in Balla's voice, the stomp. That's what it feels like. And I think that Doug brought up a really good point. It's not nerves. Like I don't think it's nerves. I think that Xset, they're when they have the opportunities, they're playing pretty damn well. The problem is that Optic is just not giving it to them. Just not giving it to them.
I think that's a serious problem. It doesn't feel like Zekken and Cryo are choking up there. It feels like they're getting out-called and outplayed.
Yeah, I think there's been mid-rounds where I've just seen a flank coming and I'm like, oh, Xset, they've got this. This is perfect. And then like Spidey senses just kick in for the side of Optic and they're like, I feel like someone's flanking me right now, and they turn around at the exact right time. There's just an opportunity so many times for Xset, and it's just been diminished. But there's another man who, yet again on this map, yet again on Neon, has come in and shown us why he's one of the best Neons in the world.
Superpowers, Jess. This guy's the Flash. I mean, he's just running around the map. Right?
Yeah, what's awesome though is they're not just doing their classic fast play rounds. They're actually mixing in a little bit of other stuff, and that's putting more pressure on Victor, honestly. Because normally Victor's within a system. He knows the exec, he does the exec. But now actually he's been given a bit more freedom to do some of these lurky plays and other stuff. And that's where your individual game sense, like you were saying, Jess, really shines. And I think it has done here, not just for Victor, obviously, but for the whole team.
I like that he's more reactive as well, especially with these stuns. Like, he'll see Marv maybe take a pocket of the map, find that little bit of opening that Xset have left, and Marv's like, oh, guys, site's free. Like, I'm in. And he just goes, bam, within 3 seconds, his stuns are in.
And here's an example of that as well. This is a 3v5 that they managed to work. And FNS, he puts a fault line over towards B, makes it look like Marv's pushing over there, throws a flash as well. And in the meantime, Victor's just walking his way into A. Just walking in. And there's a player there, outplays Aaron, and then manages to get the plant down, and Marv's on the lurk, he gets success, and they win. And of course, this was the round where FNS ended up clutching the 1v1 as well. But they're playing their slow rounds so beautifully.
there's another layer to Optic I didn't think I would get. I thought it would just be those smooth set plays time and time again, but to see Victor lurking by himself with the spike in his hand and still making it work, yeah, that's another layer I didn't expect.
All right, well, let's see if Exa can answer back. It's going to be a tall task. Let's send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you, GB. Exit now take the attacking half on Haven here, and again, perhaps they can find some semblance of good, right? Like a sliver of positivity, because Bala, there hasn't been very much to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, bring this back a little bit before we go to the next map, because this is a go next, you know, type of situation. But you definitely want to take your time. You want to get the players who are cold to heat up a little bit. Specifically, I'm looking at Def. I'm looking at Aaron in this situation, not actually the duelist like the Def talked about. They're playing pretty well. It's just the calls and the reads that Optic is putting on, the pressure that they're putting on with just time alone, in a sense. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful to watch. Even though I might sound disappointed, this is a stomp.
OK， 这里比赛下半场开始了，笑什么？ 其实 Optic 只要拿3分不了，反而是 X 还是要连续拿10分啊，好难啊这里。我们看一下 Optic 怎样打，看到一个狗的情况下，直接反手放一只狗。他每次确定啊 ，Long 这里其实没有人，就是一直 pick 人，一直 pick 人。Sky 手上还有一只狗，还有一只伞。哦，这里中路 Chamber vs Chamber。 这次还有一个闪，打一个闪，配合打这个闪，可不可以杀掉一个人？这里 Victor 直接是被背身打掉了。哦，还有一个耶也是直接被烧掉了。这里是一个2打3的一个残局。Optic 直接2个人一起走后面来了。这里是 Jet 看着 ，Jet 一枪爆头，剩下一个 FNS 也是没了。诶，好像有机会有25 HP， 但是 Frenzy 走一走 ，Run and Gun 就没了。Good luck, FNS.
Wins it again, but they just got the setup. This is not really possible here for FNS. With the double swing, the double face, they timed that well. Just count it down.
一个简单的 double swing.
I thought it was, you know, sheepish on the approach, but as soon as the execute happened, second. Does not look scared at all to take this site. So in reality, what they're doing, holding the space for them to be able to get close for the execute. That's what we do, baby. We gotta run this back.
You hear it? Yep.
We gotta run this back.
虽然讲不想打击他们，但是好像有点不太可能啊，讲真的。
The next step is always the most important.
An Optic here without much of a buy may have a hard time fighting back here. Marv gets stunned up, has to back up, space given away. Exit trying to push the middle of the map, and of course it's Victor! At least he got one. Could have had a chance at more.
I'm more mad at Exet not checking that than anything.
Oh yeah, that too. And really, with all of the space that they had, they have to give it back up, and they're walking into some serious trouble if they choose to go garage, but it seems like a spike is going to rotate back towards A. Optic is pushing across middle map, though.
Cover going out.
And they're waiting for it. There's a trademark there, yes. But they're also waiting for it. Trademark goes down. Def's gonna get the spike down, but they also know where the pressure's likely coming from.
Great fault line. Oh, it missed!
Yeah, it didn't hit him! And they've got a good crossfire set up. Finesse is able to get one with the frenzy. Aaron with the flash, looking for blood, and he's gonna find it. Alex on Mark, can't see a dang thing. Not able to land the shots. BCJ swings out, Exet get to 4.
But how did that fault line miss? I mean,
oh, yeah,
it looked like it was on him. I wonder if the... No, I have no theories this time. Usually I'm going to theorize, but no, I've got nothing. Probably just was off by a centimeter. Simplest answer. And now, the toughest of probably all of the comeback rounds in situations like this. Yeah. The bonus. And they don't have a single rifle. They don't have a single ult. They're gonna have to brute force this with their SMGs and frenzies.
Cryo expecting someone to be pushing down around the flank, while Victor hitting a little wiggle, a little jiggle. He tries to see if anyone's coming around the corner.
Last time Xset slow pushed this A side, Ye was here really fast, but this time he doesn't have a setup to get here, so it's just on Victor and Crashies. And they could overwhelm them, especially if they double play one side.
They seem to commit here as Echo's able to dash across the relay bolts, but Victor just runs at him and spams it in his face. But off of that, you've taken care of one problem. There's still one on the site, and that problem is Crashies.
And Cryo trying to catch the rotates as well. Marvd and Finesse have not spotted him yet, and Marvd is going through there. Meanwhile, Xset not done with the round. There's still 40 seconds, and they're happy to re-explore the map.
"30 seconds left."
Flash across middle. Nothing spotted on B.
Cryo didn't even take space with that too.
He's so patient.
So they're just feinting. This is all on Marvd, and we've seen him in a spot just like this.
Fault line's not going to hit. Walk into his crosshair. Def falls, and now the paranoia is there. Aaron should still be able to get the spike down. BCJ with the counter flash, but now the utility starts to dump. Marv creeping his way forward. Two members of Xset just on the other side, and the flank comes through, but the flank's being flanked. Look at Crashies. Yeah, Cryo might find the timing. He gets 2 big kills. But now it's on Crashies, as I was saying, the flash. He's getting spammed. He's getting slowed. He's trying to work his way forward. Once again, 23 HP, and BCJ shows up just in the nick of time.
OK 10-5，这里一场过后 ，Xset 是一个负败 round 啊，大哥。他们的 bonus round 打赢了啊，然后他们现在还有机会可以追上去。毕竟这是个 attack map， 我们之前已经讲过了，他还是有机会可以追上去。他还是有机会可以追上去。我们看到这里塞 Cryo 一个烧2个，但是他最后是没有 clutch 到了。只是可以讲 nice try 的。
And I think that might be honestly a little disrespect towards Xset, right? Optic, I mean, Def even said it in one of those interviews. He thinks that Optic thinks that they're a walkover team. Oh, we could beat Xset, but Xset believes that's not the case, and they're here to show it with this comeback potential.
They're certainly trying to show it here on C as they have fully committed onto the site. Note for Optic, no guns. But that may not matter. Steph trying to find something. Not going to do it though. Second stands strong. He stands firm backside as he gets 3 kills. And for for the first time, this map, Signs of Life is a prime game.
毕竟对面是 equal round 嘛，所以是蛮容易打。这里是一个负败打负败的。我们重新看一下 replay， 这里 Zekken 直接1个头、2个头、3个头，还有最重要的4个头。这个 Jet carry 啊，这一场真的是。
Winning both anti-ecos very cleanly. They're on their way.
Optic calling a timeout
here. Optic 就有一个 timeout 对。正常，因为连输4场了，你还不叫一个 timeout， 你是不是找死？
As the lead, as you mentioned, has not entirely evaporated, but it's being threatened.
I would love to hear what Finesse is thinking right now. He's great in these situations when he just needs to get a couple of rounds. His adaptations are phenomenal.
And you wonder here who on the side of Optic can be the playmaker to kind of stop the bleeding, right? To get things back under control. You've got Victor who has his ult in the overdrive. You've got Finesse who has his Rolling Thunder, and then Marv to 1 point away from having that from the shadows. His ability, his playmaking ability, particularly on Omen, is so good. So you got to keep an eye on that.
I would agree with that. And he almost had a chance there. But he's also 8-13, which is probably the worst performance from Marv's thus far, even though they're winning this game. And it's the defensive side. Much harder to find value with the Omen ult. You saw how Aaron was, he just kind of threw it out as a bait, essentially, on that first half. So we'll see. I think, yeah, the Aaron ult is almost more impactful here, just by virtue of the halves that they're on.
Yeah. Now we've seen them hit a couple of A hits, and again, it's very.
这里是一个。
The important thing I think is when is Optic going to
这里是一个
to these 5-man
5A
balls that Xset is putting themselves in.
对 chamber vs chamber 哦，100G 的机会比较大吧 ？EA 这里可能会直接收下他的人。
But instead, this second flash is coming way too late. So it's all Ye, and he's got nothing to do here.
Yeah, he was in a pretty difficult spot to begin with. But again, this is kind of what I was getting at, right? When Xset walk up to A, when you see that fault line, when you see the flash and the cloud burst, they're in, they're going. But they have
这里是准备开大，来个 retake。FNS 这里应该是想 flash 一下先。哦 ，team 已经 flash 了，这里会直接开大了，应该是。然后从上面跳下去的一个 retake，update 一个头，差一点换掉2个。这里看到 Ye 还在夹着，但是一个 smoke 什么看不到。这里拉出来其实一个不要拉的。Oh my god！ 这里应该不要拉的吧？我觉得有 smoke 你应该直接不要动不了。这里是0.2秒，02秒，2秒的一个 defuse bomb 啊。
From the 2 players down low. That was a fantastic retake, and at this point it's clinical from Optic for them to go for the 3 heaven drop.
Get out of my way.
Look at this Victor dash. After he gets onto the box, he just jumps for it. And then he gets the kill and spots both down in dark. Marv is able to easily deal with them with some utility from Finesse thrown into the mix.
He will be their nightmare.
That was a heavy investment. The ultimates that we were talking about were used. But again, that stopped the bleeding. Optic are able to, at least for now, keep the streak at bay. You see the ult out from Aaron. He was actually back in spawn.
Easily checked on by Marv.
Paranoia out across mid. Finesse pushing his way forward as the smoke conceals him for the time being.
Again, 5 players here, essentially in mid. They're just a couple watching the extremities, but they're grouped up. And again, Crashy throws that flash. This time, Optic is going to go exploring down C long, and if Xset wait too long...
Yeah, we're going to have a fight on our hands. BCJ uses a flash of his own. Ult Orb goes in favor of Crashy, so now they have that Seekers online. So they got what they wanted. They took the space, they got the Ult Orb, and then they can back up.
And I really actually like that they're not
哎呦
pressing
，Ye 这
the
里
advantage
miss 了
of
这
this
个很
shot
重
from
要的一个
Ye.
shot。
But they also don't tell Xset that we have this space entirely. I mean, obviously you can tell that they get the Ult Orb, but in the moment...
这里还可以不用走，他还有 TP， 还可以再击多一次。哎呀，被 flash 了，应该会直接 TP 了。这里 Xset 直接进了 site， 然后直接把 Ye 给穿掉了。这里 Cryo 在杀买第2个，然后这里 Heaven 的一个 retake。 被 smoke 掉了，什么都看不到。我们看一下这里 5 retreat situation， 这里没有打到 Optic 的一个 Optic 可能想跳下来，他已经 stun 了一下。还有一个 stun 吗？还有一个 stun 就可以组织第2波进攻。
To go for that dash, to go for the dive out of heaven. They're waiting for a flash from Crashies, but that might just be too little.
这里等 Muff， 等一个 flash， 直接一个 stun， 直接跳下来，应该是想要。哦，维德没了，这里 Crashy。 应该不够时间了吧？准备保枪了这一场，反正你们11比6还是有机会可以在后面打回来的，应该是准备保枪。
Xset chip into it a little bit more, and it's very important there that Optic recover the op, and that Victor gets away with his weapon as well, because that was a reset round. Whenever you're in these situations where one team has a bank and one team is trying to stop the streaks from going on, if you lose a round after you win a round, your loss bonus evaporates. So you won't be able to buy easily in the next few.
Let's go.
So that's exactly why they're making that decision. They're erring on the side of caution, playing some optimal Valorant.
Rolling Thunder for Def here. BCJ 1 point away from having his Seekers online. And it's a slow look here. See the smoke start to come out. Oh, this is vintage. This is what they show us, but it's Marv who's holding the op here. He's able to get a kill. Spike still planted. BCJ playing on the other side of the smoke. See what this retake attempt looks like. BCJ, oh, he was pushing forward. He was trying to find something, but Victor was ready to greet him. Zekin tries to find it as well.
哎
And no,
呦，这
nothing
里 Zekin
doing.
差一点可以 push 去把那个 stack 给杀掉。哎呦，就很 unlucky。这里 Pro 想要一个 sudden diffuser， 哦，直接被穿死，然后对面已经 push 出来了。OK， 12-7拿下了第一个赛点。
And that was a phenomenal round from Crashies. And Marved as well. The call to go for the double op too, and they're sticking with it. Ye had his tour de force in that round. They just pick up cryos and say, yeah, let's continue. This is not a tool set that's been in Optic's arsenal until this event. Copenhagen is the first time they're going for this with consistency. And he turned his Trailblazer there after he missed the fact that there was a player in the smoke and came back and stunned him. And that costed BCJ his life. So now, XSET with their final timeout, and now they have a huge road ahead. 5 rounds in a row when match point is in grasp for Optic.
Yeah. I mean, you have to play perfect just to get to overtime. Yeah, pretty brutal spot here for XSET. I love what you're mentioning on the side of XSET because it is worth noting they're still trying to make plays, right? You talk about BCJ playing the smoke. You talk about Zekin trying to find some space in there as well. So they're looking to play aggressively. They're not sheepishly taking a step back. But it doesn't, at least in that round, it didn't seem to matter. Optic take control right back.
I really also love the fact that they're going for this double op right now because Ye has been struggling to find value with the op on this defensive side so far. But when you add that element of having Marved op at the same time, XSET now have to spend their only drone ability in the Trailblazer to push off an op. And there's 2 of them. This is a great way to pick apart this composition that XSET have.
And also, I mean, what can't Marv do, bro? He's opping now, putting people on notice. I don't know that flash got any info.
Both of them pinged.
Rolling Thunder, Seekers, Crashies with a whole lot in his lap. Zekin has gotten across. They're going to try to push their way forward, but here's the thing. Optic have reinforcements a bit earlier than they normally do. Victor waiting on the other side. Some of that utility's already been used, and there's a little bit of a gap. There's no dashing forward. This breach. Marv still playing up top. Ye's making the opsing. Marv is too. Aaron's going to have to get it by himself, and he's not doing it. The 2 ops survive at the end of the day. As Optic take Haven 13-7.
And that was dominant for Optic as they prep and get ready for the next game, for the next map. XSET, while they did put together some rounds, they talked about at the beginning of the half, that's exactly what they want to do. They just got to get a couple, man, so that the players who were struggling a little bit can start to come alive in the next map. And I think Aaron definitely got there, but Def is having a hard time to find value against what Optic is doing. And it's tough as the IGL because you're constantly thinking about how to make the right calls.
Yeah, ultimately never really came online. And again, as you said, XSET were able to put something together at the end there, but Optic somehow find a way to right the ship just at the right time. They were able to figure out what was being thrown their way and got the win.
And Optic is the most consistent team in VCT right now with their qualification to playoffs. And this might have been the most formidable opponent for XSET to go against. They wanted the challenge, but what a challenge it is.
You wonder here if you're XSET. I think you're right. You were able to kind of get some momentum back, but how do you turn your attention to Bind, knowing that Bind was Optic's map pick, knowing the beating that you took early on? Like, how do you weather that?
How do you even prep for what Optic is going to put out on Bind? Sideshow was talking about on the desk. What are they going to play? Because I agree with them. I don't think they're going to play that Neon comp that did not work against XSET at all, or maybe they've really refined it in such a way that it will work.
We're going to have to find out. Again, XSET looking for answers here. Certainly not the start that they envisioned on the international stage, but that's why we play 3 maps, because there's always a chance. Optic take map 1. They take Haven 13-7. We are going to go to a break, and when we return, the desk will break down what they saw.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Okay, done.
Yeah.
Hmm.
XSET attempted to rally back, but it is going to be Optic Gaming who walk away with the victory on Haven, 13-7. And now we look forward to Bind. But, you know, let's just jump into the, the map itself, guys, because it was very clear that, you know, from the beginning, Jess, Optic, they were rolling. They were feeling really confident. Everyone was on point. But you did see the signs of life with XSET, and their executes and their attack was clear that this team is not to be trifled with.
I mean, I would have been a little bit worried if I hadn't seen some kind of life out of them on the attacking side. You know what I mean? You're on Haven, you want to see a little bit of flair. There's a lot of opportunities. They play slow, they poke and they prod, and they understand how to move in a wolf pack mentality. That's my kind of thing. I love that. I'm a little sad it didn't work, but with the kind of stringent protocols that we see Optic have on both their attack and defense, it's not a surprise.
I really like the way that Victor was playing as well. I mean, I said it at the halftime, and I think it's just carried through. His Neon performance on this map has become, I think, a bit more intelligent and nuanced compared to how he played it when they originally brought it out. And that's credit to him and the coaching staff that he continues to develop. I thought this tournament might be where he got caught up to and was no longer the best Neon in the world, but he keeps pushing himself.
And it's also because of the way he plays it. But guys, this is my own segment now. Okay, you have the split screen here.
Okay.
This is GB's golden debate. All right, and the question is, do we want to see Victor play Neon on Bind? Jess is for Victor on Bind. Sideshow is against Victor on Bind. We'll start with Jess. 60 seconds, go.
Victor on Bind, yes, but more specifically Neon for Victor on Bind. Why? I think it's one of his most refined agents in the entire duelist pool. I think he overall exacerbates what it means to be a Neon player. I think it was unrefined, lacking nuance. I will give you that little bit of doubt there, but now he's come in. I think he's one of the best Neons in the world.
Counterpoint. Neon on Bind is trolling. Don't do it. I don't like it. All of the teams that play Neon on Bind aren't working. It's not functioning.
Counterpoint. If teams played to your satisfaction, then teams would lose all of the time because you're an awful person.
Sideshow, counterpoint.
That's an abominable attack. She's just attacked the very core of
counterpoint right now, Sideshow.
Counterpoint right now. I think the way that they're approaching this map would be better if they went back to some of their older comps. They haven't actually been working, or they haven't been succeeding on Bind recently. I want to see them run either the solo Brim comp or going back to the chamber and just have Victor play Raze. Play to the max, not necessarily the player all the time.
Just Sideshow is an A. Counterpoint.
That's it. He's bald, and he won't have. He's bald. That's it. I don't know where we're going with this. Look, to cap off my point about Victor, I think if something's working really well, why change it?
Yes, and well, hey, as far as something working really well is concerned, the young guns on this XZ lineup sideshow have been playing really well. That was a point of contention. People were worried about the Zoomers coming in.
应该是要准备要保枪的，
Should have been worried about the boomers.
没有太大的办法。
Should have been worried about the old people. But no, I mean the way that XZ plays, Cryo and Zekken are set up to succeed, but they have to deliver once they've been set up, and they did. And I think that that's a good performance.
然后他
You're looking at the stats and the stuff that they were able to get done in that map.
哎呦，被狗到了，应该会直接死了。这李白给了一次，没有办法。如果他可以用小弟抓到人的话，当然是最好。但是被狗到也不是好想了嘛，对不对？ 我们看一下马克这里还。
Like I always say this about teams, and it's been a lot more often in this tournament that teams have won their opposition's map pick. So you would probably rotation, only one player left. Really statistically relevant. I'm just worried about a psychological point. I don't even care about the stats in this one. I think that kind of looking back.
2打4的一个残局，又没有创造到奇迹。
We were ready to go. We thought we would come out with the win. Where does that put you mentally? I don't know. And we're talking about mental coaching from a lot of other teams that have psychologists with them. Is Exit in the same room?
Yeah, because Psycho was wearing his suit, you know that he's a trained psychologist.
Well, that's how it works. If you wear a suit, you must be trained. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah.
This is a factual thing. This is a factual thing. Now,
you're wearing a jumpsuit.
I'm getting a lot of compliments for the way I look today.
I actually do like it.
I'll let you know right
do
now.
Like it, yeah.
I shine in orange, you know.
But Paper X, something that they've massively improved.
Let's do another aim lab shoot around. We got a shoulder angle camera for my boy Cryo as he's looking to just, you know, get his aim all you know, squared away and stuff. You can also go ahead and use that QR code, scan it on your screen to get Cryo's crosshair, a crosshair you definitely want to have here, Sideshow. Cryo's been playing fantastic.
Yeah, he has. I still would like more and more maps to get a feel for where he's at and what his form is looking like. But at the moment, it is looking strong, and it's certainly not a weakness for them. I agree with the cast. It's not with nerves. It was a game plan for map 1. But also, to your point, Jess, they're now going to be sat there thinking, okay, this isn't the grand finals again. This isn't us being able to claim that trophy in North America. It's a different game. It's a different optic that we're having to face. Well, how are we going to adjust? And honestly, I'm not sure they'll have expected Optic to go for Bind. Because while it's a historically good map, it hasn't been recently great for Optic.
And they probably thought they would be a leg up already going into this series. So they thought, you know, if we can't grab the bind, no problems, we'll have the Ascent to work with because we picked the Haven. How did that go for them? Not so well. So you can see the maps on your screen right now. Bind being that second pick. You said it's a little bit of a surprise for you. I don't mind it because we sort of theorized on the desk before we jumped on live with all of the audience here right now, is that maybe this has been a hole in Optic's map pool. They've started to scrim it a lot to plug that hole. It's what teams will do when they have international scrim possibilities. And what better place to be able to scrim all of the teams with different meta on this particular map than at Masters. And they've been able to have an opportunity to get it into the spot where they think it might be internationally viable.
Yeah, and the thing is, historically, it has been internationally viable. They were at one point, in my opinion, the best team in the world on Bind. But then they started wiggling around. They lost domestically to a solo controller comp, and then they decided to shift things up. Their most recent pick has been the Neon. And I just have questions about that. I mean, we've seen so many teams that have approached Bind as a hyper-aggressive map with set executes, and it's always failed. It's slow defaulting. That's what works on Bind. And so both of these teams, I think, are going to have to come into this map with a slight adjustment, and that means the game's going to be different.
All right, well, let's see what the agents are going to be here for our Prime Gaming Agent Select. You know, keep your eyes on Victor. Does he go for the Neon? The usual suspects, though, are being locked in so far. I think Marv with Brimstone, as a matter of fact, and we have the Viper and Raze with Victor.
Okay. So
wait, am I looking at the exit? Am I like, are they like, I like what you do. I'm going to do what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Optic that first began playing this composition as well, which is now like, it's the standard comp on Bind, and it's very good. The thing is, Optic used to play this and they moved away from it for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they're back here now.
I mean, like we said, they're probably in the background trialing, scrimming, trying everything. If what Exet is doing is working and they're scrimming others, they've gone back and rolled back. It's almost like when the driver doesn't work and you're like, I'm gonna throw it in a rollback so that it does go to an addition that does work. I don't mind that at all. And Amira Comp, there's going to be no one better that knows what's going to happen in the server than themselves.
Yeah, well, it's time to jump into the action. Let's go ahead and send it over to your two casters for this game. You got Doug and Bala on the call. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, GB. Composition changes on the side of Optic. XSET, though, they're so set in their ways. They know what they like, and they seldom deviate from
No, they really don't. And here's another
only
example.
One player left standing in the safe.
Back to what they had in NA. And I think it's a good comp, but I also think that there's gaps. They're both going to play this kind of mid-range style.
他们全员开始 rotate 去 A， 然后火石根就趁机进入了 B side， 并且叫队友过来一起 rotate。
Contest around what Victor should be running. Is it the Neon? Is it the Raze? Decides to go back that way. Again, because how spotty
something
been in the
that
past,
they've massively improved since Iceland, and they finished fourth in Iceland.
Half here. On Vine.
They look stronger, don't they?
Map lead here in this best of 3.
Bodies for Guild. They just
The interesting part actually about them starting attack is they chose to start on attack on Haven as well. And that's been a decision that they've been making on most of their maps throughout Copenhagen. And their opponents go for it. So XSET picking defense here is potentially what Optic wants.
XSET have 3 members.
Are you kidding?
You've got second and piece.
Going from danger.
Def is just holding a molly here. Off of Cryo's contact.
给了一个人头，
Safe with the TP as well, so he can take this peak with no problem.
直接跟他狙掉，然后之后再发生一些。
There's that Molly, and the thing is, they have so much time here. Yeah, they've dropped
有没有看见26 plan boom 的那个人跟他 come back to Leviatán view？ 这里一个 headshot， 还有一个 headshot。
If they come out along right now, and there's the wall, they have multiple layers to delay this push, but here's a flash from Crashes, and they're gonna explode.
Doesn't seem like they have any intentions of going away. You see Aaron tries to get to cover. As Def does two. First kills go back and forth. As Cryo trying to hold back sight, was able to take care of one, but Marv cleans him up as well. Numbers in favor of XSET. Spike going down. But they're so weak. The members of XSET are so weak, and Marv's just waiting on the other side. As Smoker goes down, he almost gets a second. Crashies is there to follow up. BCJ tries to go up top, and Crashies brings him right back down.
And Optic did not think they were going to win that situation. 2 versus 3. And as Crashies makes it work, you can hear them in the arena from across the way. And I don't think they were going to win either. The play that Marv made, where he knows it's potentially going to be a 1v2, he just gets the kill, and they're very, very good. I think back to that finesse 1v1 against second.
The age-old esports question.
I love it.
What are you doing? Flash in the face of BCJ. Optic with the gun advantage here.
I'm playing Valorant, man.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to play a game.
Trouble double face through a smoke.
Speaking of placing their way into something, look at this death ball from XSET. Finesse gets a whole lot more than he bargained for, and they're just going to chase him down.
That took a long time for them to complete that kill, though. And Aaron has put himself into a really bad spot, but it doesn't matter with the flash. He's going to be able to get out, and they recovered a gun from it.
Oh, now we're cooking. Marv still had Shower's control the whole time. Cryo taking your Victor on the opposite side of the map, but there's still a fight going on at A.
Oh, we got them both!
And the spike is sitting down now. Looks like their boys here to bust economy. Yeah, Crashies in a 1v4.
And the XSET pop-off is going to be just as loud.
Yeah, it will be.
Because this is not a round Optic should have lost. And it was because Finesse was overextended. Another sign of that disrespect from Optic.
And it was off of that upgraded weapon at the end that Zeki gets the last kill with that Bulldog, so you've seen carry it into this next round. Be a little bit of a buy up here. Now Optic's economy is less than great.
I'm also curious what the plan was, because we didn't really see the beginning of Cryo's kills here. Was there utility? Was there anything? I think Optic thought that they were really heavily committing down short, and they kind of were, but there was only 3 players there. So the wrong read made. And it makes Victor kind of peek by himself with nothing ahead of him.
CX said here. Optic pushing Satcheling his way forward. Classic's not going to do much there. There's that Bulldog. Continues to cause problems from the previous round. Yeah, trying to back up and take one with him, and he's not able to do
And they'll take the lead for the first time in the series. A small lead.